Dreamscape presents Kiss Me Tonight by Emma Hart. Narrated by Veronica Landon and Jonathan Ash. Chapter 1. Reagan. Viva la Peen. There was a cock on my phone screen. No, not a picture of my brother, although that would have been the appropriate introduction for such a thing. Not a rooster, or cockerel, or whatever those cock-a-doodle-doo bastards were called. An actual cock. A dick. A peen. A pork sword. A semen lollipop. A jizz-teat. A sperm worm. A cum gun. An honest-to-God fucking penis. Attached to an honest-to-God man. Who had the honest-to-God wrong motherfucking phone number. This wasn't how most Monday mornings started. I didn't want to drink my coffee with a side of dick pic, thank you very much. I wanted it with a side of hot, buttered toast. Or maybe a shot of something stronger, if it was that kind of Monday. It was not that kind of Monday. Yet. It was pretty damn close. I blinked at my phone screen as I stirred my coffee. I'd never received one of these before. I counted myself lucky given the liberties people took with the internet these days. How did this happen? Was this one of those situations where a wrong number had been given out at the bar? Or was it a genuine mistake? I didn't understand how people could make genuine mistakes with numbers. Did nobody save to their contacts list anymore? Let me tell you, if I was going to send a picture of my boobs to someone, I wouldn't be typing their number in. I'd be performing an FBI-level checkup on a suspicious person. I probably also wouldn't be sending a photo of my boobs to anyone in the first place. I digress. What was the appropriate course of action here? I mean, it was 7 a.m, and I had to drink my shower, take a coffee, and get to work in an hour. Wait, that was wrong. Drink my coffee, take a shower, and get to work in an hour. That's better. See, it was too early to be contemplating the correct response to a wrong number dick pic. Was there a correct response? Was no response the right response? This was the kind of adulting high school severely lacked in teaching you. Debating the existence of God has never once helped me pay my taxes, cut my grocery bill, or work out my budget. Or, as it turns out, handle a dick pic. Jesus Christ, I thought the words dick pic far too many times this morning. I was going to need therapy after this. I locked my phone and put it screen down on the table in front of me. I needed to shower instead of think about this for a moment. I honestly believed that there wasn't a problem that couldn't be solved in a hot shower. I finished my coffee and headed into the bathroom. After I turned on the shower, I brushed my teeth, and when the room was suitably filled with steam, I stripped off and climbed in. The hot water beat down on me, slicking my long purple hair to my neck and back as it soaked it through. I closed my eyes and ran my fingers through my hair, and then reached for the shampoo. As I massaged it in, my mind wandered back to the situation at hand. The easiest thing to do would be to wrinkle my nose up and delete it, then move on with my life. Maybe block the number. Did the sender know they'd sent it to the wrong person? I know you can't exactly take back a text message, but I'd like to think that most people would apologize when they realized they'd sent such a personal picture to the wrong person. So, chances were, he had no idea he'd gotten the wrong number. I rinsed the shampoo from my hair. So I had two options, didn't I? Delete it, act like it never happened, and hope that he never texted me again. Or I could send him a quick message that said, "Sorry, wrong number, have a nice day," and move on. I finished in the shower after conditioning my hair and soaping my body, and got out. Condensation had my mirror all foggy with droplets running down it, so I wrapped myself in towels and left, making sure to crack open the window so it could dry out. I dried off and got dressed in leggings and a loose button-down shirt. then pulled my wet hair up into a twisted bun on top of my head. I'd made my decision about what to do with this text message somewhere between my underwear getting stuck on my wet shins and almost hitting my elbow on my dresser. I was going to send him a nice text telling him about his mistake. I'd want to know. I snatched my phone up from the table and unlocked it. The message flashed up instantly, and I hit the reply box. Me. Hey, sorry, but you've got the wrong number. Then, with my conscience cleared, and the knowledge that I'd performed my good deed for the day, I left my apartment, headed for the florist store where I'd worked for the last 10 years. Thank you, Mrs. Cooper. I'll see you next week. I smiled as the elegant lady in her late 50s waved goodbye with her weekly bouquet of lilies in hand. See you then, honey. The bell above the door dinged twice, once when she opened it and again when it swung shut behind her. The blast of late summer heat from the outside was unwelcome, but it quickly dissipated as my air conditioning ate it up. This was probably the coldest store in town, but I think that was probably the reason why everyone came in during the summer. Sales were up, and it wasn't just because homecoming season was coming up. People came in to escape the southern heat, then ended up buying things. I wasn't against using the weather to sell flowers. We sold them for dead people, so... I checked my phone, but the mystery picture sender still hadn't replied. It was 2 in the afternoon, so they were either too embarrassed to respond or they hadn't seen it yet. With a sigh, I put my phone back under the counter. I figured I'd keep the text for a day or so before deleting it, just in case he did reply. Knowing me, I'd forget it tomorrow and end up with a random text I couldn't put into context. The bell rang again, and I looked up in time to see Hallie and Ava at the door. They were both wearing running clothes and had water bottles in their hands, but their expressions couldn't be more different. Hallie was a little winded, with pink cheeks and a smirk on her lips. Ava, on the other hand? Well, wisps of her black hair were stuck to her face with sweat. She resembled a tomato, more than anything, and I could feel the murderous vibes that radiated off her. She stormed past me and went through to the back. There was a clunk as the refrigerator door opened, and I raised my eyebrows as a huge "ah" filtered through the building. I turned and met Hallie's eyes. I see running is going well. About as well as a dumpster fire. She lifted her bottle and took a long drink. She is not a runner. She's worse than you. I can run. I just don't like to. I pulled my stool beneath me and sat down. How long is she going to stand in my refrigerator? Hallie shrugged, sitting on one of the spare stools in front of the counter. Presumably until she realizes it's just as cool out here and she can sit down here. What happened today? The sun, she replied dryly. It's her day off, so instead of getting up to run before work like we normally do, she slept in. She refused to run tonight when it's cooler, so... She motioned up and down her body. Apparently, Ava doesn't like sweating. Ava doesn't like anything. I heard that! There was a clunk as the fridge door shut again. Ava emerged from the back, still looking as if she'd run a 4-minute mile, and wiped the bottom of her tank top over her face. I like plenty of things, but running in the heat isn't one of them. Unbothered, Hallie said, I told you to wake up early this morning. Ava looked at her. We might have to break up. I laughed when Hallie rolled her eyes. Since they'd started running a few weeks ago, Ava had threatened it at least twice a week. It has yet to happen. Hey, you guys? Hallie's phone rang, cutting me off. Sorry, hold on. She stood to pull it out of the zip pocket in her yoga pants and answered it. Hello? Yeah. No, shut up. For the love of God, she's supposed to be supervised. Ugh, fine. I'll be there soon. I shared a look with Ava. Hallie hung up and looked at us. My grandmother escaped and is terrorizing the village. I fought a smile. Ever since she'd made the choice to move back in with Hallie's dad and stepmom, Margaret Dawson had made as much of a nuisance of herself as she possibly could without getting arrested. Given that my great-aunt Bethel and her partner in crime were also now living back in Creek Falls, there was only one way to put it. We were all fucked. Hallie looked at Ava. My car is parked a couple blocks away. Do you want to ride home? Sure. Okay, I just need to use the bathroom before we leave. Give me a second. She slid off the stool and headed for the back. Ava looked at me. Hey, Reagan? Weren't you going to say something before Hallie's phone rang? I forgot. I lied, lifting my shoulders in a slight shrug. Right then, the store phone rang. Hi, this is the right bouquet, Reagan speaking. How can I help you? The woman on the end said she needed a bouquet for her grandma's 80th birthday to be delivered to her front door. I confirmed that we could absolutely do that and waved goodbye to Reagan and Ava when they left halfway through the call. It took 10 minutes, but we eventually narrowed down the selection options. I wrote down her email and promised I'd send example photos over as soon as I could. She thanked me profusely before hanging up. I pulled my cell out from beneath the counter to email her. A new message was on the screen from a number I recognized from this morning, and I pressed my fingerprint against the screen to unlock it. Dick guy. Shit, I'm so sorry. Sorry if it offended you in any way. I raised my eyebrows. It took a lot more than a dick picture to offend me. I hit the reply box to assure him it was fine. Me. Don't worry about it. I've seen worse dicks. Yours is pretty nice, as far as dicks go. Was that a little forward? Maybe. But he'd started it, so... Dick guy. LOL. Thanks. As far as dicks go, I'm pretty proud of it. Me. You should be. Although your picture-taking angle is a little off. Hold the phone flatter against your stomach for maximum effect. Dick guy. Thanks for the tip. I don't usually send these kinds of pictures, so that's the last time I use online dating apps after watching a football game with the guys. Me. Yeah, bad idea, dude. I'm guessing she gave you the wrong number. Dick guy. Unless you're the blonde girl I was chatting to at 2 a.m.? Yeah. Me. Not even close. My hair is purple. Dick guy. Thank fuck for that. Dick guy. Anyway, again, I'm really sorry. Apologize to your boyfriend or husband or whoever for me. Nobody to apologize to. I'm single. It was an honest mistake. Dick guy. You're being pretty nice about this. Me. Like I said. Nice dick. Shrug emoji. Dick guy. 6 billion people in the world, and the person I sent it to is someone who compliments me. LOL. Thank you. Me. You're welcome. I believe in complimenting someone every day. Dick guy. Solid idea. Well, I've never seen them, but I'm sure you have great tits. I burst out laughing. He wasn't wrong, in my opinion. I did have great tits, especially depending on the bra I wore, but I wasn't going to share that anytime soon. Me. Thanks. If I was a picture-sending type, I'd send one to thank you for the presumptuous comment. But I'm not. So you'll just have to imagine a great pair of tits and attach them to a bodiless, headless person with purple hair. Dick guy. I'm not the picture type either. But we all make mistakes while under the influence of beer and your team winning. Me. I didn't think football season had started yet. Dick guy. College football. I played once upon a time, and like to yell at everyone that they're doing it wrong. Me. Don't tell me you were the quarterback. Dick guy. All right, I won't. Me. Ugh, so cliché. The quarterback has a great dick. That's been written in every football-themed romance novel ever. Nobody ever cares about the big guys in defense. Dick guy. None of the guys I've played with have had abs. According to years of dating, abs are important. Me. They're certainly a bonus. A bit like winning the lottery. 5 balls are great, but they'd better be with the bonus ball. Dick guy. Interesting analogy. I assume great tits work the same way. Me. Obviously. I'm a fan of equality. Like eating a salad for dinner and a slice of cake for dessert. Dick guy. Again, solid idea. Sounds like you have your life figured out. Me. Not at all. Dick guy. We seem to have a lot in common. Me. Except a nice dick, I don't have one of those. Dick guy. I don't have nice tits, so, again, even. Me. Huh. You're right. Dick guy. It happens. LOL. I have to go to work. Sorry again, and thanks for being cool about all this. Me. Don't worry about it. Shit happens. Chapter 2. Reagan. Shit really does happen. Aunt Bethel, I said, pinching the bridge of my nose. I am not going to stage a boudoir shoot for you to give Harry James for his birthday. He has a pacemaker and a stent. You'll kill the poor man. She leaned over the kitchen table, her blue hair flying in corkscrew curls around her face. I guess she'd gotten a perm at some point in the last few days because it hadn't looked like that the last time I'd seen her. She pointed at me, her bright pink nail flashing through the air as numerous bangles jangled on her wrist. You should see the posters in his bedroom at the care home. I don't think they like it when you call it a care home. They prefer the term shared community at Creek Community. Creek Community is a stupid name for a care home. And if there are live-in nurses, it's either a hospital or a care home. Nurses don't live at the hospital. Aha! It's a care home. She threw her arm into the air in triumph, and I winced, waiting for her bone to pop out or something. It doesn't Wait! How did you get into Harry's bedroom? Did he let you in? If so, you've already killed him, Aunt Bethel. He doesn't need your nudes. She sniffed, standing up, straightening her ghastly orange dress. Margaret and I were there for a card event they were hosting, and he showed me around. I stared at her. You broke into his room, didn't you? I would do nothing of the sort. You broke into his room and snooped around. Leaning forward, she looked around conspiratorially and whispered, He takes a lot of medication. I could make some money on the Black Amazon. The Black Amazon? Under-the-table deals. You know, the shady guys at gas stations with their nondescript brown paper envelopes. You mean the black mark? It doesn't matter. I waved my hands in front of me. Aunt Bethel, you cannot break into someone's room and snoop around. Even the police need a warrant for that. The state could save a lot of money if they let nosy old ladies snoop around instead. Now there was a point I wasn't going to argue with. That didn't make it right. True, yes, but half of them would probably pop out their hip or something halfway through climbing the stairs. You cannot break into someone's room, I repeated, letting my hair out of the bun I'd had it in all day. It was still damp in places, and I grabbed my brush from the counter to detangle the few knots that were buried in it. It's illegal, an arrestable offense, and before you try to tell me, no, I do not care to know what's on Harry's walls. Aunt Bethel sniffed. I thought you were the fun one. Your brother is boring now. He's all loved up with the girl who likes raccoons. Lord, she was tiring. I am the fun one. That doesn't mean I condone breaking the law. Also, that girl who likes raccoons happens to be one of my best friends. Doesn't dating your brother break the girl code? Or whatever it is you kids call it these days. If you need a girl code, it's because you are going to break it. I looked at her pointedly. But you don't follow the law, so what do I know? She blinked at me. Don't you care she's banging your brother? The brush clattered to the floor as I dropped it in exchange for my phone. What are you doing? Calling Mom. She needs to come and collect her child now. I held the phone to my ear as it started ringing. No! Aunt Bethel shrieked. I'll behave, I promise. She was surprisingly sprightly for her old age and made it to me right as my mom said, Hello? My aunt wrestled the phone from me and shouted, "Wrong number!" in a gruff Brooklyn-esque accent. I gave her a flat look. "She has my number saved, you idiot." "The disrespect to the elders!" Aunt Bethel clutched her chest, then glanced at my phone. "Ooh, you have a text." "Give me my phone." "It looks like it's from a guy. Ooh, have you been texting someone?" She quickly scrolled, then stopped, her eyes going wide. My, Reagan, you are the fun one of the family." I froze. No. There was no way Dick Guy had texted me again. And that my 80-year-old aunt had scrolled to the top of that conversation and seen... Jesus. Fuck. She had. Of course she had. This was my great Aunt Bethel. She probably received this for fun online. She pinched the screen. "Oh, he has tattoos. What a bad boy." He had tattoos? I'd missed that. I snatched my phone right out of her wrinkly little hand. "Yep, calling Mom right now." "Why do you have a penis on your phone?" "Why are you zooming in to see the tattoos?" I shot back, holding the phone close to my chest. "It's none of your business what's on my phone." She narrowed her eyes. "Why don't you have his number saved?" "None of your business," I repeated. "You don't know him, do you?" A sly grin spread across her face, revealing a smudge of pink lipstick on her front tooth. "You've got a little lipstick on your front tooth." She curled her upper lip up and ran her tongue over her front two teeth, dislodging it. "Why do you have a stranger's penis on your phone, Reagan? Are you struggling for money? Are your parents cutting you off? Mind you, I'd cut you off if you were a hooker, too. It's not good for the old reputation." "I'm not a hooker!" Oh my God, how had we gotten this far? It was a wrong number text, and he appreciated that I was nice about his mistake. I was going to delete the conversation, but a customer came into the shop, and here we are. I held out my hands. No, Mom and Dad are not cutting me off because I live off my salary anyway. I'm self-sufficient. She looked pointedly at me. "You're self-sufficient in the family business. You're not exactly the next Sam Jobs." Steve Jobs. What? It was Steve Jobs. "Who the devil is that? I'm talking about Sam Jobs, the guy who runs the taco place at the end of Main Street." Right. Of course. Why would she be talking about the co-founder of Apple? Small-town tacos and innovative worldwide technology. Totally the same thing. Anyway, Aunt Bethel heaved a sigh and grabbed her oversized fluffy purse from the sofa and headed for the door. Seriously, that purse was like a giant cat. "I have to go. I have a place to be. If it's Creek Community, I'm calling the police." I opened the fridge and pulled out a bottle of wine. She looked at it. "It's Tuesday. Are you drinking already?" "Yesterday I woke up to an unexpected dick pic, and tonight you're in my kitchen. Yes, I'm drinking." "You could have offered me one." "And be responsible for when you and Margaret strip off in the middle of the park? Absolutely not." She huffed and opened the door. "Do you need a ride anywhere, Aunt Bethel?" "No, I can walk." She stopped in the doorway. "Your brother is picking me up and taking me to the grocery store. Toodles." Toodles? Better Preston than me, I'll tell you that. The one and only time I took her shopping 2 years ago, they had wine samples at the liquor store next door. That was my mistake, but I swear she'd been in the car when I'd gone in to get the fixings for margaritas for girls' night. I'd even locked her in. I had no idea how she got out. I removed the cork from the bottle and poured myself a glass, stopping halfway down. A whole glass seemed appropriate. I poured again, and then set the bottle back in the fridge door. Closing it, I paused, glancing at my phone. Didn't she say I had a text? I cradled the glass as I picked my phone back up. Of course, the notification didn't show now, so I closed all the apps with 2 taps on the screen and opened my Messages app. Yep. There was a new message from Dick Guy. Did I want to open this? There was no reason for him to message me. We'd ended the conversation well earlier this afternoon, and I really was going to delete the thread until someone came into the store. Shit. I still had to email the girl who called earlier. Taking a big slurp of wine, I acted like the responsible adult I was and sent the pictures over via the email that was sitting in my draft box in my Gmail app. All done. I turned my attention back to the unread message from Dick Guy. I really needed his name. No, I didn't. If I had his name, that made him a real person. Right now, he was whoever I wanted him to be. He was the tall, hot, tattooed firefighter with a rescue chihuahua that I had occasional dream sex with. That was my fantasy, and I was sticking to it. I didn't want to find out he was a balding man in his 40s who lived in his mom's basement. Not to judge those guys. They were great people, I was sure. But they just weren't my kind of people. I didn't like basements. Ever since my brother had played a Halloween prank on me when I was 9, I'd avoided them at all costs. I stared at my phone. I couldn't open it and read it. That was insane. I needed to delete the entire conversation and block his number. How did I know it was an accident? Had he somehow gotten my number and deliberately sent me a photograph of his genitals? Oh my God. What if he had? Was he stalking me? What was I thinking, having a full-blown conversation with him earlier? Sure, he'd been nice, charming, lovely, funny. But you know what? So were serial killers. It's how they lured you in. My fire alarm beeped, sending my thought train crashing into the station. I glared at it, but it didn't stop. Hauling a chair over beneath it, I climbed up and hit the button to make it be quiet. It didn't work. Beep, 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 fucking beep. Oh my God, it was the goddamn batteries. The guy who'd been here a few weeks ago checking them all said I'd need to replace them within weeks, and I'd totally forgotten. It was still beeping. I had no choice. I had to take the batteries out. I'd replace them tomorrow after work. The stores would all be shut now, and there was no way I had any in the apartment. I supposed I could ask my neighbor. But as a rule, I tried not to ask Arthur Jennings anything. A simple request for a battery would turn into a half-hour story about them. Once, I'd asked if he had any milk since mine had gone sour after a weekend trip with the girls. He'd launched into 3 stories about various grocery trips, and by the time I'd finally gotten the mug full of milk back to my apartment, my coffee was cold, and I had to get to work. That was the day I'd ordered a small coffee machine for the back room at the store. Now, I never had to be without my coffee. The alarm was now silent, but it felt as though my phone was screaming at me. I knew the message was there, but... Jesus, this was ridiculous! I was ridiculous. That was what happened when Aunt Bethel showed up unannounced. Her ridiculousness rubbed off on me. I took one last gulp of wine, and with a prayer up to whoever controlled this stuff in the sky, grabbed my phone and hoped I really wasn't communicating with a serial killer. Dick Guy, can I ask you something? Me. Can I ask you something first? Dick Guy. Sure. Me. Are you a serial killer luring me in with an accidental dick pic so we'll become friends and meet for a drink where you can later strangle me with a shoelace and dump me in a river? Dick Guy. You caught me. Me. All right. You're not. No serial killer would ever admit it. Dick Guy. Maybe I'm just saying it. Me. What do you want, dear stranger with the nice penis? Dick Guy. Ah, thank you, dear stranger with the self-proclaimed great boobs. Dick Guy. Would you confront the girl who gave you the wrong number? Me. Depends. Is there a reason you're asking? Dick Guy. She messaged me asking where it was. I blinked at the screen. That girl was either as thick as 2 short planks, or she had some serious lady balls. Unless she was my number neighbor. You know, that thing where you have the exact same number as someone else, bar one digit? There was a relatively easy way to figure that out. I sent 2 text messages, one to each of my number neighbors. I sent the exact same message. Me. Hi, you're my number neighbor. I'm Reagan, and I'm conducting an experiment. What's your name and where are you from? I had no idea if this would pay off, so I sent Dick Guy another text right after. Me. There's every chance she messed up her number and she could be my number neighbor. I texted mine to ask what their name is and where they're from. His response was swift. Dick Guy. What the fuck is a number neighbor? Oh my God! Was this guy allergic to the internet? I swear I couldn't go a day without seeing a meme or some shit about it. I sent him a quick text back explaining. Dick Guy. That sounds like the quickest way to get yourself killed. Me. Yet here I am, doing it for you. Dick Guy. I hope someone reads these messages and invites me to your funeral. Me. I hope someone reads these messages and blames you for it. Me. Also, my great aunt read these earlier. She's not a fan of privacy. Dick Guy. Did you delete the dick pic? Me. No. I had to go to work and forgot. Dick Guy. I guess I hoped she liked it. My phone dinged with a message from a number that was eerily close to mine. I clicked on the drop-down notification and to that conversation. NN number 1. Errol? Is that you? Did you lose your house key again? Yep, it was safe to say that one of my number neighbors was not the intended recipient for the Dick Guy's picture. Me. Bad news. One neighbor texted. She's clearly old enough to be my grandma. Dick Guy. How did you know that? Me. Screenshot. Dick Guy. You're right. Any news from the other potential serial killer? Me. Not yet. I'll keep you posted. Dick Guy. She's playing me, isn't she? Me. More fool her. My great aunt was very impressed by your photo. Dick Guy. I wouldn't usually respond to that, but I'm not gonna lie. I've had an ego hit this week. Me. She zoomed in on your tattoos. Dick Guy. She's an artistic type. I like that. Me. I didn't even notice. Dick Guy. You're not. I like that too. Me. I'm a florist. You arrange 24 roses without getting stabbed by a thorn and tell me I'm not a fucking artist. Dick Guy. My apologies. Why was she zooming in? Me. Excellent question. She didn't answer. Too busy talking about Sam Jobs. Dick Guy. Doesn't she mean Steve Jobs? Me. You'd think, but no. She's a weird one. Me. So, if you're an artist, what are the chances of me getting to see those tats? What? If you don't ask, you don't get. Dick Guy. You want to see my tats? Me. I've already seen your cock. It's not that much of a stretch. Dick Guy. LOL. Hold on. And hold on, I did. For several minutes, actually. By the time my phone blinked again with his next message, I'd gotten up and refilled my glass. Yes, I understood the insanity of what I was doing. I also didn't care. I was never going to meet this guy. Also, he was the best dating prospect I'd had in years, and I didn't even know his name. With Hallie in a relationship with my brother and Ava torn between her on-off relationship with Butler and her feelings for her brother's best friend, I was somewhat of an oddball. I had no prospects. 0. I was the most confident of the 3 of us, yet here I was, texting a guy who'd accidentally wrong-numbered me. It could be worse. I could be texting nobody. I opened the message he'd sent me. Holy Mother of God. He was a work of art. Or his arm was. It was all semantics. The tattoos that adorned his muscular arm were intricate and all expertly woven together. There was a roaring lion on the inside of his bicep and roses on his elbow. A Celtic knot-style symbol was on the side of his forearm, and there was a thick line of black around his wrist with trees that stretched up the lowest part of his arm and wound into the other designs. I didn't want to think about how long it had taken to get inked. I couldn't even describe most of it, just that his arm was an explosion of perfect black lines and shading and bright pops of color. It was the kind of arm you could lie in bed next to and trail your finger over, tracing the designs and never, ever complete it. Me. I think I just came a little. Was that too forward? Nah, I was never going to beat this guy, was I? It didn't matter if he knew that his arm was basically one step away from actual porn. Dick guy. Funny, that's what I was aiming for when I started. Me. Nailed it. Me. Between the penis and the tattoos, how are you single? Dick guy. I'm waiting for a princess in shining armor to come sweep me off my feet. Me. With those muscles, the only thing sweeping you off your feet is a hurricane. My phone buzzed with another message from an unknown number, and a glance said it was my other number neighbor. Yay! I tapped on the notification and opened it. And then number 2. Hey, I'm Dante and I'm from Seattle. What about you? Yeah. No. I think Dick Guy's girl played him, and I switched conversations to tell him that. Unless your girl is named Dante from Seattle, you should probably block her. It was a few minutes before he replied. Dick Guy. Sorry, had to take my dog out. Dick Guy. No, she's named Rebecca from somewhere in South Carolina. South Carolina? Did that mean he was close to me? Shit the bed. I wasn't going to ask. I didn't want to know. I wanted to tuck him back into his little box of random stranger. Then again, people met people from other states all the time online, didn't they? It wasn't that unusual to strike up a relationship online and meet in the middle or somewhere. At least, that's what I read online. Mostly when I needed reading material for the toilet, to be honest. I shook it off. I wasn't going to think about it. Me. Yeah, block her. She's played you. Dick Guy. Damn it. I bet her picture was from Google. Me. Probably. You can't trust the internet. Abraham Lincoln said that. Dick Guy. He wasn't around when the internet was invented. Dick Guy. Wait. Dick Guy. I got it. Me. I was about to question your intelligence. Dick Guy. It's late and I worked all day. Thanks for your help, stranger. Was this goodbye? I was kinda sad about that. It was a better way to pass my time than watching yet another series of How I Met Your Mother for the 50th time before giving up after Lily and Marshall had their baby, and it got boring. Me. You're welcome, stranger. Maybe make sure you have the right person before you send your genitals to them next time. Dick Guy. Or avoid getting drunk and going on a dating website. Me. Even better. Chapter 3. Reagan. If you name it, it's yours. So, I have a problem. Ava eyed me. When don't you have a problem? This is a serious one. Hallie rolled her eyes and gripped the library cart. Yes, I'd accosted her at work and dragged Ava with me. And no, I did not regret it. It was our lunch hour, and it wasn't my fault my best friend was constantly taking my brother to lunch instead of me. When else was I supposed to offload my eggplant texting stranger issues if not over lunch? At work. It was her own fault. Okay, so you remember on Monday when y'all came into work after your run? I looked between them. You mean when Ava was a huge baby and groped your fridge to cool down? Hallie questioned. I was hot. Ava huffed out a breath and folded her arms over her chest. Exactly. Yes, then, I said quickly before any more bickering could start. Well, I had a wrong number text that morning. Ava tucked her black hair behind her ear and adjusted her bright yellow glasses. I didn't know why those two had to have such bright glasses. Probably the same reason I had bright purple hair. Is that what you were going to talk about until your phone rang? Ava asked, handing Hallie the book she'd motioned to. Yep, I nodded to punctuate it. What about it? Hallie asked, jumping off the step stool and looking at me. People get wrong number texts all the time. Not these wrong number texts. Was it a confession from a serial killer? I'm not sure they do those over text. A grandma looking for her grandchild? No, but I do have an old lady as my number neighbor who cannot text and has a friend named Cheryl who loses her keys. Ava frowned. How do you know that? I texted my neighbors, I replied. Back to the point of this conversation. It was a penis. They both froze. A penis? Hallie asked, one eyebrow raising and disappearing under her blonde bangs. Yep, he accidentally sent me a dick pic at 2 a.m., meaning it was the first thing I saw when I woke up on Monday morning. I took my phone out of the ass pocket of my jeans and after quickly unlocking it, shoved the phone in Hallie's direction. Look at it! Look! I don't want to! She did her best to duck and dive from my enthusiastic picture pushing, including covering her eyes. I'll look! Ava grabbed my wrist and pulled the phone in her direction, tilting the screen so she could see it. Not bad. Good size, length, and girth. Probably a good handful, she said appreciatively. You're in a library, Hallie jerked around with a hiss. You can't go flaunting unwanted dick pics everywhere. This wasn't unwanted, I corrected her. It was accidental, a wrong number dick pic. I don't care how it came to be in your possession. I don't want to see it. She grabbed some books from the cart. Did you tell him he'd sent it to the wrong person? Yes. I told him he got the wrong number, but he had a pretty nice dick, so it was okay. I wrenched my phone from Ava's grip, locked it, and tucked it back into my pocket. There's no such thing as a nice dick. Hallie pushed the cart along. They're all ugly. Even your brother's. Ew. Gross. La 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 la. I put my fingers in my ears. Ava snorted. She had that coming. Hallie nodded. I don't get it. You don't know the guy. He apologized, right? I dropped my hands with a click of my tongue. Yep, I told him it was fine. Reagan, that is not the correct response to a dick pic. Preston sent me one last week, and I told him to fuck off. Hallie rearranged a few books. Nobody likes dick pics. You're forgetting who you're talking to, Ava said and turned to me. Didn't you once ask for a dick pic when you were on that dating app? Yeah, but they banned me. I paused. To be honest, I asked because he looked like he had a small one, and those guys can be deceiving. Plus, this guy is really nice. You're still texting him? Yeah, he thanked me for being cool about it because most girls wouldn't be. I told him how to get a better angle and asked why he was sending it. Oh, hell, Ava muttered. It was a bit crazy when I laid it out like that. So, are you like friends now? Hallie asked, putting the now empty cart off to the side. No, I have no idea what his name is. I made a show of examining my nails. I didn't give him mine either. No idea what he looks like or who he is. The eyes of both my best friends were trained on me, and I knew exactly what they were thinking. I'd lost my marbles. It wasn't outside the realm of possibility. I know people think Hallie is the weird one here, but you are really quite strange, Ava said slowly, drawing her brows together in a frown. Hey! Yeah, no, she's right. Hallie raised her eyebrows. So what are you going to do? Just keep texting this nameless, faceless, unknown man with the relatively nice dick until I get bored, I guess. That or I have a one-night stand with him and recognize his cock. I shrugged. I thought last night was the end of our chat, but he'd texted me this morning to wish me a nice day. He's a nice guy. We actually have a bit in common. We took the stairs in single file, avoiding the stream of teens who were headed to study. Hey! Ava said brightly when we reached the bottom. What? I asked. Have you considered that we might know the guy whose penis that is? I was pretty sure I'd remember those tattoos, but what if they were new? What if I just never paid attention to tattoos on anyone I'd met before? I could have passed him in a coffee shop and never known. No, I said firmly. No, 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 no. I'm not going to believe that. Ava, why would you do that to me? She shrugged, but her eyes were full of mischief. It just occurred to me. I mean, who is he? Is he even legal? Is he young and hot? Or is he the limping janitor at the high school? I was going to throw up. Hallie laughed and turned around. I am so glad I didn't look at that picture. No, 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 I was muttering to myself at this point. No! Hallie's lips curved and she met my eyes. You're just gonna have to ask him, aren't you? Fine, I'll do it right now. He's not the limping janitor from the high school. I yanked my phone out of my pocket, opened our message chat, and hit the reply box. Me. By the way, who the hell are you? There. Done. I showed them the screen once more before putting my phone away again. As soon as I get an answer, I'll let you know. I can't wait, Hallie drawled. Are we still going out on Friday? If by going out you mean ordering pizza and vegging on my sofa, yes, I replied. Preston feeds the raccoons now. You can have a night off. She frowned. He has a weird friendship with Boris. I caught him searching for a big old branch for him the other day, and he refused to speak about it. Ava smirked. Maybe he's teaching Boris how to be faithful to Betty after the stuffed raccoon incident. Hallie paused, then shivered. We will never speak of that again. I still can't look at the damn thing without getting mental replays of his little ass going like the clappers. Neither can we, I say dryly, since you showed us the videos. Preach that, Ava muttered. It had been 2 days since I texted Dick Guy, and I'd had no response to me asking who he was. It was fun. It wasn't the end of the world. It was Friday, it was girls' night, and all I had to do was get through the next few hours of work, and I could drink as many margaritas as I wanted because I didn't have to work tomorrow. Cue fireworks. All right. It wasn't fine. Realistically, I knew that there was a slim chance our paths could cross in real life. Logic dictated that if he was matching with women who lived in South Carolina, he lived there or thereabouts. And Creek Falls, South Carolina, was where I happened to live. Part of me wanted to know who he was, and the rest of me wanted to never speak to him again. Unfortunately for me, the curious part of me was pretty strong and persuasive. Which was why it was super annoying that he hadn't replied and told me his name. I mean, I'd seen his penis. Erect! The least he could do was tell me his name. That was common courtesy. At least when these images came on the internet, you knew what to call a guy. I served a huge bouquet of roses to a guy who had, "I'm about to propose," written all over his face. I handed him back his credit card with a few words of encouragement, which seemed to calm him a little. He was followed by a young woman who screamed, "Someone just died!" who asked for my help in picking an appropriate bouquet for her grieving boss. We picked a selection of lilies, hydrangeas, and a few roses in shades of white and cream, and I packaged them up with an appropriate card for her. The rest of the day went much the same way. It was a steady stream of people until around half an hour before closing when I made a start on the behind-the-scenes jobs. By 6:30, I was leaving the store, safe in the knowledge that it was ready for my mom to run tomorrow. I drove back to my apartment in silence. The day had been hectic from the get-go, and my head was pounding from all the times the goddamn bell had rung today. I had to get the damn thing replaced. I fucking hated it. I pulled up in my designated parking spot and cut the engine. I had a feeling the girls would already be here since both had a key and got off work before I did. Still, I needed a minute to breathe in the silence of my car. So I pulled my phone out of my bag with every intention of scrolling the news. It was always good to keep up on the daily bullshit. I didn't make it that far. Dick Guy had replied. Dick Guy. Sorry, I've been working a shitload this week. I'm headed back in soon. My name is Noah. Noah. I rolled his name around on my tongue. It was a pretty hot name. It figured that the tattooed guy with the nice penis had a hot name. Me. Don't worry, I get it. I just got off work too. He was obviously around because he replied instantly. Noah. What's your name? I shared. You share. Me. Reagan. Noah. Well, Reagan, it's nice to kind of meet you. I snorted. Me. It's nice to kind of meet you too, Noah. Noah. Grin emoji. Noah. I'd love to chat, but I need to shower before I head back to work for tonight. So, Reagan, with the purple hair and apparently nice tits? I'll talk to you later. I grinned. It was dumb, but I fucking grinned. Me. Good talk, Noah, with the hot tattoos and the nice cock. Have fun at work. Banging on my car window stopped me from grinning at my screen like the idiot I became whenever he texted me. Something was seriously wrong with me. I looked up at my window. It was Hallie and Ava, and, as I'd suspected, they were already at my apartment. Judging by the half-empty wine glasses they held, they'd set up camp quite a while ago. Friday night was officially a go, and thank God for that. I got out of the car, and almost immediately Hallie grabbed me. What were you grinning at in there? She demanded. Get another dick pic? Ava waggled her eyebrows. I rolled my eyes and grabbed my purse so I could lock my car. No. I did, however, get his name. Today? You texted him 2 days ago. He said he was working. I shrugged. It happens, you know. Well, what is it? Hallie asked, using my key to unlock the front door and let us in. She shoved the door open with her hip. Noah, I replied. Ava tilted her head to the side. Nope. We don't know him. I don't know a Noah. Do you, Hals? Hallie nodded. But he's my friend's 6-month-old cousin, so he's probably not the culprit here. Gee, you think? I drawled, taking my keys back before we hit the stairs. Is the pizza here yet? Ava checked her watch. 10 minutes, and yes, I poured you wine. Sometimes I don't regret giving you a key at all. Chapter 4. Reagan. It's getting hot in here. I locked the door, rubbing under my eyes so I didn't smudge my mascara. 2 bottles of wine, 2 pizzas, and the Colin Firth version of Pride and Prejudice later, girls' night was finally over. It was barely 11 o'clock, and I was exhausted. Problem was, I had to shower. I had pizza sauce in my hair, and I just felt generally grimy thanks to a full day in the store. After quickly checking my phone, I stripped off my clothes on the way to the bathroom, leaving a messy trail of clothes through my apartment that I'd clean up tomorrow. I didn't much care right now. I just wanted a good, long, hot shower. So that was what I did. I turned the heat up until it was the hottest temperature I could bear and got in. There was a quick detour to grab some face wipes to remove my makeup before my mascara could run and sting my eyes. I soaked myself in the water, reveling in the sensation of the heat beating away at my skin. The entire bathroom steamed up as I went through the motions of shampooing my hair and conditioning it. My skin was red raw by the time I was done scrubbing it with my sponge and then my loofah. But I was clean. I was oh so clean, and it felt oh so good. I turned the shower off and climbed out. I grabbed the nearest towel and wrapped it around my body, then picked up a second and twisted my hair into it on top of my head. It was like a giant diaper on my head. It wobbled as I made my way through to my bedroom, humming along to myself. Taylor Swift's latest song had been played on the radio over and over today, and it was firmly stuck in my head. It was the tune to my post-shower rituals of digging out my oldest, most comfortable underwear ready for tomorrow morning's lazy session. I dragged out a tank top that declared me wanting to be where the people aren't, and thick-banded panties that branded Victoria's Secret all around the waist. After quickly drying myself off, I got into the clothes, adjusted the fabric over my boobs, and reached up for the towel. It took me a few minutes to work a wide-toothed comb through my hair and get the knots out of my thick curls. When that was done, I snapped a band on my wrist before grabbing my moisturizer. It took a few more minutes to work through my nightly skincare routine, and I was eyeing up the sachet of cucumber face mask when I paused. Something smelled funny. I pushed my stool back from my dressing table and walked out into my apartment. The closer I got to the front door, the stronger the smell was. I couldn't place burning. Something was burning. I spun, checking every inch of my apartment. There were no lit candles, and I hadn't used the oven at all today, so I knew it wasn't that. Nor had I turned on my hair tools for it to be one of those. Oh my God! What if something was wrong somewhere else? I ran to my front door and tugged. It didn't open. It was locked. I'd locked it before I got in the shower. I fumbled with the keys from the coffee table and got it in the hole on my third attempt. The lock undid with a click, and I pulled the door open to black smoke filling the hallway. Fire alarms blared through the air with the one exception: mine. I'd never replaced the batteries. Mr. Jennings' door was closed opposite mine, and I dashed back inside for my phone. I had no idea where the fire had started or what was going on, but I had to call 911 to see if my neighbor was okay. With a shaking hand, I tapped the number and hit call. The operator answered, and I had no idea what I was saying. I was on my knees, banging on Mr. Jennings' door, trying to stay as low as I could to avoid taking in too much smoke. I was halfway through saying I was trying to get my neighbor when the door opened. "Hold on! He's here!" I almost shouted to the operator. "Good grief!" Mr. Jennings shouted. "What's going on?" "Ma'am, do you have him?" the operator asked in my ear. "I do, yes." I got up as far as I dared. "Both of you inside the apartment. Shut the door." "Arthur, we have to get inside. I don't know where the fire is, but the fire department is on their way." I crawled into his apartment. "Come on!" "Yes." He shoved the door shut and came in with me. "Are you inside?" the operator, Polly, her name was, asked. "We're inside," I confirmed, moving for his fire alarm. I'd never hear her with it blaring, and we already knew there was a fire in the building. "Get a damp towel and block the bottom of the door to stop the smoke coming in. Okay, Reagan? Get as low as you can to the ground." Panic built inside me. "Arthur has a bad hip. He can't get down." "Okay. Block the door like I said, and go to the room that is the farthest away from the apartment door. Do you hear me?" I nodded, putting her on speaker. "Do you hear me?" "She's nodding," Arthur replied, taking the phone. "Towels in the bathroom." "Right. Of course." I ran through his apartment to the bathroom and grabbed 3 towels. I soaked them under the tap in his tub before squeezing them and running them back through to the door, dripping water everywhere. Arthur was talking to Polly. She was telling him the fire was on the ground and first floor. We were to stay put as the fire department was there. They were getting it under control and would be there to rescue us soon. She took his apartment number 3 times while I blocked the bottom of the door and helped him over to his bedroom, which was the farthest from the front door. Yes, it was hot. Yes, we could see the smoke outside the windows. No, we wouldn't open a window, but I was pretty sure there was smoke forcing through the front door now. I couldn't see it, but I could smell it. It was thick and acrid, and I wrapped my arm around a shaking Arthur. Polly kept talking to us, but it was all a blur. The smoke outside the window was getting thicker and thicker as it billowed into the sky. I was afraid to open the bedroom door just in case the fire had spread to the 3rd floor now. I swore I saw the flash of flames licking at the sides of the building when I looked outside the last time. What if I'd replaced those batteries like I should have? What if? What if I hadn't been in the shower? Would I have noticed it sooner? What if I hadn't been in my own little world? Was there a chance I'd have heard the other alarms sooner, smelled the smoke sooner? Call me dramatic, but I couldn't believe this was how I was going to die. In a fire. In my oldest cotton panties where the fabric had bobbled. And braless. Awesome. Joking was the only way I could stay calm. If I didn't, I was going to panic, and that wouldn't help anyone, least of all Arthur. Reagan? Can you hear me? Polly's voice cracked as the line broke. Yes, I shouted. You need to go to the door and bang, okay? Smoke can obstruct the apartment doors. Use a wet cloth over your mouth to support your breathing. They're entering the building now to get everyone out. I confirmed I would, and took the phone from Arthur. One quick trip to the bathroom later, and I had 2 cloths for us both. I handed one to Arthur to protect his mouth with, and used the other for me. He assured me they were clean, but I honestly didn't care if they weren't. If it was between a dirty face cloth or death, I'd pick the cloth. I might regret it later, but at least I'd live to regret it. Thick smoke was eking its way through the cracks around the sides of the door I couldn't block off, and I told Polly that. Bang loud, Reagan, okay? Keep the cloth over your mouth and nose and do not move it. You don't have to talk to me anymore. I'll stay on the line until the firefighters have reached you. I'll keep talking to you, but you tuck your phone into your bra and bang on the door. Okay. The smoke smarted my eyes, so I squeezed them shut before I tucked my phone under the arm that was holding my washcloth in place. Why hadn't I put a bra on? Why? With everything I had, I thumped my fist against the door. I didn't know how many of us were stuck in the building while it burned, or even if it would collapse, but Polly's constant affirmations that she was there and I was doing great kept me going. So did the adrenaline. I couldn't die yet. I was too young. I had to see Hallie and Preston have babies. I had to see Betty's babies and love on them a little bit. I had to see Ava find love. I had to see another one of Aunt Bethel's hideous outfits. And my God, if I got out of this shit alive, I was going to ask Noah where he lived, and if it was close by, I was going to ask him out. So be it. Amen. Blessed be. I banged a few more times before I heard a shout outside. Hello? In here! The smoke was thicker now, and I was glad it was me out here and not Arthur. He would be protected in the bathroom. We're in here! I yelled into the damp cloth, thumping the door as loud as I could. A bang came back. Step back from the door and move any obstructions. I yanked the towel away and moved back. The cloth slipped from my hand, and I dropped to my knees to grab it. I coughed as the smoke flooded the room with the opening of the door. My phone clattered to the rug, and I felt blindly for it, covering my mouth again. Miss, are you alone? A deep voice accompanied a strong, gloved hand gripping my arm. I shook my head. In the bedroom. He's old. Bad hip. Another cough. Hold tight to your mouth now. Sam, there's an old fella in the bathroom. Got it. Come on. The firefighter pulled me to my feet. Can you walk? I nodded, but my legs gave way as soon as I took a step. I'm picking you up, all right? I'll run you outside where the medics are waiting. I won't drop you. Okay, I rasped, behind the cloth. I pressed it so tightly to my face that it was any wonder I could breathe at all. In one swift movement, he wrapped his arms around me and lifted me over his shoulder. I caught a glimpse of Arthur being carried the same way before I had to squeeze my eyes shut once again. I was bumped and jostled, but the firefighter's grip on me never wavered. He held me tight to his body as he descended the flights of stairs. The smoke got thicker, and it was harder and harder to breathe as we got closer to the ground until it stopped. The jostling stopped, and my feet were deposited on the ground. It's all right. You're outside. I nodded, coughing into the cloth. I've got her. Don't worry. A new female voice, and new arms took hold of me, and I forced my eyes open. "What's your name, sweetie?" "Reagan," I breathed. My savior was a step away from me now, covered head to toe in dust, and I looked in his direction. "Thank you." He turned his head and nodded at me. There was a flash of green in his eyes before he turned and headed back into the still smoldering building. My gaze was glued to him. He just saved my life. A firefighter came out of the smoky doorway with the familiar figure of Arthur over his shoulder. I made toward him, but my legs went again. "That's my neighbor. I was with him. Is he okay?" Another medic came to the other side to steady me. "He'll be looked after by our colleagues, don't you worry. We need to get you in the back of the ambulance and get you checked out." "I'm fine." I was not fine. My teeth were chattering and my entire body was shaking. I knew I was going into shock, but I refused to give in. "Reagan!" I looked up in time to see Preston burst through the police line. "That's my sister!" "Get out of my way!" was Aunt Bethel's shout. My body was too busy shutting down to do anything. Before I could think, everything was blurry. I was bundled onto something where I could lie down, and something was put over me. And then... "What do you mean there's no wine here?" Miss Luella was 53 years old and had the unfortunate assignment as my nurse. "It's midday, Reagan. Even if I could, I wouldn't serve you it." I blew out a long breath and dropped my head back as she secured the blood pressure cuff around my upper arm. "I'm fine. It was shock. I didn't inhale enough smoke for it to be damaging. The doctor said so. Why won't they let me go home?" "Sugar, I've told you 3 times this morning. Smoke inhalation symptoms don't show up immediately." She checked the machine next to me. "Dr. Wilson wants to make sure you're really all right before he sends you on home." "I'm asking for wine, aren't I? If I was sick, I wouldn't ask for wine." "Reagan." She removed the cuff and sat on the edge of my bed, looking at me with her kindly blue eyes. "You've had a traumatic experience. You've lost everything you own except the clothes you were wearing and your cell phone that you somehow managed to drag to the ambulance. I'd say that's the optimum time for wine." She had me there. "So why won't you bring me any?" "It's not on the menu for patients. And before you ask, no, your friends cannot bring you some with the Subway sandwich you insisted on having." "Miss Luella, I've had a traumatizing time. Can't I have the sandwich my heart desires?" She pursed her pale pink lips together. "You're trouble. You know that?" "Yes." I said it so flatly that she just laughed. "All right, you're done for now." "Your obs are all good," she said, picking up the chart. "You're not showing signs of shock, so if you really want to leave, I'll call Dr. Wilson and see what I can do for you." "Please, Miss Luella, I'm totally fine. If you have a phone charger, I'll be even better." She fought a smile. "Let me check the staff room." "I love you." "You've said that 3 times this morning." She grinned and, with a click of her pen, put it back in her chest pocket. "All right. You rest up. Your friend shouldn't be much longer." I sighed. "Thank you. I really appreciate it." She winked. "I know you do, honey." She left my room, the door clicking as she opened it. "Oh, sir, she's not taking visitors right now." I frowned. "Sorry, ma'am. Her doctor said I could see her." That voice was familiar. Why did I recognize it? "I took the call to the fire last night." Oh, shit. It was the voice of the guy who had literally carried me out of the burning building. "I'm not sure she's up to unfamiliar visitors right now," Miss Luella replied. "It's okay." My voice was smaller than I wanted it to be. "Miss Luella, it's okay. He can come in." She looked over her shoulder. "Are you sure?" I nodded, pushing my hair behind my ear. I'd like to thank him. With a jerk of her head, she stepped aside and said, "Be gentle. She's had a rough night." "Of course," rumbled a deep voice. I looked down as the door clicked shut. What did you really say to the person who'd saved your life? I hadn't expected to ever see him again. But here he was, in front of me. Well, I assumed he was. I wasn't looking at him. With a swallow, I looked up. My breath caught in my throat. Clad in black sweatshorts and a white polo shirt with a Creek Falls Fire Department logo on it, I noticed two things. He was tall, at least 6'3", and built like he lifted weights 8 hours a day. No wonder he'd tossed me over his shoulder so easily. His dark hair was trimmed short to his head, but it was just long enough to run your fingers through. And green eyes fixated on me with shock flashing through them. But I barely had time to register his parted lips or the dark coating on his jaw before my gaze roved over his arm. It was covered in tattoos. A thick, black line at his wrist gave way to trees that wove into the hints of a Celtic knot, and red roses on his elbow, and a ferocious, roaring lion on the bicep. This was not happening. There was no way. Absolutely not. But it was. I knew those tattoos. I'd seen a picture of them just days ago. Oh, holy fuck, I whispered.
Chapter 5. Noah. Surprises aren't just for birthdays. She looked at me the exact same way I imagined I was looking at her. It was one thing to suspect that the purple-haired woman I'd hauled over my shoulder and carried out of a burning building was the girl I'd been texting all week. I swore I'd heard her give her name as Reagan to the medic, but I'd passed it off as hearing things. I was working, I was doing my job. Between the burning fire and the sound of the hoses roaring through the night and the commotion of all the people gathered outside, there was every chance I'd heard wrong. It was too much of a coincidence, wasn't it? One accidental text message, a few conversations, and she happened to be the first person I rescued from that fire? It was weird. Judging by the way she was looking at me, she felt the same. I hadn't heard things, and the beautiful purple-haired woman in the hospital bed in front of me was Reagan. Was she going to go into shock again? She looked like she was. Her blue eyes were wide and horrified as they made their way down my arm, and recognition set in. Her lips were parted in the most perfect little O, and her purple hair was a mass of curls around her head, almost like a halo. Or a mane. Something told me that she was a lion. "Well," I said, shoving my hands in my pockets, desperate to break the awkward silence, "this is a story to tell the grandkids, isn't it?" She blinked at me, and then her bottom lip wobbled. Just as I thought she was going to cry, she burst into laughter. She clapped her hands over her face to cover it as she giggled her way through the next minute. I could do nothing but smile, so I leaned against the wall and waited for her to calm down. "Pinch me," she whispered, coming around from her laughter. "I'm dreaming." "Afraid not." I held up a hand with an awkward smile. "Hi, I'm Noah. I saved your life last night, and I believe you saw my penis by accident earlier this week." She bit her lower lip and dragged it between her teeth. "Hi, I'm Reagan. Thank you for saving my life, and I guess you can now judge for yourself if I have great tits." I made a show of looking. "That hospital gown isn't really doing you any favors." Reagan glanced down. "Nah, I guess not. I'd adjust them, but I might set the arm off and Miss Luella would kick you out." I glanced at the machine. "Your heartbeat is going nuts. I'm surprised she's not in here yet." "She saw you on the way in. She's a woman. She'll understand." She had absolutely no filter at all. It was somewhat refreshing. I chuckled. "Look, I just wanted to make sure you were okay. This awkwardness aside, are you?" She nodded. "I'm fine. I didn't inhale enough smoke for it to do any damage, and I'm over the shock. I just want to go home." Yeah, they can be pretty rough in this hospital on fire victims, even if you seem okay. No kidding. They won't serve me wine, they won't let me go home. I see your priorities are firmly in order. She laughed, but it was weak. There were dark shadows under her eyes, and I'd put money on her not sleeping last night. Can I ask you something? About the fire? They don't know how it started yet. No. How bad is the damage? Shit. I didn't want to upset her, but I didn't want to lie to her either. Just say it. I'm imagining a huge pile of ash that used to be my building, so... It's not quite that bad. I cracked a smile. But you won't be able to get into your apartment anytime soon. The damage is bad. I don't think anything is salvageable. I'm sorry. She shrugged and ran a thread from her blanket through her fingers. I figured that was the case. Ugh, great. I'm going to have to move back in with my parents and my crazy great-aunt. She was taking it pretty well. Well, at least that insurance I've been paying out my ass for will finally come in handy, she added, looking up and meeting my eyes. I know it wasn't my fault for once, so there's that. Was she insane? Like clinically diagnosed insane? She'd just lost her home and all her things, and she was talking about it like it was a burned Victoria sponge. I should have known she'd be crazy from her response to my dick pic. No, definitely not your fault. It started on the ground floor. Damn it, if it was Harriet Wilkins and her damn Wicca candles, I'm going to burn her ass at the stake. I frowned. The old lady on the first floor? Yes. Reagan's eyes flashed with annoyance. She's been told before about burning those candles all the time. All right, it's mostly because the building manager is a staunch Catholic and went into her apartment praying about the evil that is witchcraft. I smirked. But she'd been told it was dangerous to put them on the floor and let them burn while she hummed like she was being possessed. Aren't Wiccans supposed to be peaceful? And little girls are supposed to be seen and not heard, yet here I am being heard by anyone who will listen. She raised her eyebrows like she was talking to an idiot. The sound of 2 female voices outside the door stopped me from responding to her. The door jerked open, giving faces to the voices. One young woman about Reagan's age had short blonde hair that curled at the ends, and she adjusted her red-framed glasses as she hauled a huge bag up onto the end of the bed, completely ignoring me. The other had long black hair and yellow glasses, and she rolled her eyes as she pushed the glasses up on top of her head, how most people would wear sunglasses. Right, said the blonde. We went shopping since you don't have any underwear. Reagan raised her eyebrows. If you took my credit card, it's your funeral. Yours melted, the black-haired girl said. So we took Preston's, the blonde added brightly. Acceptable. Go on. Reagan flashed me a look. She'd clearly noticed that they hadn't realized I was here, too. Who the hell was Preston? With his permission, the blonde went on. I'm not sure we're quite at the stage yet where I can just spend his money, unless it's on the raccoons, but he's the one who bought that playhouse. I had no fucking idea what was going on. Can you get on with it? Reagan asked. I'm tired, and if you didn't bring me a Subway, I will hunt you down. Ah, this was a friendship based on love and respect, I saw. Here's the sandwich. The black-haired girl produced a wrapped sandwich from her oversized purse and handed it to Reagan, who took it and motioned for them to continue. This was getting weird. The blonde pulled a bra out of the bag, and my eyebrows shot up. There are 3 of these and the matching underwear. She proceeded to pull out 2 more bras and 3 pairs of cotton panties. Great, thanks. I guess neither of you noticed that we're not alone? Reagan's eyes glittered with laughter. Both women jerked and stared at me. The black-haired one looked me up and down appreciatively, and I fought a laugh as the blonde's cheeks flushed bright red. This is Hallie, Reagan pointed to the blonde, then to the other one, and this is Ava, and please excuse their rudeness. Nice to meet you, ladies, I said politely. It sure is, Ava said with a smile. Hi, Hallie muttered. I'm gonna kill you, she hissed in Reagan's direction. Reagan took a bite of her sandwich and said, And this is Noah. They both froze. Oh, shit. Had they seen my penis, too? The way Ava dropped her gaze gave me my answer. "Anyway," I said, pushing off the wall, "I'm happy you're feeling all right, Reagan. We'll talk soon?" She gave me a thumbs up and nodded, chewing. "Ava, Hallie, it was a pleasure." I held up my hand in goodbye and quickly made my way out of the room. "Noah?" Reagan called. I backtracked a few steps and poked my head through the door. "Yeah?" "Thank you. Again." "Any time." I smiled and, with another wave, pulled the door shut behind me to give them some privacy. I paced back and forth in my kitchen. I was close to wearing the flooring thin at this point, but I didn't care. I was mentally exhausted from working overtime all week long, with it culminating in the fire last night, but I couldn't get Reagan out of my head. I wanted to shake myself, shake the thoughts right out, shake her right out. What were the chances of all this happening? Me accidentally texting her, her being fine with it, us striking up somewhat of, could you call it a friendship? The beginning of one? We'd joked together, but I'd never considered that I'd ever meet her. For all I knew, she lived in freaking Canada. What were the chances that, in a country as big as the United States, she lived in the same small town as I did? I rubbed my temples. What were the chances I'd rescue her from a fire? All the people in this town, in this county, in this state, and it was her. Reagan with the purple hair and the, apparently, great tits. I'm sure someone somewhere could figure out the statistics, but I wasn't that person. How the fuck did this happen? It was a complete and utter coincidence. If I believed in destiny and fate and all that shit, I'd say it was that. Hell, I didn't believe in it, and a part of me was thinking it. Of all the people I could have sent that text to, of all the numbers that irritating person on the dating app sent me, it was Reagan's. I'd sent her a picture of my dick. 4 days later, I'd saved her life. I shook my head and dropped onto my couch. I was supposed to meet the guys for a beer tonight, but I didn't think I could. Physical exhaustion was setting in now, but that was probably because I'd thought myself into it. I wanted to text her. I wanted to text Reagan and see how she was, if she was home yet, if she was in disbelief like I was. I knew it wasn't a good idea. She already had people fawning over her, but she struck me as the kind of person who considered that their worst nightmare. One glimpse at her and you knew she was an independent soul. She didn't need me bothering her, too. I grabbed the remote and turned on the television. Poosh, my chihuahua, jumped onto the sofa next to me. I glared at her, but she simply circled like a cat until she was comfortable and stuck her ass in my direction. All the people in my family, and I was the one who'd gotten stuck with the little diva when my grandma died. "You comfy there, Poosh?" She wagged her little tail in response. I took that as a yes. Apparently 6 years of sleeping on the sofa negated 6 months of being told get off the furniture. Yes, I'd given up. And no, I wasn't proud. I was also wondering when my mom was going to take the dog like she'd promised she would when she moved. Considering it had been 3 months since then and she hadn't mentioned it once, I had to stop and ask myself why I was still wondering. Poosh was mine now. I still lived in hope that me, a 6'3" firefighter with tattoos and muscles, would one day get something a little more masculine than an 8-inch tall purse poodle. I flicked through the channels until I found the sports news. There was a rundown of the football scores from last weekend and a look at the division standings, but that was as far as I made it before I zoned out. Scratching Poosh behind the ear, I found my gaze falling down to my phone on the coffee table. It was fucking ridiculous. I didn't even know Reagan. Why the hell was I here fawning over her as if she was my ex-girlfriend who'd just broken up with me? I knew why. Sadly, I did. I was used to texting her. When I wasn't at work all this week, I'd been talking to her. It had filled my time and passed the minutes until we either had to work or sleep. A few days ago, this very time would have been filled with the back and forth of our banter. Fuck it, Poosh, I muttered, leaning forward and grabbing my phone. She yipped at the disturbance of the sofa cushion, and then, for my insolence, farted. Being a dog dad was not the way I'd imagined it to be. I unlocked my phone and opened my text messages. Just as I did, a new message came through, and my chat with Reagan showed up bold. She'd beaten me to it. Reagan, they finally let me home. I want to go back. My great aunt is driving me insane. Me, how are you feeling? Reagan, like I almost died. Reagan, then got thrown into the nut house when the hospital let me out. Me, that bad, huh? Reagan, she won't leave me alone. I'm in my old bedroom and there's a poster of Justin Timberlake with noodle hair. Me, noodle hair? Reagan, attachment. I clicked the image to open it. A picture of Justin circa, God, sometime in the damn noughties, filled my phone screen. His hair was gelled to within an inch of its life and colored a yellowish blonde. Yep, noodle hair. Me, that's a little scary. Why is he looking at you like that? Reagan, 10 years ago it was because he wanted to marry me. Now he looks like he wants to kill me. Me, why not just take it down? Reagan, my aunt won't let me get out of bed. I think she thinks I was in the ICU. Me, it's nice that she cares. Reagan, if she escorts me to the bathroom again, she'll be the one in ICU. Me, that's probably a jailable offense. 2 emergency services in 1 week is enough. Reagan, I like to do things properly. Around 3 seems like the way to finish the weekend. Me, Reagan, no. Reagan, fine. Reagan, but if Great Aunt Bethel is found dead under the bed, I'm holding you personally responsible. Me, DNA will prove otherwise. Reagan, I watch the ID channel. They can try. Me, I'd like to see you try. Reagan, it can be arranged. Me, don't murder your aunt. Seriously, a firefighter and a hospital bed are enough for 1 weekend. Besides, the police might want to talk to you anyway when the cause of the fire is determined. Reagan, you can't hear me, but I'm sighing. Me, I imagine you are. Poosh jumped off the sofa and went to the door, whining to be let out. I dropped my phone on the coffee table and whistled for her to follow me to the back door. She trotted along after me, her nails scratching against the tiled kitchen floor, and ran outside the second I opened the door. I left her for a few minutes so she could do her business. When she was done, she came back in and headed straight for her water bowl. A few licks later, and she bounded into her bed with her favorite stuffed animal and curled up to go to sleep. I left her to it, shutting off the light on my way back through. My phone was flashing with another text message, and I scooped it up on my way to the stairs. Reagan, this is weird, isn't it? It wasn't a question. It was weird. Me, yep. Totally weird.
Chapter 6. Reagan. Crazy is as crazy does. It was always good to know you were on the same page as someone. For me, it was the hurried goodnight last night after me and Noah both acknowledged it was a weird situation. It had been funny in the hospital. I was tired and maybe still ever so slightly in shock. But now, a day later, it was just plain weird. I was attracted to him. Like, attracted. I didn't need those panties the girls brought me attracted. He was hot. Really fucking hot. And my literal dream. I'd once told Hallie and Ava that I was holding out for a hot tattooed firefighter with a rescue chihuahua. I knew Noah had a dog, and if it was a rescue chihuahua, well, I'd probably come in my pants. Actually, there was no probably about it. I'd come in my pants, then knock the guy out and drug him so he'd marry me. All right, that was a little extreme. My attraction to him was purely sexual. I wanted to jump his bones. He was the kind of guy you took home, and he met your mom the next morning. This was just like me. My life was in pieces, and here I was thinking about a hot guy. At least he took my mind off the fact I was lying in bed, not allowed to move. Totally fine. Homeless? Yes. Clothesless? Pretty much. Already dreading the inevitable call with my insurance company? Abso-freaking-lutely. My mom had already handled the first one for me. I'd swung my legs out of bed and grabbed the sweatpants the girls had given me yesterday. After that, I pulled on a tank top and threw a light sweater over my head since my mom always kept the thermostat at minus 1,000 degrees. She swore it wasn't cold in the house, but anytime anyone mentioned it was basically the same as the store, she got offended and gave us the look. You know, the one that strikes the fear of 100 deities into you. I trudged my way downstairs. Since it was Sunday, the store was closed, but it was early enough that everyone had already gone to church. They wouldn't be back for at least an hour and a half, which was more than long enough for Great Aunt Bethel to count the ways I was going to hell. I turned on the coffee maker and refilled the empty beans. It was kind of nice to have the house to myself, especially without everyone fussing over me. I knew Bethel meant well, but she didn't exactly understand personal space. Or any space at all, actually. At least she'd taken down the poster of noodle-haired Timberlake when I'd asked her. I made my coffee and sat at the kitchen table, enjoying the silence. I wasn't thinking about anything other than the rich, hot coffee in the mug in front of me. I wasn't thinking about the fire, or my family, or Noah, or the fact I'd promised myself I'd ask him on a date if I survived. Hindsight was a wonderful thing. When I'd said that to myself, I'd been under immense stress. Life flashing before my eyes kind of stress. It was enough to make me pledge allegiance to a deity I didn't believe in, never mind tell myself I was going to ask some hot stranger out for a date. Did I want to go out with him? Stupid question. I'd seen his penis. Not to mention his eyes. Those green eyes of his could drop a nun's panties to her knees. It wasn't a good idea. I knew that. Despite my insistence that I was fine, I knew I needed to recover. I needed to get back to my normal life and find somewhere new to live before I did anything else. Besides, I didn't know Noah. Getting to know someone was, of course, the whole point of going on a date, but, well, I didn't want to date Noah. I just wanted to sleep with him. That was a little tidbit I'd keep to myself, of course. If Hallie and Ava knew that, I'd never hear the end of it. They'd barely realized who he was yesterday in the hospital before my doctor had stopped by and they had to leave. I was expecting them to show up after they'd been on their run. I was going to get an earful anyway because of how nonchalant I was. What was I supposed to do? Scream and shout? I'd already giggled after he'd introduced himself, and I'd realized exactly who he was. I was too shocked to do anything else, so I'd simply pulled the mask on and gotten on with it. And wondered how soon was too soon to text him. Was it too soon to text him now? Oh my God! What was happening to me? I was turning into a fucking princess, wasn't I? The handsome guy swooped in to save the day, and here I was, swooning. No, I was not swooning. Reagan Wright did not swoon. Ever. I was not about to start over a tall, green-eyed, muscular, tattooed firefighter. Damn it. Maybe a little. Just enough to imagine him naked. It was a well-accepted fact that the quickest way to stop swooning was to get turned on. At least it was in my world. Everyone else needed to get on board that train because I'm telling you, it worked. What would Noah look like naked? I tapped my fingers against the side of my mug and stared out of the back window. He had to have abs. Most guys didn't have biceps out of a Men's Health magazine unless they had the abs to go with it, which meant he also had the pecs and that tempting V that curved over a guy's hips. Did he have more tattoos? Or was it just his arm? Should I paint tattoos on there? Or was I just setting myself up for disappointment? Wait. I wouldn't be disappointed. I was never going to see him naked. More naked. Ahem. No more tattoos, just in case. I like to be surprised now and then. You know, there was always the chance I'd wrangle him into bed. Or a bush. I really wasn't that fussy. Maybe not a bush. The branches could get scratchy. Not that I'd ever had sex in a bush. I had some dignity. Seriously, I did. 2 knocks at the front door pulled me out of my thoughts. As I suspected earlier, the cavalry had arrived, and it smelled like they came bearing food. I looked at the bags. Did you bring food? Hallie nodded. Grandma said that we were going to hell if we didn't. Ava put her bag on the counter. Which she is an expert in, considering she's wearing a black leather miniskirt to church. Maybe she thinks God likes that. Don't. Hallie held up a hand. Abigail has lost control. I expect her to become an alcoholic any day now. If she's gone this long without succumbing, she'll be fine. I got up to help unpack, but was quickly shooed back to sitting down. I'm fine! I was sick of saying that now. Sit! Ava demanded. We're going to fix you some pancakes, and you're going to tell us a little more about, well, that hot piece of ass who was in your room yesterday. His name is Noah, I said. Never mind that I'd just been undressing him inside my mind. He sent me a picture of his cock and then saved my life. That's quite the apology, Hallie snickered. This was insufferable already. Coincidence. It's a coincidence. Nothing in life is a coincidence. Ava put a pot of strawberries on the counter and turned to look at me. Here we go, I muttered, nursing my mug a little closer to me. I know you don't believe in this stuff, but fate is a thing, Reagan. It exists. There are some things that happen that are against all reason and are completely inexplicable. I think you meeting Noah was one of those. Hallie shook her head. I knew I shouldn't have let you buy that Kool-Aid. There's no other explanation for it, Ava continued, completely oblivious to the fact Hallie had a frying pan in her hand, a frying pan she had no business holding. Ava, I said. It was fate. Granted, your apartment burning down was a nasty side effect of that. She was kidding, right? She considered me being homeless as a nasty side effect of fate? She needed help. But it'll all work out. He's hot. He's literally your dream guy. Ava, I said again as Hallie set the frying pan on the stove. Sometimes the universe just has plans for us that we don't understand, and that's okay. The universe needs to tell you to shut up. I banged on the table. Hallie has a frying pan in her hand. I don't want another fire. Oh, crap! Ava grabbed Hallie and moved her away from the cooker before she plucked the pan from the hand of our kitchen-impaired friend. You know you're on strawberries duty. Reagan doesn't need to go through any more trauma, thank you. Hallie pulled a knife out of the block and raised her eyebrows. You know what's traumatic, Ava? You and your drivel about fate. I nodded along solemnly. Even though this is weird, and you may have a little hippie point. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Back the fuck up! She does not have a point! My voice was an octave too high. Oh my God. Did you drink her Kool-Aid? What's wrong with you? Are those morning jogs scrambling your brains? It is weird, though. She tossed a glance over her shoulder at me. What are the odds? I don't know. I don't do math. I bet we could start a thread on Reddit and someone would figure it out, Ava mused. We are not starting a thread on Reddit. This was ridiculous. It's a coincidence, a really weird, slightly uncomfortable coincidence. Does he think it's weird? I'd be alarmed if he didn't. So you're still texting, Hallie stated. I licked my lips. I texted him complaining last night when you two told me to piss off. Did he entertain your bullshit? He did. They both turned and looked at me. With an eerie synchronicity, they both said, "Marry him." I blinked. As if they hadn't just gone otherworldly on me, they spun back around and got back to making pancakes. They were weird. Seriously. Almost as weird as my situation with Noah. "So, what are you going to do?" Hallie asked, putting sliced strawberries into a small bowl. I shrugged and looked down. I didn't freaking know. It wasn't every day one was put in this situation, was it? I doubted there was anything on Google about this, either. It wasn't really your run-of-the-mill situation. "Why don't you just go out with him?" Ava poured some pancake mix into the pan. "One date isn't going to kill you." I wrinkled my nose up. "Because it's—" "She doesn't know," Hallie sang, dropping more strawberries into the bowl with a flourish. A little too much flourish, if you asked me. Reagan, who has her nose in everyone else's relationship, doesn't know what to do with her own. It's not a relationship." I pushed my hair away from my face. It's two people who happen to meet each other in strange circumstances. That's all. "Right." Ava flipped the pancake and eyed Hallie. "Do we believe that?" "We do not," Hallie confirmed. "But I bet." "No. You are not betting on me right now. Where's the compassion? I'm homeless." I wasn't above a few dramatics. I think I'd earned the right to be dramatic in this situation, and yes, I would use it to guilt the fuck out of everyone. For the next few days, at least. It'd probably get old after that. Although the look these two were giving me said they were already tired of it. I wondered how much it was to buy 2 new friends. Ava wiped her hands on a towel. "What are we betting?" $50 says Reagan sleeps with Noah at some point. They sucked. "Why is it always $50? How many times do I have to tell you that I'm broke?" Ava complained. "I knew I shouldn't have become friends with the rich kids in school." "Fine. $20. "That's more like it." Ava stuck out her hand. "I don't think she will." "That's right," I said, pointing at Ava. "She's got my back." She poured another pancake into the pan. I'm only saying you won't because she beat me to saying you will. You bitches suck." "Noah. How's Justin?" I wrinkled my face up. Apart from a shower, I'd spent all day in bed. Great Aunt Bethel had about had a coronary when she came back from church and found me on the sofa watching TV. I had a TV in my room. Never mind, said TV was 15 years old and couldn't connect to the internet for Netflix. It was good enough, apparently. Me. In the trash, along with all my other teenage band posters. I can't deal with eyes on me when I get changed. I set my phone in my lap and picked up the remote to scroll channels. There was absolutely nothing on any of them. And I was honestly an inch away from texting my brother and asking him to bring me a real television. I don't think Amazon Prime would get it here fast enough. Also, I had no idea what made a good TV. Noah. I get that. The last time I stayed with my parents, it took me 10 minutes to remove the Teen Me posters from the room. They kept it as some kind of shrine. Me. It's weird. My brother's room is the same. We all live in the same town. I'm not going to pop over and stay for the weekend. Noah. Yeah, I don't have that excuse. My parents live in Maine. Me. How the fuck did you end up here? Noah. Got on a raft off the Maine coast and drifted down like an explorer. Me. You're funny. Noah. That's sarcastic, isn't it? Me. Hey, look at that. It can translate over text. Noah. LOL. I went to school in Charleston. Went home for a year and got pissed off with all the snow. So came back. Moved around a few times until I found somewhere I liked. Me. Did you move to Creek Falls or nearby? Noah. Creek Falls. About 6 months ago, which is when I started dating. Me. I'd ask you how that's going, but I already know it's not very well. Noah. Ha! Noah. I work a lot. There's always overtime available, and I want to do work to my house, so I take it. Was I talking to someone who had their shit together? Holy hell. Me. Wow. A guy who sends dick pics but actually has a career and a house. Noah. And sometimes makes bad decisions, like sending a dick pic. Me. We can't all be perfect. Noah. Truth. Are you still on bed rest? Me. Medically, no. Unofficially, yes. Noah. I'm sure she means well. Me. She tried to wear latex pants to church today. She's 80. 80-year-old women who wear latex pants do not mean well. Noah. I guess it depends if you're into 80-year-old women who wear latex pants. Me. If you tell me that you are, Noah, will I break your heart? Me? Totally shatter it. I may never recover from the pain. Noah. Tell me how you really feel. Me. You really don't want to hear that. Noah. Kinda do. It can't be worse than me finding 8 pairs of boxers under the cushion in my dog's bed. Me. I don't know what to say to that. Noah. There isn't really anything anyone can say to it. Me. True. Me. Okay, fine. Me. I'm fed up of being in bed. There's nothing physically wrong with me. My mom is already insisting I speak to someone for my mental problems she's sure I'm going to have. Nobody listens to me when I say I feel okay. I had to beg for 30 minutes earlier to take a shower. The purple walls in this bedroom are starting to give me a headache, and if I don't leave this house tomorrow, I'm going to have a meltdown. Noah. I have an idea. Me. What? Noah. What if I come over tomorrow? I saved your life. There's no way they can deny me taking you for lunch. Me. If you're asking me on a date, you're not being very clear. Noah. Reagan, you were just in a fire. I'm not asking you on a date. I'm simply trying to break you out of your prison for an hour or so. Me. What makes you think my prison warden will agree? Noah. I saved your life. I'm hardly going to let you hurt yourself over a plate of fries and a strawberry milkshake. Me. I suppose you can try. Noah. I'm pretty persuasive. Does your mom like flowers? Me. She owns a florist business, so I'd say so. Noah. I'll think of something. Me. Good luck with that. Chapter 7. Reagan. The Great Escape. I had no idea how Noah thought he was going to charm my mother and great aunt into letting me out of the house. Monday morning was bright and warm, a fact I was only aware of thanks to the sun streaming through my window. It was a miracle I was allowed to use the toilet without Great Aunt Bethel peeking through the crack in the door to watch me. It was starting to get a little unnerving. Like, I wanted to call the police and report a stalker kind of unnerving. I checked my reflection for the 50th time in the mirror. I wasn't quite sure why I cared as much as I did. The last time he'd seen me, I'd looked like I'd, been in a fire. Today, though nobody would know by looking at me, my hair was no longer a dry, knotted mess thanks to a heavy slathering of an argan oil mask, and the black shadows that had been present under my eyes had been lightened thanks to plenty of sleep. I glanced at my phone. I'd done it every 10 seconds for the last few minutes. I hadn't been kidding when I'd told Noah that I was about to get cabin fever. I needed to get out of this room and have some breathing space for my family. I appreciated them. I honestly really did. And I knew they were only doing what they thought was best for me. But hot damn! I needed some air. And no, despite Great Aunt Bethel's quip that I should open a window, that wasn't good enough. A red truck rumbled into view, slowing as it approached the house. My stomach flipped as it stopped at the end of the driveway, and the door opened. and Noah jumped out. His black t-shirt clung tight to his muscular body, and his light denim shorts hinted at the muscle in his legs, too. And probably his butt. And I wasn't gonna lie. I kinda hoped he'd turn around so I could get a shameless look at his ass. As he knocked at the front door, I ran to my bedroom door and pulled it open so I could listen. "Joanna! Who is it?" Great Aunt Bethel called. "I don't know, Bethel," Mom said in a tired voice. "I haven't answered the door yet, have I?" "Why are you taking so long? Anyone would think the door is halfway down the street." "Yep. Welcome to the madhouse, Noah. The straitjackets are in the closet to the left." "Hello. Can I help you?" my mom said. "Hi. Is Reagan here?" There was a pause, and then, "Yes?" But not just a yes. A long, drawn-out, suspicious yes. "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Noah. She and I have a lunch date?" This was charming my family? I think not. "You do you?" "What's going on?" Aunt Bethel demanded. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" "He says his name is Noah and he's going for lunch with Reagan," Mom replied. "Reagan is on bed rest. Absolutely not." "Ma'am, All right. I had to put him out of his misery. He hadn't started this well at all, and knowing Aunt Bethel's track record, it wasn't about to get better. I got to the bottom of the stairs just as Aunt Bethel slammed the door shut in Noah's face. "Bethel!" Mom gasped. "Oh my God!" I cried, jumping down the last 2 steps. "Aunt Bethel, you can't slam the door in people's faces!" I darted past both of them and yanked the door open. "I'm so sorry." Noah's lips twitched to one side. "Don't worry about it." "Aunt Bethel." I looked at her pointedly. "What?" She jerked her chin up in defiance and crossed her arms over her chest, her bangles jingling against each other. "Don't you have something to say?" Honestly, teaching toddlers manners would be easier than convincing this old woman to use ones she already knew. I assumed she knew them. I hoped she knew them. "Jesus," Mom whispered, pinching the bridge of her nose. "Do you know this man?" "You say it like he's a stranger from some back alley." "For all I know, he is." "All right. I wasn't exactly selling him either, was I?" "Mom, this is Noah. Noah is the firefighter who carried me out of the apartment building." Her eyes went wide, and horror flashed across her face. She staggered backward, clutching her hands to her chest. "Well, why didn't you say so?" she demanded of Noah. Noah cleared his throat and shifted uncomfortably. "Forgive me, ma'am, but that's not usually how I introduce myself to people." "Oh, he's a smartarse!" Aunt Bethel shoved in front of me and Mom and glared at him. "When did you meet?" Noah glanced at me. "When I rescued her from a burning building, ma'am." "Do I look old enough to be called ma'am to you? That's no southern accent on you. You weren't brought up to ma'am people." Oh, fuck me dead. This was a terrible idea. "Actually, my grandma was born and raised in Louisiana," he said quickly. "She heard me call a woman older than me miss and beat my ass until I apologized and addressed her as ma'am." Aunt Bethel looked him up and down. What are you doing here? Are you courting my great niece?" "Courting? Mom!" I shot her a look that said, "Get this crazy woman away from the hot guy at the door." This was why I could not live with my family. I was 26. I could handle my own stuff, and I certainly didn't need my 80-year-old great-aunt asking if someone was courting me. "Okay, Bethel, that's enough." Mom finally stepped in and pulled her away from Noah. "Reagan, maybe you should both stay here. I'm not sure you're up to—" "Mom, if I didn't feel well enough to leave the house, I'd be in bed." I touched her arm. "I appreciate that you're worried about me, but I'd like to go out. For an hour. It's just lunch, and I'm not alone." Mom hesitated. Aunt Bethel narrowed her bright pink-lined eyes at us, her clumpy mascara forming a black curtain so thick it was a wonder she could see past it. "Besides, I said brightly, stepping closer to Noah. He saved my life once already. He's not going to let anything happen to me, is he? Plus, buying him lunch is the least I can do, I went on. I knew I was wearing her down because she was running out of things to say. He saved my life, Mom. What's an hour of my time plus a burger and some fries? And to lie down in the back of his truck, Bethel sniped. Mom! Mom flapped her hands. All right. She took a deep breath. Bethel, that was inappropriate and you're being rude. Reagan, if you really feel like you want to go for lunch, you go and have your lunch with the nice man. She finished distractedly. Be home by 10. Aunt Bethel opened her mouth to protest, but Mom ushered her off toward the kitchen before she could say anything else to potentially insult Noah. I am so sorry, I said, turning and meeting his bright green eyes. His lips curved to one side. Nah, your mom was right. I should have led with the whole saved your life thing. I rolled my eyes. God, don't. I need to run upstairs and grab my phone and stuff. I'll meet you in your truck? I can wait here. We don't know this man, Aunt Bethel trilled from the kitchen. What if he's here to kidnap her? On second thought, Noah said, taking a step back, I'll wait in my truck. I grimaced and nodded once. I would. His little smile became a sexy half-grin, and he jumped down the steps to the front door backward, then spun and headed for his truck. I left the door open as I did my own spin and darted up the stairs. I needed to get in and out and quickly as possible before Bethel made a break for it and tried to offend Noah even more. I grabbed my phone and purse, and after one quick glance in the mirror to treble check. Was it a treble check if you'd done it at least 10 times? I made my way back downstairs. Aunt Bethel was still blathering on about the strange man with the tattoos, and didn't my mom know that tattoos were what gang members used? That was the kind of thing those biker types wore. Like they were a t-shirt. If I said Jesus any more times, he was going to appear. I pulled the door shut behind me before she got any ideas and all but ran toward Noah's truck. He'd turned it around in the time it had taken me to get upstairs, and I climbed up into the passenger side of the cab. I flopped down onto the seat and tugged the door shut. Hi. I glanced over at him, my lips curving. Hi. You ready? To escape the madhouse? What do you think? That I should put my foot down. I winked and clicked my belt into place. Let's go. Where are we going? Noah pulled away from the curb. I was going to let you direct me. I haven't been in town long, like I said, and I definitely haven't been out for lunch. I leaned back in the seat. What do you want to eat? You're the one breaking out of jail. I'm happy to go wherever you want to. Oh, no. I hate making decisions like this. Do you know how difficult it is to pick somewhere to eat? I shifted my whole body so I could look at him. Do you want Chinese, Thai, steak, Korean, pizza, burgers, Caribbean, Mexican, Spanish, French, Italian? Noah's gaze darted my way. Do you have all those places in Creek Falls? No, but that doesn't make the decision any easier, I replied. Well, burgers, pizza, Mexican, Italian, steak, or Chinese? Shit me, I feel like I'm being interrogated by the fucking government. You may as well be. Pick somewhere and I'll tell you where to go. I said you can pick. I don't care. I've been everywhere. They're all good. You're the new boy in town. Pick somewhere. You're demanding. Do you know that? Yes. Preston? Oh, he's my brother. Regularly points out how demanding and difficult I am. I paused. If you really want me to pick, I will. But you can't complain after. He turned the blinker on so we'd head in the direction of Main Street. You just said they're all good. They are, but it's not my fault if you feel like pizza and end up with a taco. I can honestly say that I do not care what I eat for lunch as long as it's edible. Right. Then turn left, then right, and pull into the parking lot next to the liquor store. I see you're taking us to a reputable location. Oh no, the liquor store is a pit stop. It just happens to be on the way to the Mexican place I like. I see. So you're using me for liquor? You've met my great aunt. Damn straight I'm using you for liquor. Noah laughed, turning as I'd instructed him. I tried really hard not to ogle his arm. I did, I'd swear it. I'd take it to my grave that I was not staring at his tattoos. Apparently, he didn't agree with me. Do you want another picture of my arm, or are you all right over there? I jerked my face away, looking out of the car window. I'm all right. Are you sure? I will ask them to spit in your tacos, lifesaver or not. He laughed, making another turn. How can I fairly judge if they're good tacos if I'm aware that they may have been spat in? Order the fajitas instead. I deadpanned. Noah pulled into an empty spot outside Rocky's Liquor, and I unclipped my seatbelt. Well? I asked when he didn't move. Are you coming to help me buy my body weight in liquor to get through living with my parents? Or not? I told you the tacos are good. I licked my fingers as I set my half-eaten one on the plate. I wouldn't know, Noah said dryly, leveling me with a look that held only a hint of amusement. I had the enchiladas because I don't know if I can trust you or not. With a sigh, I grabbed my taco and held up the end I hadn't yet bitten into and held it out. Here, take a bite. I swear I didn't spit on this end. Noah stared at me. You said this wasn't a date. Taking a bite of my taco does not make this a date. I paused. My legs are firmly closed, just so you're clear on which taco I'm referring to. 1, the taco you're holding out to me is clear enough, and 2, do you really refer to your vagina as a taco? I don't make it a habit, but it's been a crazy week. I'm rolling with it. He took a moment before he shrugged and leaned forward. His fingers closed around my hands as he guided the soft-shell taco toward his mouth and angled it to take a good bite. It was unfairly, ridiculously, and probably illegally hot. I did not sign up for this. You're right, he said, lowering my hands to put the remainder back in the basket. They are good tacos. Yes, good tacos. Very good tacos. I shook my head and reached for my ice water so I didn't have to respond. I wasn't quite sure what would come out of my mouth if I did, so it was much, much easier to seal my lips around a stupid paper straw that was soggy as hell. What was I saying about it being easier? Right. That was when we were allowed to use plastic straws. I was all for saving the ocean, but I was also all for being able to drink my water. I pulled the wet straw out and replaced it with another. It was good for all of 2 minutes until... Wait. Never mind. It was useless when I reached the end of my water and was sucking up air. Welp, there went my ignoring tactic. So, Noah said, have you heard anything from your insurance company yet? I shook my head and tucked my hair behind my ear. They're waiting on the reports from y'all. Do you happen to know anything? I might have heard some things. You have to tell me. He half smiled. You know you didn't start the fire. You're going to get your full claim. I know, but you know what these companies are like. They'll take everyone and their mother to court to make sure it's guaranteed. True, but the source of the fire was in the laundry room, believe it or not. Are you serious? Noah nodded, leaning forward on the table. From what we've been told, one of the appliances overheated and short-circuited. It's all hearsay and not guaranteed, but that's the working theory right now. Wouldn't surprise me. Those things were old. They're still waiting on final results, so don't tell anyone I told you that. I won't, I promised. Honestly, I'm not sure what to do now. Living with my parents is my worst nightmare, but I don't have anywhere else to go. What about your friends? The ones who saw you in the hospital? I shook my head. Hallie, she's the blonde, is dating my brother, and I'm not interested in hearing them get dirty whenever he stays over. Ava, the other one, well, shit. We just couldn't live together. Why not? Because friendships are weird. You'll have to explain. People say opposites attract, and sometimes that's true for friendships, too. Hallie is the mayor's daughter. She's the local librarian and a total bookworm, even though she's strong-willed and a ridiculous animal lover, to the point where there's a pregnant raccoon living under her back porch. Noah raised his eyebrows. Exactly, I said. Ava is a reluctant runner who works in a cafe on Main and is a serial dater despite her endless failures with long-term relationships. She's emotionally shut off and in perpetual denial about said relationships, even though she's a raging romantic. That said, she's the sweetest, most supportive person you'll ever meet. And what about you, Dr. Reagan? Where do you fit into the friendship? Me? I'm the resident asshole. I'm the one who doesn't have a filter and will tell you you're a goddamn idiot while simultaneously accepting my own stupidity and ignoring it. I'm a huge pessimist who refuses to see the best in people because then nobody can ever disappoint me. Wow. Noah pulled his water toward him and sipped. Sounds like you're the walking reality check. My apartment building just burned down, and I'm living with my parents and crazy great aunt. I think I've earned the right to be a pessimist at this point. He grinned. You've had a rough few days. I'll give you that. You think? 1 week ago, I woke up to some weirdo's penis in my texts, and now I'm having lunch with him. Our server paused at the end of our table. I bit the inside of my cheek and looked down as she quickly walked off in another direction. Thanks. Noah met my gaze. That was exactly how I was hoping to be introduced in a new restaurant. You're welcome. I grinned. So, the check? You're not paying, by the way. Yes, I am. No, you're not. I groaned and slumped onto the table. Oh no, you're one of those. Noah sat back and smirked. One of what? I waved my hands. I am man, must pay for food. Woman cannot. Raising his eyebrows, he leaned forward. If I'm one of those, then so are you. What? He held up his own hands and wiggled his fingers. I'm so independent. I must pay for my food. God forbid a man buy my lunch. I pursed my lips, trying not to laugh at the high-pitched voice he was putting on. Shut up. This isn't a date, and I can pay my half. I didn't dispute this not being a date. He pulled his wallet out and slipped out a card. But I can want to pay for your food, can't I? You can, but you won't. I removed my own wallet from my purse and slapped down my card. We appear to have reached an impasse. His green eyes shone with suppressed laughter. It's not that hard to figure out. We split the bill based on what we ordered and split the tip 50-50. He held my gaze. I'm not going to win this, am I? I shook my head, my hair flying around my shoulders. Not a chance in hell. Fine. He sighed and motioned for the check to be brought over. You're stubborn. Yep, it's one of my better qualities. I grinned, and all but accosted our blushing server as she brought the bill over with a card machine. She'd obviously heard our conversation because the wallet contained 2 receipts with our bill split. I pulled them out with another grin in Noah's direction and selected mine. I added the tip and handed it to the server with my card for her to charge it. She swiped. I signed. Then she moved on to Noah, who did the exact same thing, all the while glaring at me across the table. I was trying not to laugh. I really was. I would bet $100 that he'd never met anyone like me before. Not that I was tooting my own horn. I knew I was what normal people called unique. I mean, my best friend fed raccoons, so compared to her, I was only a little strange. We both stood at the same time, and Noah held the door for me on the way out. Thank you, I said softly, stepping out into the almost stifling heat. Well, I saved your life. I think I can hold a door for you. Are you going to bring that up every single time I talk to you? Maybe. Like I said, it's one to tell the grandkids. I side-eyed him. Slow your roll. I didn't mean our grandkids, just my grandkids in general. I don't think it works the same if I'm not your wife. Nah, I'll be like Ted from How I Met Your Mother. You'll just be one of the women who is not the mother. I hopped into the truck and, when he'd gotten in too, said, You know that Ted was the absolute worst character in that show, don't you? Chapter 8. Reagan. Mahalo for nothing, Netflix. He looked at me as if I'd kicked his puppy. No way. Barney was the worst. I shook my head as he pulled out of the parking lot. I'm sorry, but you are 100% wrong. Barney was a terrible person, but he owned it. Like he basically broadcasted across the entire city that Barney Stinson was a jerk. Good guys don't have an entire wall of porn in their apartments, Noah. He opened his mouth to speak. None that I've ever met, he said after making a turn. But Barney treated women like shit. How can he not be the worst character? Even Lily is a worse character than he is. Okay, wow. Ted is one thing, but now you're hating on Lily? Yes! I laughed, turning to look at him. She was mean and manipulative and forced everyone to do what she wanted. Not to mention her baby's first trip out of the apartment was to a bar. A bar! All right, the first trip thing I'll give you. He paused. Actually, all of it. You're right, she was fucking mean. I nodded. But still not as bad as Ted. What did Ted ever do to be a bad character? Well, he made us sit through all that drivel for that bullshit ending, for one. Technically, that's on the writers. Whatever. It was Ted's story. I rolled my eyes. Okay, he cheated on Victoria with Robin and lied to Robin about it. He bugged that tattoo doctor until she literally had no choice but to go out with him. He constantly compared every woman to Robin, even though she'd made it blatantly obvious that she wasn't interested. He made his friends feel guilty for being in relationships when he wasn't. He argued with Robin over Quinn's apartment when he was the one who made things weird in the first place. He ran away with Victoria when she was going to get married. Klaus was leaving her too, Noah argued. They weren't suited for each other. Your mistakes are not justified by the actions of other people. It doesn't matter if someone else is doing the same thing you are. It doesn't make it right. Is your name Reagan or Aristotle? Depends if you want to be sitting in a truck with an alive 26-year-old woman with great tits or a dead Greek genius. Does the dead Greek genius talk back? I can't say I've ever spoken to one to find out. I raised my eyebrows. Would you like to find out? No. I was just wondering if that was the only way I'd win this argument. I grinned. I didn't win yet. You haven't agreed that I'm right. Noah shrugged as he turned onto the street where my parents lived. He made mistakes. We all make mistakes. He did a lot of good stuff, too. I'm sure serial killers have done good stuff, too, but nobody thinks they should be released from prison for mowing their elderly neighbor's lawn. Killing numerous people and making romantic mistakes are on the other ends of the bad person spectrum here, don't you think? I guess it depends why they killed the people. I should have known you'd be a true crime fanatic when you laid out such a well-reasoned argument about a fictional character. Sighing, he pulled up outside the house. I'm not a true crime fanatic. I just think some people have it coming to them. I glanced at the house and saw the curtain twitch. Like Great Aunt Bethel. Pretty sure nobody would blame me for whacking her with a lamp. Noah laughed and leaned to the back seat. He pulled my bag from the liquor store through to the front and handed it to me. Or a bottle, I added as an afterthought. Make sure you drink it first. You don't want to waste wine. He winked. Pro tip. I clicked my tongue and winked right back. By the way, I can't wait for you to text me and tell me that I'm right about Ted. He shook his head as I opened the truck door. Never gonna happen. Go home and watch all the episodes I mentioned and tell me he isn't a terrible character at the end of it. Sounds like you're still salty about the end of it. Of course I'm salty about the end of it. I dedicated myself to that show for years, and they repaid me by shitting on my head in the worst possible way. I jumped out and gave him a pointed look. We should all be salty about that ending, even the people who've never seen the show. Laughing, he leaned over. I think you need to lie down before you give yourself a migraine. I slammed the door shut. I'll be waiting! For a very long time, he yelled back. I stopped at the front door and turned to look back at him. His truck was still there, and he was grinning at me through the car window. Being mature as I was, I poked my tongue out at him, making him laugh. He raised his hand in goodbye and pulled away right as I pushed the front door open and stepped inside, all while steadfastly ignoring the fluttering in my stomach. That's right, I was totally ignoring the fact that I'd just had lunch with a man who made my stomach flip. Yep. Noah. All right. I admit it. Grinning, I rolled onto my side and flicked my hair out of my face so I could reply. Me. Admit what? Noah. You were right. Ted is the worst. Yes! I punched the air, almost hitting my hand on the nightstand when it fell back down. I knew it! I knew he'd give in and admit that I was right. Me. Is it childish if I gloat? Noah. No, but it's not that ladylike either. Me. I'm not really a lady. Me. Yes! Yes! I told you so! Noah. I was expecting a video, not gonna lie. Me. I'm in bed. Nobody needs a video of me in bed. Noah. Smirk emoji. Me. You didn't need to take that in a dirty way. Noah. I didn't take it in any way. Maybe you took my response in a dirty way. Me. Maybe you should be quiet, Noah. Noah. Touch a sore spot, did I? Me. I'll touch your sore spot. Me. That sounded better in my head. Noah. I'm embarrassed for you. Me. Thank you. That saves me a job. Noah. You're welcome. Even though you don't deserve it for the stunt at lunch. Me. What stunt? Paying for my own food? Is it that rude now? Noah. Not that. Saying how we met so the server heard us. Me. Why? Do you think she's hot? Me. Bear in mind, you're screwed no matter how you answer that. If you say no, you're lying. And if you say yes, it's rude. And if you refuse to answer, I know you did. Noah. You're thinking into this a lot. Do you care, Reagan? Me. Hardly. Noah. I actually have no idea if she was hot. I didn't look at her that much. I was too busy with you. Me. Smooth. Not quite 10 out of 10, but I'll give you a solid 7. Noah. Am I not allowed to tell the truth? Me. I didn't say you were lying. I just said you were smooth. Me. I'd be looking at me too. Noah. There's nothing like tooting your own horn. Me. Says Mr. I saved your life. I can hold a door for you. Noah. But I did save your life. Me. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying that if we're talking about horn tooting, you're pretty darn good at it. Noah. Yeah, but when you save people's lives, you're allowed to toot your own horn. Me. Now you're just overplaying it. Noah. I am, aren't I? Me. Slightly. The time to use it was this morning on my mom and my aunt. Noah. Yeah, but it sounded a little too gratuitous. What was I supposed to do? Say, hi, I'm Noah, the one who saved Reagan's life, and we're going for lunch? Me. ... Me. Yes, Noah, that's exactly what you were supposed to say. Silence. He didn't reply. Was it something I said? I did have a tendency to be a little rude. But we were bantering, so... I grabbed the remote for the new TV that my dad had installed in my room this afternoon and hit the button because, yes, Netflix. Yes, I was still watching Friends, thank you very much. I paid Netflix to give me unlimited streaming of my favorite TV shows, not judge me on the fact I was using that unlimited streaming in one sitting. I was recovering from a fire. I could stream for 4 hours if I wanted to. Yeah, I probably couldn't use that line for Netflix if I'd spent 2 days complaining about being babied by my family. Fine. I paid for Netflix. I could stream for 4 hours if I wanted to. There. Better. My phone buzzed with a message 5 minutes into the show, and I sighed with relief when I saw Noah's name. Noah. Sorry, my dog stole my underwear again. Me. ... Your dog steals your underwear? Noah. Yeah, she's a weirdo. I blame my grandma. Me. Why your grandma? Noah. She belonged to her until she died 6 months ago. I had to go to Maine to rescue Poosh. Me. Your dog is named Poosh? Noah. Hold on. Let me see if the little thief will cooperate for a picture. Me. Okay. ... And wait, I did. For 20 minutes. Was he taking a photo of a dog or a viper? Noah's name finally flashed on the screen, and I unlocked my phone to see the message. And, oh my God. It was a chihuahua! It was a picture of him holding a very pissed-off-looking tan chihuahua with one white ear and a bright pink collar. Dead. I was dead. Dead, dead, dead. Me. Oh my God, you have a chihuahua! Noah. I thought she was a Great Dane. Me. You have a chihuahua! Noah. Yes. Me. You have a chihuahua! Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Noah. We've established that, Reagan. Me. You have a chihuahua! Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Noah was a hot firefighter with tattoos and for all intents and purposes, a rescue chihuahua. I was so fucked.
Chapter 9. Noah. Bacon is better than everything. Was Reagan broken? Was "you have a chihuahua" all she was capable of saying? She was like an old record who was stuck on the same line, repeating it over and over. I wasn't an expert on stuck records, or women for that matter, but I think it meant she liked chihuahuas. Me. Yes, I have a chihuahua. Yes, she is pissed off. I stole my underwear back. She cost me a damn fortune. Poosh growled as if she knew what I was typing on my phone. She probably did. I swore she was possessed, probably with the ghost of my late grandma. It was the kind of thing Grandma would have done. Found herself some witch doctor type to ensure her spirit went right for her dog to torment me for the next few years. Yeah, that probably wasn't read out when we heard her will. Reagan. Stop buying Calvin Klein, then. I raised an eyebrow as I texted back. Me. How do you know what underwear I wear? Her reply was instant. Reagan. You bent over in the liquor store. I looked. I'm not ashamed. Laughter burst out of me. Of course she'd looked. I really shouldn't have been surprised. She'd walked behind me most of the time while we'd been walking the aisles of that store, and I thought I'd caught her staring at my ass once or twice. She was shameless. I kinda liked it on her. It fit her wildness. Anyone who had purple hair had to be a little bit wild. More than that, I could see it in her eyes, especially when she laughed. There was a glint in her blue eyes, a glint that hinted that there was more behind the shameless, sarcastic exterior. The thing was, I thought both sides of Reagan would be wild. She struck me as the kind of person who gave her all to everything she did, whether that was loving someone or hating them, working or playing. I rubbed my hand across my face. I had no idea what I was doing sitting here thinking about her like this. She'd given me absolutely no indication that she felt anything but gratitude and friendship toward me. She was more excited about the fact I have a chihuahua than she was about me saving her life. Actually, that wasn't entirely true, but she hadn't sent me 8 "you saved my life" text messages either, so it was definitely a point that was up for debate. Still, She'd had a rough weekend, and the last thing she needed was some idiot with a chihuahua putting the moves on her. It was times like this that I wished I had my family around. I'd be able to offload this to my mom while she cooked for me and hummed and listened. Then she'd tell me to shut up and stop overthinking everything. She'd remind me that my stupid-ass choices led to this moment. Which they had. If I hadn't drunk that last beer last weekend, I wouldn't have opened that stupid dating app, and I wouldn't have ended up accidentally texting Reagan. After the fire, she would have been one of many people I'd rescued from burning buildings. Hearing her say her name was Reagan would have washed right over me as unimportant. It wouldn't have had me showing up at the hospital to see if she was my Reagan. It was all my own doing why I was sitting here on my sofa, in my underwear, watching TV while texting her. It was why I'd done it for the last few days. Could you have feelings for someone you barely knew? Realistically, I knew fuck all about her. Not the kind of shit you'd learn on a first date, anyway. The menial stuff that was kind of important in the long run. Favorite food, and movies and colors and all that shit. Yet here I was, wondering how hard she'd punch me in the nose if I asked her out for real. My phone pinged, jolting me out of that train of thought. I already knew the answer. It would be fucking hard. Reagan, did your dog eat your underwear again? Me. No, the only pair she can access are the ones I'm wearing. Reagan, you definitely don't want her doing that. Me. Definitely not. What are you doing? Reagan, that's a better line than what are you wearing, I suppose. Reagan, I'm watching Friends. Oh no, she spent the day shitting all over How I Met Your Mother and she was watching Friends with Ross Geller, who was categorically the worst fucking character ever to be created on TV? Probably in books, too. Nobody with an ounce of sense would create such a shit-ass character. No offense to the creators of the show, great show guys, really, but Ross? Fuck Ross. Noah. I fucking hate Ross, he's the worst. I waited for her to defend him. It was coming. She'd defend him the way I had Ted Mosby before I systematically broke down her argument the way she had mine, and she agreed she was wrong. Reagan. He's the fucking worst, I can't stand him. Rachel should have gotten on the damn plane. Well, there went my plans for the evening. Me. You were supposed to argue with me. I stared at my phone, waiting for her response, but it didn't come. Instead, her name flashed on the screen as a call. This was new. She spoke the second the line clicked on. How am I supposed to argue about Ross? He is the worst character ever. He's selfish and whiny and insecure and just an absolute pig to Rachel all the time. He didn't want her but got mad when she dated everyone else. And Joey? Poor sweet Joey, who knew he was going to break Ross's heart, had the gall to love Rachel properly, and Ross was mad about it? You know what I think? If Ross really loved Rachel, he'd have let her be with Joey. That's what I think. I waited a moment before I said, Hi. Calling is new. She laughed breathily, as if her rant had exhausted her. Sorry, I have feelings about Ross. It's easier if someone can shut me up halfway through. If you hate Ross so much, why do you watch the show? Joey, duh. Right, of course, why else? You asked. Amusement tinged her tone. No, it's a good show. It's a comfortable show. I can enjoy it and hate Ross at the same time. I feel that. I got up and walked through the kitchen for a drink. I started hating Ted 10 minutes into How I Met Your Mother earlier, yet I still enjoyed the show. Also, I don't think I can ever forgive you for making me realize just how fucking shit he is as a character. You're welcome. She laughed, and there was a swish as if she were in bed. Shit. I did not need to imagine Reagan in bed. I adjusted my boxers. It wasn't my fault she was fucking gorgeous and I was insanely attracted to her. Could I blame her for that? What other TV shows do you have strong opinions on that I should be aware of? I pulled a bottle of water out of the fridge and knocked the door shut with my elbow. I want to make sure I'm prepared for more of the things I love to be shattered. Reagan laughed again. I don't know. The Big Bang Theory? None of the characters are 100% awful except maybe Sheldon, but he doesn't hide it, doesn't count. You're right. I can't rip them apart like the others. They're all too good together. She hummed. Okay. One Tree Hill? Never seen it. 90210? Nope. Gilmore Girls? Negative. Charmed? Reagan. I sat back on the sofa and popped the cap on my water. What makes you think I've watched any of those teeny bopper shows? I'd hardly call them teeny bopper shows. They're not the original version of Sabrina the Teenage Witch. I had to watch that because of my cousin. Salem is the best character in that show. Ha! She laughed again. Pretty sure I wanted to be Salem when I grew up. I asked for him once at Christmas, but I don't think I thought through having a sassy talking cat. I said. There's also that little snag where cats can't actually talk. She paused. All right, so that's an issue. No need to shatter my dreams. From the girl who shattered my favorite TV show. If How I Met Your Mother is your favorite show, you need to get out more. I'm sorry, didn't you just reel off a TV guide's worth of shows you've watched that I haven't? I think this conversation is done. Laughing, I put my bottle on the table and gave Poosh a scratch before sitting back. That's it? I win, so you're done with this conversation? You're not familiar with women, are you? Relatively familiar. I spent some of my day with one. Unless you're hiding something. What would I be hiding, huh? You rescued me when I was wearing nothing but a thin tank top and old panties. She was indeed right. Not that I paid much attention. I didn't really look at you. It might be a shock to you, but I was too busy saving my life. Yeah. I hear you, Superman. You're a real-life superhero. Anyone else, that snark would have ended the call. But with Reagan, I could hear the laughter she was fighting to keep inside. I would have worn my cape, but it was in the wash, I replied. Sorry to disappoint. It's okay. I suppose being alive is enough, although you should make sure to keep the cape on you. It's a fire hazard, don't you think? I changed the TV channel. One too many fancy whips, Superman style, and I'm the one on fire. Huh. She paused for a moment, and her breathing crackled down the line. That would defeat the object of wearing one. It would, wouldn't it? She sighed. Never mind. It was a nice fantasy while I had it. You're fantasizing about me in a cape? Not specifically, and it's not a fantasy. You just said it was. Oh my God, just because I said it doesn't mean I meant it. Are you in the habit of saying things you don't mean? I'm a hot-tempered woman with a family of insane relatives, a best friend who feeds raccoons, a big brother who pisses me off daily, and another best friend who is a chronic on-off dater. What do you think? I bit back a laugh. I think I've learned more about you in the last 5 seconds than I have since I first texted you. Reagan didn't bother to hide her laugh. That's because you have. That's the most any stranger knows about me. I don't think you can call me a stranger anymore. I know way more about your TV preferences than I ever wanted to know. Plus, you shattered my dreams. You can't shatter a stranger's dreams. Yeah, well, you've never seen me be hit on in a bar. Dreams get shattered all over the place. You're a fucking delight, aren't you? Yes, I am. Thank you for noticing. That was one laugh I couldn't hide. Anyway, she said, clearly bringing the conversation to a close as some kind of knocking sound came from her end of the line. Thank you for our late chat. It was fun, but there's a crazy old lady banging on my door and demanding I adhere to a curfew I haven't followed since I was 17. That explained the banging. You're welcome. Thanks for giving me more company than my weirdo dog. Watch it. If I ever meet that dog and you're being unnecessarily mean, I'll steal her. I'll give her to you, I replied dryly. Night, Reagan. Night, Superman. I opened my mouth to demand she never call me that again, but her giggle right before the line cut off distracted me just long enough. Now the line was dead. I could text her, but I knew she wouldn't listen. Damn it. Poosh knocked into my ankle and yipped. Bedtime. Come on, Poosh. Will you get your fucking nose out of your phone? Joel, our chief, whacked Liam around the back of the head. Tell that to my mother, Liam cricked his neck. My sister is in labor and she's texting me every single thing. I winced.
Well, don't tell us, Joel demanded. That's too graphic for this early in the morning.
He wasn't wrong. It was only just getting light out. Liam shot him a dark look and glanced at me. Why aren't you telling Noah to get his nose out of his phone? It's been there all week.
What are you, 5?
Joel rubbed his salt and pepper beard.
He's new. He's probably making friends. Right, Noah?
I jerked my head up.
No, I was, buying shit paper on Amazon.
Liam snorted.
You can do that?
Joel leaned over to look at my phone.
Well, I'll be damned. And it's cheaper. Gotta tell that to the wife.
Earning brownie points for the next time you shoot a hole in the garage door? I grinned. 3 weeks ago, he'd accidentally discharged one of his hunting rifles and sent the bullet flying into the garage door, where it had embedded itself in a thick piece of metal.
Still haven't heard the end of it,
he muttered, turning back to the coffee maker that had seen better days.
She reckons I could have killed someone. I told her it would have killed the neighbors and I would have done the entire cul-de-sac a damn favor.
Liam picked up his coffee. I'm not sure that's a good thing to say to a retired police officer.
She agreed, Joel replied dryly. Their dog still thinks our front yard is its toilet. Caught the grandson almost eating its crap the other day.
Were you trying to hit the neighbor or their dog when you accidentally fired the rifle? I teased.
Hey, you'll be on toilet duty if you keep that up, newbie.
He pointed a thick, weathered finger at me.
Remember your place.
I'm on toilet duty, I replied with a dry tone of my own. It's on the roster. I slid the bit of paper over toward him. You drew it up. He swiped it up and looked at it.
I did this last month. I don't know what I watched on TV last night.
He tossed it back at me, and I grabbed it before it dunked into my coffee.
Good catch. You should have played baseball.
I did, I replied, but I decided that running into burning buildings would be more fun than earning millions of dollars. Liam choked as he laughed at me. Joel narrowed his eyes and wiggled a finger.
You put your sassy pants on today.
I don't think they come in my size, Chief.
I knew I should have retired last year. That stupid psychic my wife makes me go to said my life was about to get difficult.
That was probably about the neighbors, not Noah. Finn walked into the kitchen and joined us, dumping his backpack by the door. 'Cause if he's more difficult than the neighbors, Chief, you should have fired him already. I grinned. He's right.
You boys.
Joel shook his head and picked up his mug.
I don't know how I put up with you.
You love us, really, Finn smirked.
Like a hole in the head,
he muttered in response.
Y'all finish those coffees and get your butts downstairs. We got training to do. Burning buildings don't put themselves out.
And thank God, because if they did, I'd still be living with my mother, Liam murmured when Joel left the room. Me and Finn laughed. So, Finn hit the button on the coffee maker and looked over at me. My sister saw you having lunch with Reagan yesterday.
We're friends,
I replied. Didn't Reagan live in the building that burned down last week? Liam leaned forward. My ex used to live there, and I swear I saw her there several times. Think so? Finn asked. Not sure. I haven't spoken to her since high school. I knew where this was going. Yeah, I said before they could reminisce about Reagan in high school. She did live there. I was the one who actually got her out. Liam's eyebrows shot up. And now you're friends? I shrugged. I don't go to lunch with strangers. I wasn't going to expand on the rest of the story about how we knew each other. It was partially their faults. And you just happened to have her number. Jesus Christ, what is this, an interrogation? I finished the rest of my coffee. I've been in town 6 months. Is it that unbelievable to think that our paths might have crossed at some point? Finn hit me with a look. You fucked her, didn't you?
Shit, no.
I shook my head emphatically and put my mug in the sink. Haven't even kissed her. Not for a lack of wanting to, though. Like I said, we're friends. There's nothing more to it. All right. He leaned back against the kitchen counter. You're being real defensive for just friends. If you haven't fucked her, you definitely want to. Liam nodded, closing his eyes.
I'd fuck her.
I'd fuck her 7 ways to Sunday, Finn said. She's hot as hell.
Thought you said you hadn't spoken to her since high school.
I pocketed my phone. I haven't, Finn replied, but I don't need to talk to her to know I'd like to fuck her.
Damn right.
Liam slammed his empty coffee mug on the table.
Come on, let's go before Joel kicks our asses.
Sometimes I wondered if it would have been easier to be born a woman. There was no way women talked this crudely about guys. Was there?
Chapter 10. Reagan. Danger! Danger! I literally came in my sleep, I hissed, flattening my hands against the table. This is a problem! Ava blinked at me. I don't really know how to respond to that. Groaning, I slumped forward on the table and buried my face in my arms. This was going from bad to worse. I see the drama llama is joining us for lunch today. Hallie pulled out a chair and sat down. What did I miss? I groaned again. I got this, Ava said. She had a dirty dream about Noah last night and apparently orgasmed while she slept. Well, shit. The drama is justified for once. I sat back up and shot daggers at my best friends. This is serious, you guys. I think it's my subconscious taunting me. Hallie adjusted her glasses. The subconscious does control your dreams. Does that mean you actually want to sleep with him? Of course I want to sleep with him, I hissed. Have you seen him? He's a walking wet dream. I'm glad we cleared that up, Ava muttered. The problem is that I don't think he sees me that way, I continued, grabbing a paper napkin so I had something to fiddle with. I knew I shouldn't have called him last night. You called him? Hallie choked on her water. What she said. I nodded. I did. We were talking about TV and he tried to bait me about Ross, and I called him to wine. You know how I feel about Ross Geller. They both nodded their heads. After all, they'd heard all about how he was the worst character ever. I could write a book on it. At least a solid blog post or a viral Twitter rant. We talked a bit until Bethel came banging at my door like the dictator she is. Hallie opened her menu and nodded for me to continue while she read. I think that was it. He has the best voice. Like, he could read me the phone book and I'd probably come right in my pants. Like you did while you slept? Ava hid a smile by wrapping her lips around her straw. I glared at her. Here's the thing. When I was in the fire, before I knew who Noah was, I promised myself that if I survived it, I'd find out where he lived, and if it was possible, ask him out. Oh, Hallie said, closing the menu. And lunch yesterday was his idea and not romantic at all. Right. So ask him out, Ava said, looking at me like I'd lost more than a few brain cells. Since when have you ever cared about anything like that? You're the confident one out of us. Hallie was in love with Preston for years before the kissing booth got them together, and if Preston hadn't done it, there's no way they'd be together right now. Hey! Hallie tapped her with her menu. I could have told him. No, you wouldn't have, I replied with a slight shake of my head. Ava looked at her pointedly before turning her attention back to me. I'm a hot mess. I can't keep a relationship going to save my life, and I have feelings for Ethan, who, by the way, I barely stand as a friend. I'm only nice to him because of my brother. But you, Reagan? You're the one who just goes for it. You've said over and over how you think we're stupid for having all these feelings and not acting on them. Hallie slowly smiled. My, how the tables have turned. This was a terrible idea. All right, so I'm being a chicken. I held up both of my hands right as our waitress came over. We all made our order before I picked the conversation back up. Thing is, it's weird, isn't it? We've talked way more over text than anything else, and he still keeps texting me back even though I'm a bit of a weirdo. At least you admit it. Hallie raised her water in my direction. Just ask him out! Ava banged her hands on the table. God damn it, Reagan! Okay, first, you are the last person who should be getting annoyed with me, I pointed out. Have you asked Ethan out yet? Shut up. Exactly. She's right, Hallie said, moving her hair away from her glasses. You should just ask him out. You know you get along, so it's not going to be a complete disaster. Otherwise, you're going to regret it. Plus, he's literally your dream guy. I whimpered. He even has a chihuahua. Ava's eyes widened. Ask him. Now. I'm not texting him now. Why not? Because he's at work. And how do you know that? I think you should go away. I folded my arms across my chest. Hallie sniggered. You don't have to do it now. But seriously, Reagan, you haven't been on a date in forever. Even if you don't have anything romantically. Because no, liking the way his dick looks is not the basis for a romantic connection. You're either going to be friends or fuck each other a few times, and that's okay. She had a point. I was insanely attracted to Noah, and sometimes, when he looked at me, I got the feeling that he was attracted to me too. Maybe I did need to stop being a hypocrite and just ask Noah out. What was the worst that could happen? I picked up my phone before putting it back down on the sofa again. I'd been pacing the living room now for 10 minutes. Thankfully, nobody else was at home, or they'd have carted me back off to the hospital to be admitted for mental health reasons. At least that was what Aunt Bethel had threatened when she'd heard me on the phone to Noah until late last night. I thought she was the one who needed admitting for mental health reasons. The front door opened. Mom? She's not here! I shouted toward my brother. Fuck's sake. The front door closed, and Preston clomped into the living room. Where is she? Hi, sis. How are you, sis? Good to see you up, sis. He pulled me into a one-arm hug. Yeah, you're fine. Where's Mom? I don't know. I'm not her keeper. I dropped down onto the sofa and caught my phone before it bounced off. Why? She didn't do the order for the store like she was supposed to, and she's not answering her phone. He huffed and sat down on the ottoman by the fireplace. I bet she's shopping. She has to feed you, after all. Hey, asshole, it's not my fault they have me under house arrest. You had lunch with that guy yesterday and Hallie and Ava today. How is that house arrest? I had to beg them to let me out yesterday, and I snuck out today. I flipped my phone and caught it again. Don't tell Aunt Bethel that. Your secret's safe with me. Preston smirked and leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. So the guy. Don't you start as well. What do you mean? You're my little sister. I'm just looking out for you. No, you're being a nosy bastard. I'm looking out for you. Preston, you can say it as many times as you like, but it doesn't make it true. He sighed, shaking his head. Hallie already told me who he is. She seems to think you're going to chicken out of texting him. I knew you weren't looking for Mom. I am looking for Mom, but I figured I could kill two birds with one stone by coming here. He shrugged. So? Did you ask him out yet? I clutched my phone tightly and sunk back into the cushions that were scattered across the sofa. I'll take Reagan's deafening silence and guilty look for $200, Alex. Fuck off, I muttered, grabbing one of the scatter cushions and hugging it close to me, almost like a barrier between us. It's dumb anyway. You already had lunch with him. Why don't you just do it again? Lunch wasn't a date. Why are you making this so complicated? Preston raised his eyebrows. Since when did you ever give a fuck about... Oh, I get it. I swallowed. Get what? His lips tugged up in a knowing smile. You like this guy. He saved my life. I'd be an asshole for hating him. Don't deflect, Reagan. You know what I mean. I groaned, falling over so I was lying on the sofa. Yes, okay, I like him. He's funny, and we get along really well. I think we're becoming pretty good friends, and I don't want to ruin that. How does he feel about you? Probably amused by my endless sarcasm and not too impressed by my ability to ruin his favorite TV show. I moved to put the cushion beneath my head. My brother shook his head. Let me guess. How I Met Your Mother? The characters are seriously problematic. I'm not getting into that again. We'll be here all evening. He snorted. I get why you don't want to ask him out, but I know you. You'll kick yourself forever if you don't, especially if you promised yourself that you'd do it. I pursed my lips. I was going to have a chat with my best friend about her big mouth. My brother knew far too much for my liking. If you're here to force me into it, you can fuck off. I'm not here to force you to do anything. He held his hands up. I'm here to remind you that you've never once gone back on your word. And your best friends do have a bet running on you right now. Shit, they did, didn't they? That's hardly my responsibility, I sniffed and sat back up. They're idiots. That's my girlfriend you're talking about. I blinked at him. He sighed. That line only works when you're not telling the truth, doesn't it? I smirked and nodded once. Fine, I guess I'll text him tonight. I want to make sure he's not working so I don't go crazy checking my phone every 5 minutes. Preston stared at me. I stared back. I was not going to give in to him. He wanted me to do it now, but I would text Noah in my own time. I would. I was not giving in. Especially not to my brother. You're so damn stubborn. He got up with a shake of his hand and headed for the door. He paused there before he looked over his shoulder and met my eyes. Reagan, if you like this guy, you have to go for it. If I hadn't done the kissing booth, me and Hallie never would have gotten together. Don't make the same mistake we almost did, all right? I said nothing. I jerked my head in acknowledgement of what he'd said and held the cushion back against my body again. A few seconds later, the front door closed, leaving me alone once again. He had a point. I knew he did. I had, after all, spent years winding up both Preston and Hallie about their lack of action with their feelings for one another. Yet, here I was, doing the exact same thing. Being a huge pussy. Ugh! I snatched up my phone and opened the message thread with Noah before I changed my mind. Me. I need to tell you something. Now I had to sit here all damn evening waiting for his reply. Actually, no, I didn't. Instead of doing that, I scrolled to the group text with Hallie and Ava. Me. I did it. Their responses were quicker than Noah's as yet inexistent one. Ava. You texted Noah? Hallie. It's about time. What did he say? Me. Nothing yet. I said I needed to talk to him, and he hasn't replied yet. Hallie. That's hardly telling him. Ava. That's not asking him out. Me. I didn't want to blindside him. Hallie. I'm going to blindside you one of these days. Me. Hey! Ava. She's right. You just need to get on with it. Me. I'm waiting for him to reply. It's hardly me stalling. Ava. Yes, it is. Hallie. You could have just started off with asking him out. Me. I'm regretting texting you two. Ava. As you should. Me. Hallie. Did he reply yet? Me. No, I would tell you if he had. Ava. He's slow. Me. No. We're all just abnormally attached to our phones. Hallie. I'm not going to argue that. Hallie. Hey! Betty had her babies last night. Me. How do you know that? Ava. Because she's the raccoon whisperer. Hallie. You're right. This was a terrible idea to start this conversation. I nodded even though neither of them could see me. The only time the group text chat ever worked was when we were out drinking and we lost each other in the bathroom or something equally ridiculous. For general talking purposes, it was a stupid thing. I was about to type a response agreeing with Hallie when a bubble popped up at the top of my screen. Noah. What's up? I tapped on it, bringing up his message thread instead of the group chat. My thumbs hovered over the screen, and I drew in a deep breath as I readied myself for my admission. This was ridiculous. I was ridiculous. Jesus. Me. It's kinda weird. Noah, I've come to expect a certain level of weirdness from our conversations. I'd be disappointed if there wasn't a hint of it in every chat. Me. Good to know. That makes this easier. Noah. Shoot. Me. You know when I was in the fire? Noah. You were in a fire? When? Me. OMG, shut up. Noah. Ha 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 ha. Sorry. Carry on. I took a deep breath and huffed it out. Insufferable man. Me. I was on the phone to Polly while I was waiting for us to be rescued, and I kind of promised myself something. Noah. I have questions. Me. ... Noah. Who is Polly? And what did you promise yourself? Of course. Me. Polly is the 911 girl who answered when I called. Me. And, I kinda promised myself that if I survived the fire, I'd find out where you lived, and if it was close by, I'd ask you out. I hit send. Oh my God. I hit send. I did it. I blew out a long breath and sat back, staring at the screen as I waited for his reply. And it didn't come. The clock in the top corner ticked over. Minutes passed until it had been 15 minutes, and he hadn't replied. I felt like I'd been kicked in the gut and punched in the throat. Sure, there was probably a totally reasonable explanation for why it was taking him 15 minutes to reply to me. But who wanted a reasonable explanation when they just asked a guy out? I didn't. I wanted a response. It didn't look like I was getting one. Shit. Chapter 11. Reagan. 15 pounds is more than you think. The store was fucking freezing. Usually the cold temperatures didn't bother me. I was used to it after all. After nearly a week away, apparently my body had reset itself to factory settings. I tugged my hoodie down over my head and pulled my stool back under me. There was an order list as long as my arm that my mom didn't trust Aunt Bethel to put together. I didn't trust her to run the register either, but she was. It was a miracle nothing here had gone wrong with her in charge, or that she hadn't scared away any of the customers. I checked the first order. It was a bright birthday bouquet, due for collection later today, and it was one of my favorite preset styles from the website. I got straight to work on collecting the flowers from the fridge, then set about assembling the bouquet. It was a good way to pass some time. I couldn't believe I'd convinced my mom to let me come back to work today for a few hours. It sure beat sitting at home while my phone didn't buzz with a message from Noah. I was more pissed off than I thought I would be. I mean, he knew I was going to ask him something. If he didn't want to go out with me, all he had to do was say no. I wouldn't be offended. A little butthurt, maybe, but not offended. I huffed a breath as I cut the bottom of a stem from a rose. Whatever. It was... whatever. I wasn't going to think about Noah anymore. I was going to relish being back at work, doing something I loved, and hopefully stopping Aunt Bethel from causing any trouble. She was meeting Hallie's grandma for dinner and bingo tonight. That meant she was in a feisty mood. Nobody, I repeat, nobody needed Aunt Bethel in a feisty mood. I hummed as I finished up the first bouquet and packed it up to put in the walk-in fridge. When it was safely inside, I moved on to the second one. An hour later, I'd made my way through 4 orders and was about ready for lunch. My stomach was rumbling, so instead of starting on the next order like I'd wanted to, I grabbed my phone and my purse and walked through to the front of the store. Aunt Bethel was frowning at a customer. I don't know, dear. What's up? I tucked my phone and purse under the counter. Can I help you at all? Aunt Bethel nodded. The lady needs several floral arrangements for an engagement party next weekend. I tried looking in the book, but I can't read your dad's blasted handwriting. I slid the appointment book over and flipped forward to the next weekend. The chicken scratch on the book was instantly recognizable, but not as Dad's. Aunt Bethel, this is your handwriting. The woman in front of us dipped her head to hide her smile. Is it? Aunt Bethel leaned over and peered down at it, adjusting tiny half-moon-shaped glasses. So it is. And it says, Party at Creek Community. I said dryly, then looked up at the customer. Sorry about that. We're short-staffed. Don't worry, she smiled. Are you able to do anything? What did you have in mind? The bell above the door dinged as I grabbed a notebook and jotted down everything she asked for. I don't see why not, I replied before giving her an estimated cost. She nodded. That's acceptable. Thank you. Can I book that in? Absolutely. If you fill out this form, I'll arrange delivery on Saturday afternoon for you. I handed her the booking form. There's a stool over there and a space to fill out the form. I pointed to the other side of the counter. When you're done, I'll ring it up. She took the forms from me with a nod and a smile and went to fill them in. I turned toward Aunt Bethel to ask if she wanted to take her lunch before me since I had to handle the customer, but I froze before I could. Noah was here. In the store. Nothing came out of my mouth. Not even a strangled sound, just nothing. He stood in the middle of the store wearing the same clothes he'd been in when he'd visited me in the hospital. A white polo with the fire station's logo stitched into the chest, and black sweat shorts. Hey, he said. Do you have a minute? She does, Aunt Bethel said, then looked at me. I can charge a card, Reagan. I grimaced. All right, come on through to the back, I said to Noah, nodding. Leaving my purse where it was, I scooted past Aunt Bethel and walked down the small corridor to the back room where I'd been working all morning. How'd you know I was here? Noah pushed the door shut behind him. I didn't. I've been just about everywhere in town until I ran into your blonde friend in the cafe. Hallie. Right. I asked her if she knew where you were, and she said here, so I figured I'd try it. Oh. Right. I pushed my hair behind my ear and glanced away from him. Why was he here when he'd ignored me last night? Why didn't he feel this awkwardness? Why were you looking for me? His lips twitched. I don't have a phone. Well, I do, but not my number. I raised one eyebrow. What do you mean? He tucked his hands in his pockets. Last night when we were talking, I was in the bathroom and started to run a bath. I put my phone on the side of the bath when I went to answer the door. My stomach sank. I think I know where this is going. Yeah, long story short, Poosh is an asshole, and if you ever asked me something, I have no idea what it was. He pulled his lips into a thin line. My phone is a fucking doorstop. I went by the store this morning, but they said it's going to take a couple of days to get my number transferred to the new SIM card. I don't have your number, and I didn't want you to think I was ignoring you. Little bit late, I admitted. I've been cursing you all morning and coming up with ways to torture you. He nodded slowly. I figured you'd say that. He smirked. I wasn't. I had no way of getting a hold of you, and I don't even know your last name to look you up on Facebook. I'm barely there anyway. I leaned against the table. At least I can stop fictionally murdering you now. I appreciate that. I grinned. So you came all this way to find out what I wanted last night? Pretty much. I also never found out who Polly is, and it's been pissing me off. She was the 911 operator I spoke to when I was in the fire. Well, thank God for that. I once dated a Polly in Maine, and I was beginning to think you'd tracked her down. I'm not that crazy, Noah. It was his turn to grin. What did you want to ask me? Oh, shit. I had to do it face to face. I wasn't prepared for this. My cheeks flushed with warmth. Okay. I made sure not to look at him while I said it. When I was in the fire, I told myself that if I got out alive, I'd find out where you lived, and if it was close enough, I'd ask you out. Even though I was staring at the calendar that was just above his shoulder, I still caught the way his lips pulled into a stupidly sexy grin. You did, huh? Noah pulled his hands from his pockets and folded his arms over his chest. He did it deliberately. It made his biceps look good. This wasn't fair. Yes. I cleared my throat. And were you going to ask me out last night? I nodded. Well, this is fun. I glared at him. Laughter danced in his bright green eyes. He was enjoying this way too much for my liking, mostly because I was hating every second. I wasn't a nervous person by nature, but there was something about him that made butterflies erupt in my stomach. I didn't know exactly what it was, but I knew it was a dangerous thing. Have you changed your mind? About what? Asking me out. You said you were going to, but I don't hear it. I opened my mouth, but again nothing came out. Instead, I blushed furiously. Seriously, you could fry eggs on my cheeks. They'd probably come with the taste of face powder, but my cheeks were hot enough to cook them for sure. Noah grinned and, dropping his arms, came over to me. Look, I'll make this easy on you. I have to be at work in... He checked his watch. 20 minutes. I don't have time for you to stand here like an embarrassed goldfish, opening and closing your mouth every 2 seconds. I have no idea what you mean. He stopped only a few inches from me and cupped my chin, placing his thumb so that the tip of it brushed the curve of my lower lip. His gaze dropped to my mouth for a second, making my heart beat a little faster. Reagan, I'd love to go out with you. I'll pick you up at 7 tomorrow. Pick somewhere to eat and let me know. Okay? I swallowed. I don't have your number. Right. His lips pulled to the side. What's yours? Reluctantly, I pulled myself away from the warmth of his hand on my chin and grabbed a pen and paper to scribble it down, then tore off the corner and gave it to him. Don't lose it, I said, looking him in the eye. Wouldn't dream of it. He leaned in, and right before he plucked the torn paper from my hand, he brushed his lips over my cheek. A shiver tickled down my spine at the brief touch. I fought against it. I didn't need him knowing how much one tiny kiss had affected me. I'll talk to you later, he said, giving me one last flash of a smile before he turned around and left. It felt as though he'd taken all the air in the room with him, because the moment his steps fell out of earshot, I gasped in a huge breath and sat my ass down on the nearest chair, which happened to be the floor. I blew out a breath and, cupping my hands over my face, let out a long shudder to realign whatever that shiver had knocked out of place. Because it had done something. I could tell you that. Couldn't tell you what, but it had done something. Who knew a kiss on the cheek could send a girl crazy? You have to help me, I begged, pacing back and forth across my room. I have no clothes for a dinner date. Okay, Ava said, the line cracking when she breathed out. Where are you going? Mario's, I said, referring to the Italian place on the edge of town. Noah hadn't seen the beach yet, and even though Creek Falls Cove technically wasn't inside the town lines, it was close enough. Mario's was only a 2 or 3 minute walk from the access path. Are you going to the beach after? Sitting on the bed, I finally loosened my grip on the phone I had plastered to the side of my face. Yes, so I need to be smart but casual. This is an actual date, Ava, and I have nothing to wear. Yep, it was the latest inconvenience of the fire. Perhaps the most petty one yet, but an inconvenience was an inconvenience after all. Talk about first world problems. When are you going? He's picking me up in an hour. Jesus fucking Christ! There was a crash on Ava's side. And you're just now telling me? What are you, Cinderella? I forgot! I flopped back on the bed with a whine. I autopiloted. Ava, I'm fucked! No, it's fine. We got this. Okay. It sounded like she was pumping herself up for a triathlon or something. We can do this, Reagan. Are you convincing yourself or me? Both of us. It's not working, Ava. I know. Give me 15 minutes. I'll show up with a haul full of dresses and shoes. She hung up before I could say anything else. At least we were the same shoe size. Oh God, I was going to throw up. I dropped my phone and got up to pace once again. What the hell was it about Noah that made me feel like this? It was as if I was going to explode. I could barely keep myself together, and I was still wearing my ratty old bathrobe that was covered with faded Superman logos. It was all I had here, and honestly, I was more shocked that this hadn't been thrown out. Okay, that was better. Focusing on all the things that were weird about the fact none of my high school clothes had been thrown. Wait, my high school clothes. I walked over to my closet, then paused. This was a stupid idea. Not only was I at least 15 pounds heavier than I was 8 years ago, fashion had evolved. All I needed to do was look at the corkboard above my desk to know that some fashion was not timeless. There had to be something, right? There was no guarantee that what Ava was bringing would even suit me, considering we had different styles. She favored bright, flirty, girly things, especially for dates. I favored black. I grimaced. Then I opened the closet door. The worst thing that could happen would be that I'd find nothing, and that wasn't exactly going to put me in a worse situation than I was already in. I had nothing as it was. It smelled ever so slightly musty, but that didn't seem like anything that couldn't be fixed with some deodorant or air freshener. Air freshener? On my clothing? Desperate times and all that. I rifled through the hanging clothes. Maybe there really wasn't anything in here. I wasn't exactly known as a partier in high school. There were a few things from college mixed in here too, and that makes me perk up slightly. My college style wasn't quite as bad as the high school one. I dug in even farther. There was a clothing bag in the very back, and when I grabbed for it, there were several hangers inside. I pulled it out and laid it on the bed to open it. The first thing that caught my eye was the bright red of my prom dress from my pre-purple hair days. And the next was the black dress that peeked out from beneath it. Thanks to the bag, these clothes smelled a lot fresher than the other ones. I pulled the black dress out and laid it on top of the prom dress. It was simple, but figure-hugging, and I chewed down on my bottom lip. I had no idea if it would fit. A glance at my phone told me I had 50 minutes to get ready and another 5 before Ava got here. That gave me just enough time to try on this dress, and if I looked like a stuffed sausage, nobody would ever know. I quickly stripped down to my underwear and snatched the dress up. The zipper was at the side, so I undid it and stepped inside to pull it up my body. It was a little snug, but not uncomfortably so. It took a few good yanks to get it up. In all honesty, I probably should have given up somewhere around my hips. Reagan Wright was no quitter, though. Unless it was the gym, which, according to this dress, I shouldn't have given up. How ironic. With a grunt, I pulled the straps up over my shoulders. It didn't look too bad, actually, especially not after a tug on the zipper. Sure, I wouldn't be able to eat, or sit down, or breathe all night if I wore it, but nothing. It had to come off. I couldn't go to dinner and not eat just because my dress was too tight. I wasn't living in the 19th century after all. I reached around to undo the zipper, but it only went a third of the way down. I tugged and yanked and pulled, but it was no good. The bitch was stuck. Great! Just great. There was no way in hell that I was going to be able to get this thing over my ass without the extra room the zipper provided. This dress was like Spanx, but 10 times worse. I breathed in as much as I could, but it was no good. The thing wouldn't budge. Even when I pulled so hard, the metal pressed into my fingertips and pretty much branded me for life. Why the hell had I put this on? Stupid fire. Stupid brain. Stupid date. Mercury had to be in retrograde. That was the only explanation for all these stupid decisions. A knock rattled my bedroom door. "Reagan, it's me!" "Ava, thank God, get in here!" She shoved the door open before freezing. "What the?" "I'm stuck!" My voice was a little more than a squeak. "Help!" She brought her hand to her mouth before coming into the room and dumping an entire armful of dresses onto my bed. "Here, where's the zipper?" "On a train to hell?" I moved my arm so that she could access it. "It won't move." "I'll try." She crouched down and wiggled it about. "How are you breathing in this dress?" "I'm not." "Why did you put it on?" "Because I'm an idiot." "Not arguing there," she muttered, wedging the zipper up a little. "I think it's getting caught in the fabric. I need to get my hand in there to make sure it doesn't catch." "Your hand? What do you think my armpit is, a petting zoo?" "Do you want me to get you out of this dress or what?" "Fine. Put your hand in there and finger my rib cage." Ava rolled her eyes as she wiggled her fingers under the fabric of the dress. Was this how turkeys felt on Thanksgiving? It wasn't pleasant. It did actually feel like I was being stuffed, except nobody was going to cook me to put me out of my misery when it was all said and done. "Got it!" Ava pulled the zipper down with a triumphant whoosh and stepped back. "Burn that dress." "My dress is burning is why I'm in this situation." I yanked the sleeves down and freed my arms from the fabric prison before I rolled it up and tugged it as hard as I could down my body until it fell to the floor. I stepped out and kicked it toward the wall. "Yes, well, you're welcome for saving you." She pulled her black hair up into a messy twist. The hairband snapped against her hand as she finished up and moved for the clothes. "Right. We have 45 minutes, and you look like you just went 5 rounds with a heavyweight boxer." "Thank you." It's not a compliment. I know, but it's sarcasm or I hit you. She eyed me. "Let's get to work."
Chapter 12. Noah. Lady and the Firefighter. I put my truck into park and breathed out a huge sigh. I was running late thanks to some paperwork I had to do before I left work, and I'd barely had time to run home, change, and get back here as close to 7 as I possibly could, and that didn't even include sorting poosh out. It was why my hair was still wet. I turned and looked at the house. I knew I had to be a gentleman and go to the front door to collect Reagan, but I wasn't sure I could cope with another interrogation from her great-aunt. Or her mom, for that matter. Still, I had to. I got out of the truck and did my best to avoid the nerves that were bubbling up inside me. I'd been on a few dates since I'd moved here, but none of them had been with someone I actually fucking liked. I hadn't gotten to know any of them well enough to say that I actually liked them and maybe had feelings for them. Not like I had with Reagan. I was all too aware of the voice in the back of my mind. It kept reminding me of how I felt about her, of how much I'd smiled since I'd accidentally texted her. I locked the truck and headed toward the front door. "Shut up!" The front door quickly opened and closed, revealing Reagan in all her glory. She spun around, her purple curls flying, and stopped when she saw me. Her red lips parted before she quickly pressed them together again. "Hey." "Hey." My lips curved into a smile, and I reached out to take her hand to help her down the steps. "You look beautiful." She blushed, and it somehow brightened her eyes. "Thank you. You don't look so bad yourself." I looked down at my outfit, a white shirt and black pants, and gave her a tiny bow. She laughed and let me keep hold of her hand until she was safely in my truck. I pushed the door shut behind her and walked around to my side. "All right, how do I get to Mario's?" I glanced at her. "Can you put it into the GPS?" I tapped the screen in the dashboard and brought up the GPS menu. "Sure." Reagan pulled her phone out of her purse and unlocked it. She swiped the screen a few times before she tapped a zip code into the screen. "There we go. It'll take us just up the street from the restaurant." "Perfect." I flicked on the blinker, checked my mirrors, and pulled away. "How was your day?" "Long," she replied, pushing some hair behind her ear. Aunt Bethel needs to get away from the order book with her doctor's handwriting. I laughed. I did hear that conversation when I was in the store. She's getting it confused with her own personal calendar. I had to stop into the store and buy her one on my lunch break today. She peered over at me. I booked in a funeral for next week, and she'd written in her fucking dentist appointment. I scratched my jaw and desperately tried not to look at her. If I did, I knew I'd fucking die laughing. I didn't exactly know her aunt, but from the 2 times we'd met, I wasn't all that surprised. How'd she take the new calendar? About as well as if you'd tipped a wheelbarrow full of cow shit on her head. So, she took it well then? Reagan barked out a laugh and dropped her head back so it rested on the headrest. Oh my God, don't even. She hasn't stopped ever since we closed the store. I'm not allowed to work a full day yet, and it's driving me crazy. They're looking out for you. Don't you start. I've had it all day from my brother reminding me of that when he came in to do deliveries. She shuddered. I know they are, but I'm going stir crazy not being able to do anything. I just want to get back to my normal life, you know? I gave her a sympathetic smile. I did know. When do you see your doctor next? I don't have anything booked. Why? I pulled up at a red light and looked over at her with a sly smile. Go see your doctor and get a full checkup. When they tell you that you're fine, there's no need for them to keep you at home anymore. She reached over and clasped my arm. Oh my God, Noah, you're a freaking genius. I clicked my tongue and winked at her before pulling away and making the turn toward the road that would take us to the coast. The GPS said it was only a few minutes from here. I try, I said once we were past the intersection. There's no chance of you getting a break until then? She shook her head. It's fine. I think I'm just too independent to be living with my parents, my aunt, and being told I can't work. You want me to keep breaking you out? I'll do it. I'll even buy you extensions so you can hang out of your window and... Wait, no, if we play Rapunzel, I'd be going into the house rather than getting you out, and that defeats the object. You just said play Rapunzel, and all I can think about is role play. Your hair is the right color for the Disney one. How do you know that? Do you know how many classrooms I've visited to teach kids about fire safety? I raised my eyebrows as I made the turn toward the restaurant. I know all about princesses and dinosaurs and unicorns and fuck knows what else. Reagan smirked. That's kinda hot. I chuckled. You know what else is hot? We're here. I swear she almost groaned in delight. Thank God, I'm starving. Let's go. Reagan smiled at the waiter as he filled her glass of wine. I held up a hand and shook my head when he moved to do the same to mine. The last thing I needed to do was get drunk and have to leave my truck out here. There was always the chance I'd need to get to work quickly. That was the thing with my job. I was always on call, even when I wasn't supposed to be. I don't have to have another, Reagan said, the full glass in her hand. I smiled at her. Go ahead, he's poured it now. Besides, I'm driving. I raised my iced water. You were right about this place. The food is amazing. She nodded and took a sip. It's the best Italian place around here. Isn't it the only Italian place? All right, Mr. Pedantic. I grinned and leaned forward on my forearms. You want dessert? She looked me up and down and wiggled her eyebrows. We both laughed at the same time, and she pressed her fingertips to her nose as if that would make it stop. No, thank you. Are you sure? I brandished the dessert menu card. He left it when he filled your wine. We may as well take a look. I lifted it in front of me and read it out. Ice creams, tiramisu, cannoli, panna cotta, something I can't pronounce. She covered her mouth with her hand and peered at me through her lashes, her eyes shining with the laughter she was desperately trying to repress. I gathered it wasn't your strong point when we were ordering earlier. It wasn't my fault that all the people who worked here were Italian. I pointed at her. Look, I learned Spanish in school, not Italian, and I've forgotten every fucking word anyway. Fair point. What else? Basic desserts. There's a hot chocolate fudge cake served with... Reagan shifted. Share it? Sorry? You want to share one? She propped her chin up on her hand. It's really good, but it's pretty sweet. I'm not sure I could eat a whole one. Very romantic. I smirked and motioned for our waiter, who arrived as if he had a teleport pad ready and waiting. I pointed to the entry on the menu and said, 2 forks, please. He nodded and took the dessert menu from me. He gave a small bow and disappeared. Something buzzed from the other side of the table, and darkness flashed across Reagan's face. "That is your phone, isn't it?" "Yes." She blinked at me. "And it can keep ringing." "You can answer it, I won't be offended." She sighed and reached into her purse. Pulling out her phone, she pursed her lips. "Hallie, unless my brother has been hit by a car, I don't really care." I laughed. "Just answer." "Sorry." "What?" She held the phone to her ear. "I'm on it, Hallie." "Wonderful, I'm glad Ava shared that with you." "Do you mind? Is Preston dying?" "Right. Are the raccoons dying?" "No. Lovely. The only reason you should be contacting me right now is if you have a picture of Betty's babies to share with me." "Right. Get lost then." She pulled the phone down and hit the end call button before swiping again. "There. Problem solved." I raised one eyebrow. "I feel like I want to ask about Betty." Reagan groaned as a sizable portion of cake was put between us. It smelled absolutely incredible, and I had never been happier to see cake than I was right now. I barely even liked cake, but this one looked like I'd love it. "So, Betty," I said, handing Reagan a fork. She took it with raised eyebrows. "I've mentioned Hallie and the raccoons, right?" I put my fork into the cake. "I think I remember something about it." "Well." She scooped some cake up onto her fork. "Betty is the mama coon, and she just had 2 babies. Boris, he's her husband, is a horny little bastard, and their other kids come and go. And when I say Betty just had babies, I mean she just had them. They're days old, and I want pictures." "And she feeds them?" "She's not raising them for slaughter." "I don't think people eat raccoon." "People will eat anything if they're hungry. That's why cannibalism exists." I put my fork down. Now that was the thing that would put a guy off hot chocolatey cake. Reagan paused with a forkful of cake near her mouth. "Cannibalism probably isn't a great thing to mention on a first date, huh?" "Or any date, ever." My lips twitched. She looked down at the cake with a forlorn expression before setting down her own fork. "Yep, I ruined my own dessert." I scratched my jaw, fighting a wider smile. "Shall I get the check and you can show me the beach? As long as you promise not to eat me and kill me." She stared flatly at me. "Oh, look, that was so funny I can't stop laughing." "That's what that sound is. Pure amusement." She sighed, heavily, then reached for her wine without another word. If I was exasperating her, that was a good thing. She was pretty exasperating herself. I motioned for the check and put down cash as soon as the little leather wallet was laid down. Reagan nodded that she was ready to go when I shot her a questioning look, and I got up to get her chair for her. She took the hand I offered her after making sure she had everything. Her soft fingers wrapped around mine as I guided her out of the restaurant, and a startling thought flashed through my mind. I would be happy to never let go of her hand. I squeezed it lightly as I held the door for her and let her step outside before me. I expected her to drop my hand, but she didn't. Instead, she stayed close enough that her grip barely loosened. Her entire body shuddered as a cool evening breeze whipped past us. It would only get colder on the beach since the sun was all but fully set, so I leaned in. "There's a sweater in my truck. You want it?" I asked her quietly. "I'm fine." She wiggled her shoulders like she was fighting a shiver. "Wait here." I released her hand and walked to my truck, retrieving the sweater from the back seat. "Here," I said, holding it out for her to slip her arms into. "I keep it there for when I finish late and it's pretty cold." "Thank you." She put her arms in and freed her hair. "You ready?" "Let's go." I took her hand again, this time sliding my fingers between hers. Silence stretched between us, but it was a comfortable one. Reagan stepped in closer to me, wrapping her free hand around my wrist as we walked. I did my best to keep us on the flat path since she was wearing heels, but it wasn't too long before the sidewalk disappeared and we were on what was essentially a dirt road. "Are you okay?" I looked down at her. "I'll be fine," she answered, right as she almost fell. I caught her with one sweeping arm. "Do you want to stop to take them off?" She shook her head. "The path will cut my feet." It was pretty rough. "That leaves us with one option, then." "Which is?" "This." I bent my knees and hauled her up onto my shoulder. A squeal escaped her, but it quickly turned into a laugh as she grabbed at me to keep hold of me. "Noah!" I jogged the rest of the path, ignoring the squeaking noises that escaped her, until we reached the top of the dimly lit path down toward the beach. "Here we go." Carefully, I released her. Her body slid down mine, every single curve brushing against my front. My hands found her waist as I moved to steady her, and her feet touched the ground right as her fingertips brushed my chest. She was right in front of me, right against me, pressed firmly as if I'd yanked her to me and held her in place. And she didn't move. The rise and fall of her chest moved with mine, and her throat bobbed as she dragged her gaze up to meet mine. Her blue eyes were bright, like a beacon in the darkness. I couldn't look away from her. I was fucking captivated by her, by the way she laughed, and the way she looked at me, and the way she smiled. She was fucking magic. And I wanted to kiss her, probably more than I'd ever wanted to kiss anyone else. Reagan's tongue darted out and swept across the curve of her full lower lip. Scratch that, I definitely wanted to kiss her more than anyone else. The temptation beat across me like a steady drum. It was almost overwhelming. To just cup the back of her neck and press my lips to hers to see if it was as good as I thought it would be. Shit. I just wanted to kiss her, to see if she tasted like the chocolate fudge cake that was smudged at the corner of her mouth, darkening her lipstick. I reached up, slowly, and held out my thumb. With my eyes still on hers, still fucking consumed by hers, I gently wiped my thumb over the corner of her lip. I dropped my gaze for all of 2 seconds to see if I'd gotten it all when she knocked my hand out of the way. Reagan leaned up and kissed me. Her lips were soft and full, firm and fucking perfect. Her nails lightly scratched my chest as she grasped my shirt in her fist, pulling me closer to her. Desire slammed through me. She tasted like that chocolate cake, and so much more. She tasted like temptation and the death of all my self-control. She tasted like someone who could be the rest of my fucking life.
Chapter 13. Reagan. Pucker up, bitches. I was kissing Noah. Here, in the dark, at the top of the old steps that gave access to Creek Falls Cove. I was wrapped in his arms and gripping onto him like my life depended on it. My heart was doing the freaking flamenco inside my chest, and there wasn't a part of me that wasn't on fire, thanks to the heat of his lips. They moved across mine with all the fervor of someone who'd wanted to kiss me first. I was the one who'd touched my lips to his, and it had just happened. He looked at me like, well, he wanted to kiss me. So I'd done it for him. I wasn't a girl who could stand and stare at someone all romantic and shit, so I'd gone in for the kill. And now, I was obsessed. Obsessed with the feeling of his lips moving against mine. Obsessed with how he held me tight to him. Obsessed with the rush of sensations that flooded my body. Freaking-cessed. I knew this man was dangerous. I was afraid I hadn't realized just how dangerous. I pulled back and dipped my chin so there was a breath of space between our mouths. I breathed. Did you just kiss me? Noah whispered, his voice hoarse. I blushed. Little bit. Little bit. His fingers twitched. If that was a little kiss, I'd love to see a makeout session. Laughter burst out of me, and I pressed my face into his muscular chest. His body shook along with mine, and he tightened his arms around me. Maybe it was because he'd saved my life. Maybe it was because there was something about him that drew me to him. Maybe it was just him. But I'd never felt so safe in someone's arms. It was a jarring feeling, unnerving almost. I wasn't someone who found comfort in another person. Not the way some people did. Yet with Noah, it was almost second nature. I could stand here, in his arms, all night. Literally, all night. I'd fall asleep here given half a chance. You still want to go down? I asked, shrugging one shoulder toward the beach. Can you see anything? Not really. I hesitated. But the moon is coming out, and it's always beautiful in the dark. He reached between us and tilted my head up. Lead the way. The smile that stretched across my face was far too wide and far too bright, but I didn't care in this moment. It was the epitome of carefree. I loved it. I reached down and pulled off my shoes by the heels. I gripped them tightly and turned toward the steps that swept around the hill and led to the beach. The steps were a mixture of stone and wood, but the wood was so well worn that I wasn't worried about walking over it barefoot. Noah fumbled behind me. Then a flash of light appeared. What the? I can't see where I'm going, he replied, moving past me. Here, I'll go first. Why, to catch me if I fall? Depends on whether you want to make a habit out of me saving your life. Ha ha ha. Very funny. I poked my tongue out at his back. Honestly, you save a girl's life one time and it's like that's all you can talk about. It was pretty heroic. Did you know there are caves down there? Hardly anyone goes in them. What are you saying? They're a good place to hide bodies. Noah stopped halfway down the steps and looked at me. Really, Reagan? I shrugged. Bodies have been found there. I was simply sharing some local trivia. Yeah, that's what you were doing. I grinned when he turned back around. I know you're grinning. Shut up, I muttered, clutching my shoes close to me. A gentle breeze floated past us, and I shivered. I'd never been so thankful for a sweater in my life. It helps that this one was soft and smelled like Noah. I wrapped it around me tightly when we reached the bottom of the steps. The sand was cold between my toes, and I let go of another little shiver as one ran down my spine. The beach was deserted. We were the only people here tonight. That wasn't unusual. It was too late in the year for late-night parties, and only the locals really knew about this beach. We couldn't let the tourists have everything, right? You cold? Noah wrapped his arm around my shoulders and pulled me against him. I wasn't, but he didn't need to know that. So I nodded. He was a good person to snuggle up against. Tall, strong, handsome. I'd been snuggled against worse. What? I'd slept in the same bed as Hallie and Ava was an absolute mess in the morning. We walked together for a few minutes. The waves rolled up the shore, the gentle crashing sounds soothing to my ears. It was nice to just walk with him without either of us talking. My lips still tingled from the kiss. It was a feeling I didn't want to forget. Even if it never happened again, I could probably die happy. I'd kiss the literal man of my dreams. We turned and walked back toward the stairs where we went up the way we'd come down. It was completely dark by the time we got back to the truck, and Noah held my door for me while I climbed in. He got in the other side and put in the key to start the truck. It rumbled to life, and I stole a glance at him. Sweet baby Jesus, he was handsome. Men like him were why catfights started. It was evolution. We women were biologically wired to seek out and find the strongest, most manly man we could, so we could procreate and keep up the questionable strength of the human line. Noah fit that to a T. He was definitely the kind of person I'd pop a few crotch goblins out with. His dark hair was the thing of dreams. All I wanted to do was run my fingers through it and stroke it until my fingertips were raw. And I kind of wanted to rub my cheek against his stubble jaw. There was just a hint of it. The stubble, not his jaw. It cast a little shadow along the sharp, square shape of his chin. His eyes were bright, green and shining and alive. I could stare at them all day if it meant he was the one I was looking at. "You're staring at me, Reagan." I snapped my head away to stare out of the window. I guess my glance was longer than I'd assumed. Way longer. Swallowing, I gripped his sweater. It completely swamped me, but it was a little like wearing sweatpants or an oversized t-shirt. The comfort it brought was crazy. "So," Noah turned the truck onto my parents' street. "Was that better or worse than you thought it would be?" I fought a smile. "Better." "Always a plus." He glanced over at me with a small smile before he pulled up outside the house. "What do you think my chances of a second date are?" I unclipped my belt and turned in the cab. "Pretty good." "I can take that." His lips curved to one side and he leaned over, wrapping one hand around the back of my neck. His lips covered mine. He kissed me slowly and deeply. It was the kind of kiss that held promises of things to come, of things that would go much further than kissing in the front of his truck or near the beach. Things that shot through my body with the anticipation of something more. More than this. Something that was deeper and more carnal than just a kiss in front of his truck. But this was the first date. Did the first date matter when you'd been talking for days already? When you'd had lunch? When you spoke for hours every day? When he'd literally carried you out of a fire? No. None of that mattered. Who cared if it was morally right or wrong? I knew Noah. He wasn't a stranger. I knew so much about him that I wasn't sure I'd ever known about my ex-boyfriends. More than anything, I knew that I was comfortable around him. I was happy around him. He made me laugh. He made me smile. He made me fucking happy. More than anyone else ever had. And I wanted him. I wanted to be with him. I wanted to kiss him against a door. I wanted to run my hands over his shirt and fumble with his buttons. I wanted to fight with his belt. I wanted to strip all his clothes off and climb on top of him like he was a mountain and I was conquering fucking Everest. I wanted to screw his damn brains out. Society be damned. I dragged my teeth over his lower lip and exhaled heavily. What if I told you that I didn't want to go home yet? Noah tilted his head so his nose brushed against mine. What if I told you I didn't want to leave you at home? I'd tell you that you've stopped at the wrong address and you need to put your foot down, I whispered. He moved his lips over mine and sighed, his fingers momentarily tightening against my neck. His breath was hot when he pulled back just enough to look into my eyes. Stop kissing me then. I laughed and sat back, moving away from him. He didn't even stop to put the blinker on before he put his foot down and pulled away from the curb. I usually don't do this, for the record. Do what? He glanced over at me. Have sex on the first date? Reagan, we've had lunch together, we've had dinner together, we've texted nonstop for more than 2 weeks. Plus, I saved your life. I don't think this really counts as sex on the first date. This is our first date, and I'm going to your house to have sex with you. That's sex on the first date. The first official date. He pulled up at a red light and looked over at me. And it doesn't matter if you do usually have sex on the first date. You're not hurting anyone by doing that. He was right. But still. I know, I just didn't want to think that... Think what? That you're an adult who is capable of making your own decisions? His lips curved. Even though I'm pretty sure you're only coming over so you can escape your family. Ah, shit. You caught me. He laughed and pulled into a driveway in front of a new-build house. The development was less than a year old, and I remember there being a huge uproar when the town sold some of the park off to a developer for these houses. I didn't know what the problem was. The house was gorgeous. 2 stories, all exposed brick, and white-framed windows. I stepped out of the truck, and Noah came around to shut the door for me. I followed him to the front door and then inside. I couldn't even look at the decor because I was immediately attacked by a tiny creature who jumped around my ankles. "Poosh," Noah said firmly. "Bed." I knelt down and scratched her behind her one white ear. She was absolutely adorable, and she quickly calmed as I lavished her with attention. "Well, aren't you beautiful?" I cooed, moving to scratch under her chin. "Of course, I forgot about the whole, 'you have a chihuahua' thing." Noah waved his hands, but he was smirking. "Would you like to have sex with me or play with my dog?" "I can do both." I grinned and stood up. "I can do both, right?" He laughed. "You can do both. I just have to let her into the yard for a minute. It's not exactly a seductive lead into the bedroom." I slipped his sweater off and hung it on one of the hooks on the wall. I don't know, being a responsible dog owner is kind of hot. Noah wiggled his eyebrows and pouted his lips in a kiss motion. I pressed my hand against my lips so I didn't burst out laughing. But it failed, because I snorted instead. "Come on, Poosh." He winked at me. "Make yourself comfortable." Poosh ran off ahead of him, and I hesitated in the entryway for a moment. A little yip echoed through the house, and I slowly made my way into the next room. A black L-shaped sofa was tucked into the corner, facing the large TV that was fixed to the wall, and a gray and blue rug stretched across the floor beneath a glass coffee table. It was every inch the bachelor pad. I perched on the edge of the sofa. A part of me wanted to explore the entire house, but I also had no business snooping, which sucked because I wanted to snoop. I was a snooper, a big, fat, hairy snooper. I looked around. The walls were bare, but the floor was littered with dog toys. A black basket sat beneath the TV, and I could see a flash of pink in there. That was probably the home of the wayward toys. The sound of a door shutting was followed by claws tapping against the floor. Moments later, Noah came into the living room and stopped when he saw me. "The sofa won't bite you, you know." I pursed my lips. "What? I can't perch?" "No." He grabbed my hands and pulled me up. He wrapped his arms around me and held me close to him, lowering his head to kiss me. His lips were soft and probing, drawing me deep into the kiss. I slid my hands up around his neck and moved up onto my toes to meet him fully. It was all too easy to fall right into his kiss and get swept up in the feelings that washed over me. Desire tingled down my spine and pooled between my legs. As Noah's tongue flicked against the seam of my lips, I shuddered. It felt so good. All I wanted to do in this moment was climb up his body and wrap my legs around his waist and cling on for dear life. Seriously, it was a problem. Mostly because I wasn't sure exactly how he would react if I actually did it. I fought a giggle. "What?" Noah leaned back and looked down at me. "If kissing me is that funny." "No, just something I thought." I shook my head. "Never mind." He half smiled before he kissed me again. His tongue moved with mine as he explored my mouth. And just when I thought I was going to explode, he released me and dragged me upstairs by the hand. He pulled me into a room and right back against him. His lips found mine in an urgent kiss. And when I pressed my body against his, I could feel his hard cock pressing against my lower stomach. I fumbled with his shirt. The buttons were awkward, but a brief break in kissing got them all undone. Noah shrugged the shirt off and tossed it onto the floor, and I dragged my gaze over his body. Holy shit. He was built like a marble statue with muscles in all the right places. Strong, broad shoulders, solid pecs, abs that would make a blind woman weep. He looked better than he had in my sex dream. What? Noah's eyebrows shot up. Oh shit. Did I say that out loud? You dreamed about having sex with me? I bit my tongue. So much for keeping that to myself. Little bit. Was I any good? Chapter 14. Reagan. Boom chicka wow wow. If I say no, will you work extra hard right now? He cupped the back of my neck and lowered his face, keeping his gaze locked onto mine. Reagan, when I'm done with you, you won't be able to say anything at all. Sounds like a promise. He grinned and something flashed in his eyes. That was all I could think before he swept me into a hungry kiss that made my thighs clench. My clit ached, and the pressure from my thighs didn't make it any better. Noah pulled me over toward the bed and pushed me back onto it. I fell onto the soft cover with an oomph, and I caught a flash of a smile from him as he leaned over me to kiss me again. He ran his hands along my body, exploring the curves of my sides. Shivers danced across my skin. It felt so good, and when he reached up to pull the straps of my dress down, it felt even better. His fingertips were rough and hot, gliding across my skin easily. As he pulled the straps down over my shoulders, the neckline of the dress moved with it. I sat up as he continued to remove the dress until it was balled at my hips, and my pink lacy bra was on show. Thank God I had on the matching panties. They were 10 times better than the ones he'd seen me in before. I lifted my butt so he could tug the dress down. He did until it pulled at my ankles, and I kicked it away along with my shoes. Noah kicked off his own shoes and kissed me again, pushing me back to lie down. His fingers left a trail of heat where they explored my body. I tilted my head back as he moved to kiss down my throat and cupped my breast. Moving the cup down, he brushed his thumb over my nipple, making me jerk. He replaced his thumb with his mouth, closing his lips around my tender nipple. A gasp escaped my lips, and I wound my fingers in his hair as he flicked his tongue over me. Oh, God. He turned his attention to the other one, doing exactly the same to that. My back arched, pushing my breasts farther into him. He took what I gave, lavishing attention on them with nibbles and tongue flicks and thumb brushes until he moved, positioning himself between my legs. His lips moved to my stomach. I clenched as he went lower and lower, past my belly button, and kissed a line from hip to hip. He dropped to his knees and spread my legs, and I threw my arm over my eyes. One finger trailed up the inside of my stomach. He hooked it under my panties and moved them to the side, brushing his knuckles over my clit. My hips jerked. I sucked in a deep breath, and he flicked his tongue over my clit. Fireworks erupted through my body when he closed his mouth around it. All the desperate aching I felt was being alleviated with every roll of his tongue. He explored me thoroughly, bringing me closer to the edge of orgasm. I moved so that my hips tilted for him, giving him more room, almost a silent plea for him to just keep going. If he stopped, I was going to kill him. Spasms tightened my muscles. I could feel it in my stomach and my legs. My orgasm was within touching distance, and I moaned, gripping hold of the cover. It balled under my fist, but I didn't care. I was moving so much I was essentially riding his face. There was no doubt in my mind that I'd have scratches from his stubble on the inside of my thighs, but I didn't care. He pressed down with his tongue. My entire body went tight. Pleasure rocketed through me in a huge wave, and heat prickled at my skin as I rode the moment out. That hadn't happened in my dream. I squirmed when he moved away from me. My legs dropped back together, and I moved my arm to see him unbuckling his belt. He dropped his pants, and I could see clearly his long, thick cock as it pressed against his underwear. Noah pulled his boxers down and stepped out of all his clothes. He bent over, and a sock went flying toward the door. He straightened. He really did have a great cock. It was a bit of an honor to see it in person, to be honest. The picture really didn't do it much justice. "You're staring at my cock, aren't you?" he asked, pulling a condom out of the nightstand. "I know they say you shouldn't meet your heroes, but..." He threw his head back and laughed. "You're fucking insane." I propped myself up on my arms and grinned. "So is your cock." "I'm not going to argue with you there." He tore the packet with his teeth and pulled out the condom. Dropping the wrapper to the floor, he reached down and with a firm grip on the base of his cock rolled it on. I shuddered. "I'm starting to feel a little bit objectified," he said, fighting a smile. "That'll be because I'm objectifying you," I replied, wriggling out of my bra. "Now, are you going to stand there all day, or are you going to put that thing to good use?" He gripped the waistband of my panties and slid them down my legs, then grabbed my thighs and parted them so he could slip between them like before. This time, he leaned right over me and kissed me deeply. His cock brushed against my clit teasingly, and I wrapped my legs around his waist almost in an attempt to push him inside me. I wanted more, all of him, and I wanted it now. Noah dragged his teeth across my lower lip and moved, reaching between us. He wrapped his hand around his cock and ran his fingers through my wetness, then moved and pressed his cock inside me. His lips found mine again. He took his time moving into me, and I ran my hands over his muscular shoulders. His skin was hot beneath my touch, and I drew in a deep breath as he stilled fully inside me. He pulled out and moved back in, and heat flushed through me. He felt so good, and I gripped his shoulders as he found a rhythm. His thrusts became deeper and harder, and the more he fucked me, the more I wanted. It was like a drug, with each thrust the next hit. It was addictive and heady, and all I could feel was the endless rush of pleasure as another orgasm threatened to overtake me. It was almost overwhelming, and my back arched, pushing my body into Noah's. I tugged at his hair and scratched at his shoulders, desperate for the release. It came, and it came hard. Pleasure racked my entire body, and I cried out into Noah's mouth. All my muscles were clenched and tight, and I could barely breathe for the sensations I was experiencing. I think I even saw a light. Life flashing before my eyes kind of light. The mother of all orgasms. Noah's face was buried in my neck, and I sagged beneath him. Neither of us moved for what seemed like forever, until Noah finally adjusted his body weight so he was no longer totally on top of me. He pulled out of me and flopped onto the bed next to me with a sigh. "Bet I didn't do that in your dream." I shook my head. Nope, and the orgasm was way better than I had then. He rolled his head to the side. "You came after dreaming about me?" "Not really after," I said slowly. "Kinda during?" Then I woke up. His laugh was breathy and tired. "At least real me is better than dream me." "Luckily for you, or I'd never considered doing it again." I winked at him and hauled myself up on my elbows. "You're considering doing it again?" "I feel honored," he said dryly, but he was smiling. "Here's an idea. Stay over, and I'll let you do it again tomorrow." "You'll let me?" "I'm generous like that." I laughed, dropping my head back. "You're crazy. You know that?" He grinned and tapped me on the nose. "You have no idea." I rolled over, stretching my arms out. It felt good to wake up my muscles this way, and God only knew I needed to wake them up. I patted around the mattress, feeling for Noah. He wasn't in the bed with me, so I rubbed my eyes and rolled over. Sitting up slowly, I listened for any indication that Noah was in the house. There was nothing. Not even a shuffle. I reached out toward the nightstand and grabbed my phone. The time showed almost 9, and I frowned at the new message icon. There were 3 unread texts, so I clicked the notification. The first was from my mom, and there was more than one. Mom. Where are you? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Mom. Reagan, answer your phone. Mom. Why aren't you replying? Mom. Why aren't you home? Mom. What's going on? Mom. Where are you? Whoops. I should have told her I wasn't coming home. I tapped out a quick reply and told her I'd spend the night at Noah's and I was sorry for not calling. Living at home was not working for me. The next message was from Hallie. Hallie. Where the fuck are you? Your mom showed up at my house at 6 a.m., absolutely hysterical. I almost called her an ambulance. I grimaced and hit reply. Me. Stayed at Noah's and forgot to tell her. Sorry. I sent it and opened the other message. It was from Noah, and I breathed a sigh of relief when I read it. Noah. At work. Didn't want to wake you. Left you the spare key by the kitchen sink so you can lock up if you leave. Noah. Not that you have to leave. I finish at 1 if you want to stay at mine. Noah. There's some female shit in the bathroom from when my mom visited last month. Shampoo and shit. I left you towels just in case. I smiled. I wasn't going to stay, but I appreciated the offer. I had to get home to get my ass whooped by my mom for giving her a heart attack. But I would take him up on that shower. Me. Thanks. My mom is pissed at me for not telling her I was staying out, so I need to go home. Do you want me to hide the key? My phone beeped that the battery was almost dead. I grimaced and glanced around the room, my eyes falling on a cord on the other side of the bed. I launched myself over with a silent prayer that it would fit my phone and just about peed with happiness when I saw that it did. I plugged it in and left it on Noah's pillow before I went in search of his bathroom. It was weird walking around his house totally naked, so I grabbed my boobs with my arm and ran to the nearest door. It was, thankfully, the bathroom. I closed the door in case Poosh came up. I didn't know if she could get her little legs up the stairs. And anyway, I didn't know if she was a voyeur or not. I turned on the shower and hunted through the drawers and the cupboard above the sink. I desperately needed to take off my makeup, but the chances that Noah would have anything to remove it with were slim. Still, I was nothing if not determined, and my search paid off with a half-empty packet of wet wipes that weren't entirely wet anymore. Between almost all the wipes and a sponge, I managed to get yesterday's makeup off my face and stepped into the shower. As he'd said, there was shampoo and conditioner on the shelf, and I washed the mess out of my hair. Thank God I had hair ties in my purse. When I was done soaking under the hot water, I stepped out and wrapped myself in the towels. I winced a little at the fact they were white. My hair had a tendency to leak a little purple after it had been washed, especially when the color was fresh like mine was. Note to self: buy Noah a new towel. I clutched the towel over my boobs and went back into the bathroom. I wished like hell I'd stuffed a pair of clean panties into my purse, just in case, but Ava had talked me out of it. I blew out a long breath and sat on the side of the bed Noah had slept on. My phone showed a few new messages again, and I bit the inside of my cheek when I opened the one for my mom. Mom. Oh my God, you're alive. Mom. You can sleep with who you like, but just tell me you're out next time. Yeah. Thanks, Mom? Me. I'll be home soon. Can you or Dad pick me up from Noah's? It's the other side of town. Mom. Your dad is doing deliveries. He'll be done in an hour. Text me the address, XOXOX. I did just that with a huge thank you and another apology before I checked Hallie's response. Hallie. Noah's? Did you sleep with him? Hallie. Ha 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 ha. Ava owes me $20. Right. Of course. Their bet. No wonder Ava had talked me out of packing spare panties. Me. Good, you can buy me a drink with that if you want to know about it. What? I wasn't going to give that information away for free. I moved on to Noah's reply. Noah, don't worry about the key. I'll get it the next time I see you. My lips twitched into a smile. The thought of seeing him again unleashed butterflies in my stomach. It was stupid because we had such a great connection. But if last night had taught me anything, it was that I had feelings for Noah. Strong, solid feelings. Ones that I didn't think were going to go anywhere anytime soon. Even if they did scare me a little. Okay, they scared me a lot. He was the kind of guy who could break my heart. And not just break it, but decimate it. He was literally my dream guy. He ticked every single box I had and probably some I wasn't yet aware of. And he was just so damn perfect for me. And that was definitely a scary thing. I could see myself falling in love with Noah. If I'd known him any longer than 2 weeks, I'd say I already was. I didn't believe you could fall in love quickly, so it really didn't matter how strong my feelings for him were. They weren't love. Not yet. One day, but not today. I put down my phone and went on a hunt for my clothes. Did I have enough time to clean my underwear and dry them off if I put them in the sun? I didn't really want to put dirty panties on, but I didn't have much of a choice. They were all I had, after all. I located my bra, my dress, and my shoes, but my panties were nowhere to be found. Frowning, I threw my clothes on the bed and got onto the floor. Had they accidentally gone under the bed? A peek under the frame said no. They disappeared. How did panties disappear? They didn't have legs, as far as I knew. Oh my God. I froze. No, panties didn't have legs. But Poosh did. I scrambled to my feet and ran downstairs. The towel on top of my head fell off halfway down the stairs, but I left it there and went in search of Noah's dog. She was nowhere to be found in the living room, so I walked through into the kitchen, where Poosh was lying in her bed with my underwear between her paws. And my panties? Well, rest in peace, my little lacy friend. Oh my God, I breathed. Poosh! She simply cocked her head at me, holding on tight to the fabric that used to be my underwear. I darted forward and snatched them away. She'd completely torn them apart, and I felt a pang of sadness. They were new. I liked those. Damn it. I spied Noah's trash can in the corner and tossed the panties into it. Bad Poosh, I said, pointing at her. She whined and looked at me with big, wide eyes. How the hell did you stay mad at that? Shit. I bent over and scratched her behind the ears. Damn dog. How was I supposed to punish such a cute little sweetheart? A cute little sweetheart who'd just eaten my panties. God damn it. I ran back upstairs and into the bedroom where I grabbed my phone to message Noah again. Me. Your dog ate my panties. I really hoped he was the only person who saw that message. Like, really hoped. My phone buzzed and I knew it was Noah before I even looked at the screen. Hey, aren't you working? I answered. Poosh did what? Was his reply. She ate my underwear, I said. I took a shower and when I came out I couldn't find my panties. I found her in her bed with them, and they're totally wrecked. Shit. I'm so sorry. You don't happen to have any stashed in your purse, do you? We're talking about a pair of panties, not chapstick. Fuck, okay. The line cracked as he blew out a long breath. Okay, you're gonna have to use my boxers. I can't wear your boxers. What are you gonna do? Go commando? I didn't think of that. I was too busy telling off your gross little dog until she looked at me and made me feel guilty. Yeah, she does that. He paused. You're gonna have to take some of my underwear. I groaned and dropped back on the bed. I knew I shouldn't have slept with you on the first date. He burst out laughing. Yeah. Look, I have to get back to work. My boss thinks I'm using the bathroom and he's gonna send a search party if I stay much longer. I'll talk to you later, okay? Okay. Thanks. Do you want me to let Poosh into the yard before I go? If you have time, that'd be great. Thanks, Reagan. No problem. I'll let you go back to work so I can get to snooping through your drawers. Bye! I hung up to the tune of his laughter and tossed my phone back down. Right. Time to find me some boxers. There was a sentence I never thought I'd say.
Chapter 15. Noah. Weird is as weird does. I was so out of fucking place here. Never in my life had I walked into a lingerie store, and I didn't need the floor-to-wall mirror behind the bras to know that I stuck out like a sore thumb. A mom with a teen daughter eyed me cautiously as her daughter dug through a basket full of discounted underwear. I gave her a timid smile and turned away so she didn't think I was some kind of weirdo. These places were not made for guys. Not even the poor guy whose eyes were darting around like he was on the run from the FBI while his girlfriend rifled through a sale rack. I had no idea what the fuck I was doing here. I knew, obviously, I wanted to make up for Poosh being a little asshole, but I really hadn't thought this through. Go into the store, the guys at work had said. Buy a pair to replace the panties Poosh ate. That was what happened when you let your friend use your phone to text his girlfriend without making sure your own conversations were shut down. Thanks to Finn, the entire fire station knew I'd slept with Reagan and that my dog had found her own breakfast. That was a fact I wasn't going to share with Reagan. I didn't think she'd be too impressed, and she was already less than happy right now. Which was why I was standing in the middle of this underwear store, hoping a pair of panties would grow a pair of legs and ask me to buy them. "Sir, can I help you?" I turned at the sound of the voice. The woman behind me had long curly red hair that was pulled into a ponytail and an inviting smile on her face. She was dressed all in black and had a badge on her shirt that said her name was Roxanne. "Yes, Roxanne, you can help me." "Yes. Hi. I rubbed the back of my neck. "I'm looking for some underwear." "For yourself?" I opened my mouth in shock, but she laughed, touching my arm. "Kidding. For your girlfriend?" "Sure. What the hell?" "Yeah, my girlfriend. My dog is kind of an asshole, and, made off with her underwear this morning. I'm trying to make it up to her." She nodded in understanding. "I've heard that one before. What kind of underwear are you looking for?" How the fuck did I know? I wasn't paying attention to Reagan's panties until I had to get her out of them. "I have no fucking clue," I admitted. With another laugh, she guided me toward a stand that held baskets of underwear. She grabbed a few of them and held them up. "Do you know what kind of underwear she wears?" I said nothing. I may as well have been buying Reagan fucking tampons, for all I knew. "Right. Okay, this is a thong." She held up a pair with not much fabric to them. "These are—" "Do you have gift cards?" I was not going to stand here and learn about the cuts of women's underwear. That was way more information than I needed to know, and I needed to get home and shower. It was hot as balls outside, and I'd been training in it all day. I probably smelled like I needed a shower, too. Roxanne laughed and replaced the underwear. "We do. Come on up to the register." I blew out a sigh of relief and followed her up there. She showed me the cards, and I picked the simplest one and put $50 on it. I had no idea how much women's underwear cost, and I figured that this way she could get a few pairs in case Poosh went wild again. Assuming she still wanted to sleep with me after this. If she did, I'd buy her a fucking wall safe to keep her underwear in. I paid for the card and put it in my wallet with my debit card, thanked Roxanne for her help, and left the store as quickly as I possibly could. I was never going in there again. Fucking ever. I pulled my phone out as I walked to my truck. It was just before 3, so I texted Reagan to see if she was at home. There was every chance I was going to lose this gift card, so I wanted to get it to her as soon as possible. Also, I really needed to apologize in person. There was something special about Reagan, something that drew me to her. Despite the weird circumstances we'd met in, I wanted this to go as normally as possible. My dog eating her underwear fit with the weird circumstances, but not with the normal part. My phone beeped with a new text. "Reagan, I'm at home. Why?
Me. Can I stop by and talk to you for a minute?
Reagan. If you're lucky, you'll catch Aunt Bethel between bitching fits.
Me. Sounds thrilling. I'll be there in 10.
Reagan. I'll save your ears and wait outside. I was pretty intrigued by the endless bitching fits from her aunt, but after that one meeting we'd had, I wasn't too upset to have to miss it. I turned the key in the ignition and pulled out of the parking lot. It didn't take me long at all to get across town, and when I parked outside her parents' house, she was sitting on the top step on her phone. Her hair was piled into a bun on top of her head, and it didn't look as though she was wearing any makeup. She looked up and smiled when I got out. Hey, how was work?
Nobody set anything on fire today, so pretty good.
I returned her smile as she stood up and jumped down the last step. She adjusted the waistband of her yoga pants and stepped right in front of me. Always a bonus. She looked so awkward standing there, almost like she wasn't sure if she should touch me or not. It was an interesting development. The Reagan I'd come to know was strong-willed and outspoken and confident, but this Reagan was shy and hesitant, and so fucking adorable. I put her out of her misery and wrapped my arms around her shoulders. She laughed quietly as she circled hers around my waist, returning the hug. So, what did you want to talk about? She asked, stepping back and resting her hands on her hips.
Right.
I held up one finger and took out my wallet. Whoa, you're not giving me money, are you? That's a little awkward after we've slept together. Laughing, I pulled out the pink striped gift card.
No, I'm not giving you money, don't worry.
Thank God. I didn't want to have to punch you in your pretty face.
And she was back. First, I want to say sorry about Poosh.
She tapped my arm. You already apologized. It happened. I'm not mad. Your boxers are extremely comfy, and I should warn you now that you're not getting those back. I laughed into my hand.
Good to know. Between you and the dog, I'll be the one going commando.
Don't worry. Santa brings underpants for Christmas in our family. Her eyes sparkled with laughter. Seriously, it's fine. Lesson learned not to leave my panties on your floor.
Just don't wear any the next time you come over. Problem solved.
I smirked.
Here, this is yours.
She took the proffered gift card and stared at it for a moment. Confusion shone bright in her eyes when she met my gaze. What is this?
It's a gift card to replace your underwear.
I put my hands in my pockets and rocked on the balls of my feet.
I went by the store after work to actually buy you a pair, but holy fuck, how do you know what to buy there?
She laughed, resting her forehead against my chest.
Seriously, she tried showing me all these different types of underwear and I nearly had a stroke.
I rested my hands on her upper arms.
How? How do you decide?
She pulled back and peered up at me. It's an art form, perfected over many years of wearing uncomfortable underwear until you find the one that fits. It's a bit like dating.
That made sense. Well, like I said, I didn't know which pair you're currently in a relationship with, so I got you the card instead.
That is a weirdly sweet apology. She held the card up and smiled. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I brushed some wispy strands of hair away from her eyes.
There's $50 on there.
$50? Do you think my panties are stitched with gold?
No.
I laughed and rubbed my hand down her face.
If Pooh stole your underwear, it means she likes you. She's probably going to do it again.
Ah. Understanding flashed across her face as she tapped me on the nose with the card. So this is like a panty prepayment system. Stock up before she steals them all.
I thought of it as several apologies in advance, but a panty prepayment system works too.
Reagan grinned, and her eyes twinkled with it. Am I leaving them at your house so I don't have to keep stealing yours?
I hadn't considered it, I admitted. I figured you'd just keep them in your purse.
She raised her eyebrows. Did I just freak you out?
About keeping your underwear in my apartment? Normally, yes, but given Poosh's little obsession, not really.
I shook my head. All right. Hold on a second. She spun and walked back up to the house. She flashed me a quick grin before she disappeared inside, shoving the door shut behind her. What the hell was she doing? I put my hands in my pockets and clicked my tongue while I waited for her to come back out. She skipped out of the door with mischief written all over her face. She came right up to me and pulled my hand from my pocket before she stuffed something in my hand. "I'm afraid to ask," I said, meeting her eyes. Her smile was wide and playful. "A pair of my underwear." I ran my tongue over my lips. "Thank you?" "No." She grabbed my arm, laughing. "You said you're not freaked out about the idea of having my underwear at your house, so you can take a pair of my underwear to your house." "Not that it isn't thoughtful or practical," I said slowly, "but I was thinking that you'd take the pair there yourself." "I could," she mused, "but I'm having dinner with the girls tonight. I don't have time to go shopping to buy new underwear, and I'm not hauling a pair to a restaurant in my purse." "That still doesn't explain why I need to take these right now." I held up my fist. "Oh." She stepped closer to me, smiling coyly. "I was going to get a cab to your place after we've had dinner." I paused. I didn't even need to think about that, to be honest. I stuffed her underwear in my pocket with a nod. "Shall I leave the door unlocked, or do you want to keep that key?" She grinned. "You've got my underwear, I'll keep your key. Look at that, a booty call you don't even have to get out of bed for." I grabbed her and pulled her into me before kissing her firmly. "You're no booty call, Reagan." Our eyes met, and her smile softened. "Shall I bring anything with me?" "Yes, a toothbrush." "Why a toothbrush?" "Your panties are in my pocket. A toothbrush seems like a logical step." She fell into me, burying her face in my neck as she laughed. "Now that I'll carry around in my purse." I didn't know how Reagan liked her coffee. I didn't know if she even liked coffee. She had to like coffee. Even though I'd never seen her in the morning, she struck me as the kind of person who needed coffee to function. How she took it, though, that was a mystery. I poured a cup of it black, then put sugar and creamer with the mug on a tray. I added a bottle of water and a strip of aspirin and headed for the stairs. She'd still been asleep when I came down here, but it was nearly 10 now and I wanted to wake her up. I wanted to know how much she remembered of last night, and if she didn't remember a lot, I had pictures. I nudged the bedroom door open with my hip and peered inside. She was lying on her side, snuggled with the covers up to her chin. Her hair was a curly mess that was spread across the pillows, and her lips were parted as she gently breathed in and out. It was creepy to watch her sleep, I knew that, but I also knew she probably had a marching band in her head, and any peace she felt right now would disappear the second she woke up. I set the tray on top of my dresser and perched on the edge of the bed. She was so fucking beautiful. She looked like she belonged in my bed, sleeping or otherwise. The way I felt about Reagan was overwhelming. She'd wormed her way into my life and now into my heart. And while this was all still new and we hadn't actually spoken about anything other than sex and one date, I did know one thing. I didn't want to let her go. I wanted to keep hold of her to see where this went. "Stop staring at me," Reagan muttered, rolling onto her back. "Oh, Jesus Christ. My mouth feels like Gandhi's flip-flop." "Gandhi's flip-flop, huh? That's a new one." She propped herself up on one elbow and rubbed her eyes. "Do you have any water in here?" I grabbed the glass and the aspirin from the tray. "Here, these will help too." "God, I might marry you." She tossed the pills into her mouth and finished half the water in one go. "Do I want to know what happened last night?" "You don't remember?" Shit, this was going to be fun. "It's a bit blurry." She tugged herself to sit up and looked down at her body. "This is your t-shirt." I eyed the faded Metallica t-shirt I'd had for years. "That is my t-shirt." "Don't take this the wrong way," she started. "But did we have sex last night?" "Reagan." I put my hand on her knee. "It took you 5 attempts to get the name of the bar you were in right last night. Creek Falls only has 2 bars. "Right. No sex."
No sex, I promise you. You did give it a good try, though, I'll give you that.
Oh, no. She buried her face in her hands. I'm sorry.
Don't worry, it was Poosh you were trying to talk into getting into bed with you, not me.
Oh, poor Poosh.
Yeah, kinda. It was more funny than anything. She did lick your ankles for a good minute, though, before you got so ticklish I had to separate you.
Reagan ran her tongue over her lips. Yeah, I remember an alien wanting my feet.
Poosh did have buggy eyes. That alien would be Poosh.
Right. Noted. She pinched the bridge of her nose. Is that coffee up there?
Yep, I didn't know how you like it. Cream and sugar?
Just cream. Thanks. Hey, Noah. Can you tell me exactly what happened last night? I know I had dinner with Hallie and Ava, and we went to the sports bar after. I remember running into my brother, but that's about it.
I smirked and handed her the mug. Oh, you are in for a treat right now.
Oh, no, she groaned, leaning back against the headboard. This is why I don't do tequila shots.
That's probably a rule you should stick to in the future. I sat on the bed with her and fought a smile. Should I start where I came in?
Please do.
She winced. Okay. It was about 10:15 when you called me and said you thought I should come and get a beer. You sounded like you were having fun, and I'm not working today, so I agreed.
Sounds reasonable.
For now.
Fuck.
I bit back a laugh. I asked you where you were, and that was when we went through the whole 5 bars thing before I finally figured out where you were.
Did you come down?
Sure did. I drove down, and when I got there, Ava was dancing on a table, and you and Hallie were running what I'm pretty sure was an illegal betting ring. Reagan rubbed her fingertips across her forehead.
We were?
You had a pool going for how long Ava would last before she fell off the table.
Yeah, that sounds like us. Did she fall off?
Yep. Luckily for her, me and Preston caught her. I smacked my lips together. It was when you and Hallie tried to get on the bar to do the dance from Coyote Ugly that the 2 of us all but carried the 3 of you out of there.
Oh, Jesus. I have flashbacks from Ava's 21st birthday.
Everyone thought we were spoil sports for what it's worth. She leaned over and touched my arm.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I winked. We threw the 3 of you in the back of my truck and drove you home. We had to stop one time for you to pee in a bush, and once for Ava to throw up on the side of the road. We took Ava up to her apartment and put her to bed. Then we went to Hallie's. I have to say, I've never made peanut butter sandwiches for raccoons before. There was something about leaving them grapes, too.
She's trying to vary their diet a little.
Reagan took a big drink of coffee.
Grapes every other time, sometimes goldfish crackers, occasionally cookies.
What?
The raccoons, they're basically her pets at this point. She feeds them. Boris is a horny bastard who humped her chair leg last week.
They live in her house?
No, outside. They're not allowed in. Well, Betty is, but she doesn't hump everything.
We're going to have to come back to this, I said. Anyway, we fed the raccoons and put Hallie to bed. Then I left Preston there with her and brought you here. I was going to take you home, but I figured you'd already told your mom you were staying here last night.
Yeah.
She coughed and cleared her throat.
Good call. So, after you dealt with my weirdo best friends and my weirdo brother, you looked after me?
I'd say tried to control you is a better representation of what actually happened.
Oh, God.
There was a lot of that going on this morning, wasn't there? So, you came in fine, almost tripped over the door, but you were fine. Then you began your love affair with Poosh. She licked you all over your face, you scratched her belly until she needed to pee, then she came in and licked your ankles until you realized you were asking her to go to bed with you. Reagan dropped her head back and looked up at the ceiling, then muttered something under her breath.
Okay. Wow, so now you know why I don't drink straight tequila.
I gave her a sympathetic smile and nodded slowly. It all adds up.
All I can do is say that I'm sorry you had to witness that.
I'm not. It was the most fun I've had in ages.
You thought that was fun?
Reagan, you set up a betting pool in a bar, tried to do the Coyote Ugly dance on the bar, and spent 30 minutes telling my dog you love her so much you want to sleep with her in my bed. It was hilarious. She pressed her hands over her face and shook her head. Oh my God. I leaned back on my hands, grinning. The shame rolled off her in waves. Clearly, tequila-drunk Reagan was a little secret she was hoping to keep for a bit longer. I, however, was fucking delighted to have discovered it. No more tequila. Ever. She dropped her hands and looked at me. Do you mind if I take a shower? I shook my head. Go ahead. I need to take Poosh out for a walk anyway. Do you want me to get anything while I'm out? A time machine, maybe? I'd like a do-over of last night. No way. How did I end up in your shirt, by the way? She asked when I stood up. Oh, that. I looked down at her. When you realized Poosh wasn't interested in sleeping with you, you tried to talk me into having sex. I told you I really wanted to fuck you in that t-shirt, so you pulled off all your clothes and put it on. Then I told you to lie down, and I'd be right back. When I came back, you were asleep. Or passed out, really. Thank you, she whispered, meeting my eyes. Again, I'm sorry. Don't worry. I doubt it'll be the last time I see you drunk. Oh, it will. I'm never drinking again. Yeah. Okay.
Chapter 16. Reagan. 50 Shades of Shame. I couldn't believe I'd let myself get talked into tequila. This was what happened when guys infiltrated girls' night. One of the three of us got depressed and headed straight for the deadly liquor. Last night, it had been Ava. She had it in her head that I was going to marry Noah and we have all the babies. And since Hallie was marrying my brother, far more likely, if you ask me, which meant that Ava was all alone. That was code for shots. I grabbed a fresh bottle of water from the fridge and leaned against the kitchen island. I couldn't believe I'd actually called Noah last night and that he'd reacted the way he had. He just did it. Helped me and the girls home with my brother's help. Didn't laugh. All right, he laughed, but in an amused way. He didn't think we were stupid or idiots, even though we were both of those things. God, he was perfect, wasn't he? He was something else. We'd only met around 3 weeks ago, yet I was standing here in his kitchen thinking that I wasn't sure there was anywhere else I'd rather be. I just didn't know what to do now. Maybe it was my hangover clouding my mind. Not that it was as bad as it should have been, given the amount of tequila I'd consumed, but I was completely exhausted and definitely not thinking 100% clearly. The only thing that was clear was that I wanted to keep this man in my life. I wasn't sure how to go about doing that. At this point, his life was far more put together than mine was. I mean, I was back living with my parents. My insurance company was being a dick about paying out, and I was getting tequila drunk like I was illegally drinking at a frat party. And apparently, hitting on his dog. The only things I had going for me right now was that I had a good job that I loved, a business I'd one day inherit half of, and I was damn good in bed. Actually, as far as pros and cons went, I was doing all right. Still, I knew I wanted to find out where this would go. It had been such a long time since I'd met someone who I felt like this about. Sure, I dated and fooled around and casually spent time with people, but a relationship? No. It had been forever. I didn't know what to do with these feelings. I didn't know exactly how he felt. I knew we had this amazing connection and that he made me laugh and feel comfortable. I hoped he felt the same way I did. And, let's face it, one of the biggest hurdles in any relationship was sharing the television remote. We already knew we were compatible in that regard, given our conversations about the worst characters ever. We hadn't even gotten started on the best ones. I pursed my lips and pulled myself to sit on the island. My legs swung against the gray cupboard beneath me, and I tugged the bottom hem of Noah's shirt down over my thighs. I'd showered since he'd left to take Poosh out, but I didn't want to put my jeans back on, so here I was, wearing his shirt, like it was totally normal for me to be sitting here in one of his old t-shirts drinking his water on his kitchen counter. Maybe it was normal. Or it would be. One day. I could hope, right? I could hope that one day this might be totally normal. The front door opened, and I peered over my shoulder at the doorway. Get in, Poosh. No, the stick is too big. You can't take it. Damn it, Poosh. What the hell was going on? I jumped off the counter and set my water down, then headed toward the front door. I stopped dead in the hallway when I saw why Poosh was stuck. This tiny chihuahua had a really, really long stick in her mouth. And she was desperately trying to get it into the house. But she couldn't. It was longer than the door was wide, and she was never getting it inside. How was she even carrying that? I dragged my gaze up to meet Noah's. The stick is literally bigger than she is. It's just long, he said, exasperation in his tone. It's not a log or anything, but it's strong enough that it won't snap and let her inside. Why won't she drop it? I didn't think of that. He stared at me. She's attached to it. She's been carrying it since the park. How? I don't know, he sighed. Did you shower? My hair didn't wash itself, I replied dryly. I showered. Why? You're still wearing my t-shirt, that's all. I didn't want to put my jeans on. Is it a problem? If you're in my jeans, yeah. I frowned at him, then paused. Right. I dropped my gaze to his groin and bit the inside of my cheek to hide my smile. I see. Mm-hmm. He stared at me intently. Since you two are best friends now, you want to help me out here? Sighing, I got down on one knee in front of Poosh. Poosh, give me the stick, please. She eyed me with her big dark eyes for a second before she took 2 steps back and dropped the stick on the ground between us. Who's a good girl? I cooed, patting my knee. She launched herself toward me, dragging her leash out of Noah's hand. I caught her tiny body in my arms and fell onto my butt. She licked my chin as I laughed, trying to pull her away from me. Jesus, Noah muttered, stepping into the hallway. The door clicked shut. Reagan, what type of underwear are you wearing? I cough-laughed, finally pushing Poosh off me. What? Never mind. I'll just buy you another gift card. He unclipped the leash from Poosh's collar and hung it on a hook, then walked past me. I scrambled to my feet and ran after him. Did I just flash your neighborhood? No, you flashed me. He grinned lopsidedly and hit the button on the coffee machine. And I didn't mind at all. I pursed my lips. So you're buying me a gift card to buy the underwear you like so you can see it. No, I'm buying you another gift card so you can buy the underwear you like. I just happen to also like it. I couldn't really argue with that, could I? What if I don't want you to buy me underwear? Then you'll run out when your new best friend ultimately eats every pair you leave here. I eyed Poosh. She won't eat my underwear anymore. I think we've reached an understanding. Unless she suddenly hates you, that isn't going to happen. She eats it because she loves you. Dogs are disgusting, do you know that? So are the tops of bars and sports bars, but that didn't stop you trying to climb barefoot onto one last night. I'm not going to live that down, am I? No. It's going right up there with the fact I saved your life. I'll remind you of it forever. He walked over to me and trapped me against the island. He flattened his hands on top of the counter and leaned forward, his gaze flicking over my face before it came to rest on my lips. You're annoyingly hot in that shirt. It wasn't intentional. I'm sure it wasn't, but it doesn't change the fact that you are. You're just trying to get into my panties. Damn straight. I reached up and patted his cheek. Not tonight, dear. I'm hungover. He snapped his gaze up to mine and laughed. I don't think you could stomach an orgasm right now. I'd tip you over the edge. Wow, you're humble today. I've been your hero twice. 3 times if we count the sex. We're not counting the sex. I'm counting the sex. I rolled my eyes. Of course he was counting the sex. Why wouldn't he count the sex? Men did feel like heroes if they successfully squeezed an orgasm out of those elusive G-spots, mind you. I wonder what that made me. I'd never failed to give myself an orgasm. Your phone is flashing. Noah reached behind me and handed it to me. Want a coffee? I shook my head and opened the unread messages in our group thread. Ava. Tell Noah I'm sorry. Ava. Like, really sorry. Hallie. Seconded. A lot. Ava. I've never been so embarrassed in my life. Hallie. It was pretty good dancing, and we were the ones who bet you'd fall off the table, so we're rich now. Ava. I want a cut of that money. It'll match the one on my knee. Hallie and Ava said they're sorry. I told Noah. Ava's also embarrassed, Hallie is rich, and I think I need better friends. He laughed, carrying his cup back over to me. Tell them not to worry about it. I told you it wasn't all that bad. Plus your brother likes me. That's never a plus, I muttered, hitting the reply button. Me. Noah said don't worry, and I want my share of that money. I'm told I hustled hard for it. Hallie. You'll get it, don't you worry. Did you know Preston and Noah struck up a bromance? Me. So I'm hearing. Ava. I can't think of anything worse than your brother and your boyfriend having a bromance. Me. Noah isn't my boyfriend. Ava. Looked like it last night. Me. And you looked like an idiot on that table, but here we are. Hallie. Can you two stop bickering for 5 minutes? This is important. We need to stop Preston and Noah's bromance in their tracks. Ava. It's not my problem. Hey, Noah said, tapping my knee. Does Ava have a brother? I peered up at him through my lashes. Yes? Why? I swear Preston said something about him coming back to Creek Falls soon. Doesn't he live here? I think he's in Charlotte with his best friend. They keep moving around and I don't know. I didn't know they were coming back. Preston said he wasn't sure when, but it was in the plans. Huh. I wonder if Ethan's coming back too. Who's Ethan? Leo's best friend. Leo's Ava's brother. Right. Does it matter? I grinned slyly. Yeah, it does. Ava's in love with him. With her brother's best friend? My best friend is dating my brother. Noah tilted his head to the side. Huh. Yeah, you're right. So Ava's in love with her brother's best friend, and I'm guessing he doesn't know? She won't even admit it, I scoffed. But if they're coming back to town, I am going to be her worst nightmare. You're a great friend, aren't you? I'm just keeping it real. I turned my attention back to my phone. Me. Actually, it might be your problem. Hallie. Why? Ava. Why? Me. Noah just told me that Preston said that Leo is coming back soon. He already has a bromance with Preston, which means he'll have one with Noah if we get together. Hallie. Shut up, you're already together. Ava. I don't care if Leo has a bromance with the president. He can bromance who he likes. Me. You're forgetting something. Hallie. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Ava. What? Me. If Leo's coming back, so is Ethan. Ava. Oh, balls. I burst out laughing. What? Noah craned his neck to see my phone. I turned it around. Ava. His eyebrows shot up. Hallie thinks we're together? Seriously? Her dream world is the part of that conversation you want to focus on? Yeah. What did you say before that? I tried to move my phone out of his reach, but not only was I backed against the island, he was taller than me, which meant he had arms that were a lot longer than mine, which meant he grabbed my phone. He scrolled, his eyebrows shooting up again. Your eyebrows are going to end up stuck to your hairline if you keep raising them like that. I snatched my phone back before he could stop me. It's you. You make me raise my eyebrows. He tapped me on the nose. You think about the possibility of us being together? Oh, God. This was the talk, wasn't it? The one that two people with a mutual attraction had when they were getting ready to define their relationship. Well, I'm standing in your kitchen in one of your old t-shirts after spending 2 nights in a row with you, so I'm hardly thinking about how to murder you, am I? I paused. Actually, hold that thought. I might need to do that if you keep looking at me like that. Looking at you like what? Like you might want to have the talk. He gripped the edge of the counter again and leaned forward so that his eyes were eye level with mine. Maybe I do want to have the talk, Reagan. Maybe I have feelings for you and I want to tell you so we can decide how to move forward. Oh boy. I swallowed. This was it, wasn't it? The moment I'd imagined. The one where he told me he felt the same as I did and we could decide what to do about it. Well, let's get this straight right now. I held up one finger, leaning back. I'm not walking out of this conversation as your girlfriend. We haven't known each other long enough to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Completely agree, Noah said, surprising me. As far as it goes, we haven't spent a ton of time together either. We've talked a lot, which counts for something, but we need to spend more actual person time together. You're kidding me, right? Why would I be? Are you reading my mind? Noah shook his head. Reagan, I like you. I really, really fucking like you. And I want to see where things go between us. That doesn't mean I want to rush into putting a label on anything until we know each other better. Well, shit. A decent guy who agreed with me and didn't want to rush anything? Oh. I cleared my throat. Okay. Then in the interest of full disclosure, I happen to really, really fucking like you too. You say it so romantically. I said it the exact same way you did. Noah winked. He straightened, taking a step closer to me, and wrapped one arm around my waist. We've only known each other for what? A couple of weeks? I curled my lips to one side. Why don't you check the data on that pretty dick pic you sent me? That'll tell you. He slowly shook his head. Be serious. I can't. It's not in my nature. Reagan? Fine. I met his eyes. I really like you, okay? But I'm not going to label anything with you right now. We don't even know if we'll fit into each other's lives. I'm living with my parents right now, I'm fighting every other day with my insurance company, and you haven't been in town long. You're right. He reached up and cupped my face. His thumbs brushed across my cheeks and he smiled. I'm still settling into my living here. I don't know many people outside of the station because my job can be demanding. Until I met you, my only friends were the guys I work with. Your life just got flipped upside down and you're dealing with that. But that doesn't mean we can't spend time together and make it so that we fit into each other's lives. You know that means spending time with my friends, right? And my brother. And probably my family, too. He shrugged a shoulder. I don't have family here. Not a lot of friends, and I happen to get along with your brother. Turns out we're the same age and support the same football team. You support the Panthers? Yes. Why? He smirked, tilting my head up. Because I want to. That was as good an answer as any, I suppose. All right. So what are we doing then? With us? No, for dinner, I said dryly. Yes, with us. If we both agree it's too early for us to be in a relationship, but we both have feelings for each other. Now what? Pretty simple, isn't it? We date. We don't see anyone else. Do you think I look like the kind of people who dates more than one person at a time? Noah narrowed his eyes. That sounds like a question I shouldn't answer. Ah, he learns fast. You're insane. He slipped his hands down to my neck and over my shoulders where his thumbs brushed my collarbone. Reagan, I don't want to even think about seeing anyone else. And if you do, I'll lock you in my room with me until you change your mind. I rested my hands on his side and peered up into his eyes. My heart was skipping inside my chest, beating just a little faster than before. I don't want to date anyone else either. Good. Then, he kissed me. Full on, firmly, perfectly, in a kiss that was so much more than a promise of what was to come. Chapter 17. Reagan. Family is forever. Apparently. Do you think this is a good idea? Preston flattened his hands on the counter. I sighed and put a rose in the bouquet I was making. I'd taken Noah's advice and gotten a full check from my doctor. I was A-OK, so my mom had finally handed me back the keys to the right bouquet, and I was officially back to work full-time. I don't know, I replied, securing the bouquet together with an elastic band. All I know is that it's the next logical step while we figure this out. Reagan, you do know Aunt Bethel will be there, don't you? Yes, it's just a good thing that Margaret won't be. Do you want me to invite Hallie? No, I don't mean to be rude, I said. She's my best friend, I love her. But if we're going to do this, it has to be just us. Preston sighed and shook his head. Noah has no fucking idea what he's letting himself in for. Ugh. I dropped my head back after I secured the wrapping on the bouquet. It's taken us 5 days to reach this point where he doesn't have to work overtime. We're going through with this family dinner, and you're going to be there to give me moral support. My brother took the bouquet. Of course I'm going to be there. Noah's a great guy, and if you're going to date someone, I'm glad it's him and not one of the assholes around here. I also want you to spend time with him, I admitted. He told me he only really knows the guys he works with, and I hate that. He's been here for 6 months. He should know more people. Preston chuckled. We exchanged numbers when we were babysitting you three. We've talked some over the last few days, mostly about football. He's coming over to watch the game this weekend. Oh. Don't look so surprised, Reagan. I'm a nice person. Yeah, if you say so. I wiped down the counter, then squeezed the cloth in the sink. I know tonight is going to be insane, but we agreed to take things slow. Didn't you stay at his place again last night? Isn't that the 3rd time in a week or so? You can shove that tone where the sun doesn't shine. I'm a grown woman. If I want to sleep out, I will. It doesn't really count as taking things slow. I said we were taking it slow emotionally. Physical compatibility counts. I don't want to know about your physical compatibility with anything except a treadmill, and even then I'm not sure I care. I smiled. Oh, so you don't want to know that he's so good in bed he quite literally blows my mind every single time? I can't think of anything I want to know less, Preston said dryly. And now I don't think I'll ever be able to look him in the eye again. You're welcome. I blew him a kiss. So what's this about Leo coming home? Why do you care about Leo? Is he bringing Ethan? And it all makes sense. I held up my hands. Sue me, I'm a nosy bitch. You won't get an argument from me. Preston pulled a stool beneath him and sat down. Him and Ethan are on temp contracts in the garage they're in, and apparently it's already getting fucking cold in Chicago. They're coming back just before Halloween in a few weeks. Wow, no wonder Ava was a hot mess yesterday. I tried asking her at lunch and she bit my head off. I pulled a bag of Sour Patch Kids from under the counter and opened it. I just figured she was on her period. You're sharing way too much information today. He shook his head and turned the bag of candy toward him to steal some. All right, so your non-boyfriend is having dinner with us tonight. Leo and Ethan are coming home and Ava is about to lose her shit. Is that about it? Unless Hallie has any new developments since she started feeding the raccoons a varied diet. Yep. Can't wait, he drawled. Nothing can possibly go wrong in this town, can it? So, you're a firefighter? Aunt Bethel said, staring at Noah across the table. This was a terrible idea. Preston had tried to warn me, but had I listened? No. No, I had not. I wanted Noah to spend time with my family. I wanted him to feel comfortable in Creek Falls and like he wasn't alone anymore. I probably shouldn't have done that with Aunt Bethel around. Yes, ma'am, Noah said. And you have all those things on your arm, she continued, staring at his tattoos. Aunt Bethel, Dad said, don't be rude. She turned to him, pursing her bright red lips. I'm not being rude. I was about to ask him what they were. So, where are we watching the game this weekend? Preston interrupted before she could go any further. You watched one at the bar yet? Noah shook his head. I haven't been out much. I usually catch the game at home with a few guys from work or by myself. You a Panthers fan? Dad asked him. Yes, sir. Then we have to go to the bar, Dad continued, putting an end to it. They're pretty much the town team, and the owners are big fans too. They show all the games. You'll love it. Noah glanced at me and I smiled. He's not wrong. I've watched a few there when I've been dragged along. Everyone gets drunk and coach coaches the team. All right. I get off before the game starts, so that sounds good. Perfect. Mom beamed at everyone. So Noah, how did you end up in Creek Falls? He told the same story he'd told me, including how he'd acquired Poosh. I think Poosh likes Reagan more than she ever liked me, though. She doesn't listen to me when she's around. I hid my smile behind my glass of wine. It's not my fault. He peered over at me with a smile playing on his lips. Aunt Bethel cleared her throat. So, are you two banging? I choked on my wine. Noah froze and Preston dropped his fork with a clatter. Mom's jaw dropped open, but it was Dad who moved. You're done. His chair screeched against the wooden flooring in the dining room, and he walked to her and yanked her chair out. Let's go. You need a nap. I most certainly do not need a nap, Aunt Bethel protested. Dad gave Preston a pointed look. My brother shot out of his seat like Mom had pinched him, and there was every chance she had. You were invited to this dinner on the proviso you behaved yourself. You're not behaving yourself, so you're uninvited. Noah opened his mouth, but I put my hand on his leg and shook my head. Aunt Bethel is like a child, I whispered, leaning right into him. If you let her get away with it now, she'll always be rude when she sees you. Now I understand why Preston warned me about her. I laughed, sitting up straight as Dad and Preston all but dragged Aunt Bethel out of her chair. You'll be hearing from my lawyers, she hollered as she was taken upstairs. No, we won't, Mom muttered. We pay for the lawyer. I snorted wine up my nose, and even Noah stifled a laugh at that. I'm really sorry about her, Mom said to Noah. I think her age is catching up with her. Nothing is catching up with her, I replied. She's using her age as an excuse. She's as sharp as a needle, that one. Preston huffed as he came back into the dining room. This is the last time I come for dinner. Don't be so grumpy, Mom said, picking up her wine. She made it through the food part, at least. Only because nobody let her talk, I pointed out. The second she saw an inn, she took it. It's fine, Noah said quickly. Honestly, I'm used to old people without filters. You'd be surprised how many cats we rescue and then get asked why the hell it took us so long. Mom's eyebrows raised. Really? You climb a tree for their cats and they're rude? Noah shrugged. There are rude people everywhere, Mrs. Wright. Joanna, please. Yep, Mom loved him. I'd once dated a guy for a year during college, and he'd never been allowed to call her Joanna. Preston shared a look with me and wiggled his eyebrows. Stop being childish, Preston, Mom snapped. Where's the strangest place you've ever rescued a cat from? Me? Preston asked. Not you, Mom tutted. Noah. I shot Noah an apologetic look. The crazy wasn't just confined to my great aunt. Probably a chimney, he said slowly. We had to get an actual chimney sweep in to help coax it out. How the hell does a cat get stuck in a chimney? I asked. They're cats, dear, Mom replied. They'd get stuck in a cardboard box if they felt like it. Noah nodded in agreement. We have a repeat customer here in town. We're not actually sure if her cat really does get stuck or not, because she calls every Thursday at 2:15 to report him stuck up a tree. Why do you go? Preston questioned. If it's not stuck. Chief says she's old and alone and none of her family live nearby, so he thinks she calls to have someone to talk to for 10 minutes. I frowned. That's sad. Some people are like that. Mom pushed her dark hair from her face. They like their own company, but she probably also gets her food delivered and other visits through the week. Wait, is that Mrs. Kensington? Preston snapped his fingers. Yup, I deliver her flowers every Friday morning, and she's always got a story about her cat getting stuck somewhere. Noah grinned. Yup, and he's always stuck in a tree, no matter what else she says. Mom finished her wine with a smile. Right. If we're all done, I'll clear the table. I'll help, I said, standing up. Is there anything I can do? Noah asked. Yes, Mom said. Sit there and look pretty. I met his eyes and bit down onto my lower lip to fight a smile. It was a good effort, but my mom never accepted help. She was only taking mine now because I knew she wanted to talk about Noah in the kitchen while we loaded the dishwasher. It took us 2 trips to get all the dishes from the banquet she'd cooked into the kitchen and on to the side. Preston joined us briefly to shovel another bite of green bean casserole into his mouth straight from the casserole dish and grab 2 beers from the fridge. Mom stopped and looked at me when we were alone. Noah's nice. Get a pole, Mom. It'll be easier for you to fish with. I couldn't stop my smile, though. He is nice. I really like him. She reached over and squeezed my hand. Me too, honey. He seems to get along well with Preston and your father. Yeah, football does tend to be a good thing to bond over for men. I shrugged and removed the cutlery basket from the dishwasher so I could load it. I just want him to feel at home in Creek Falls. You afraid he'll leave? No, I answered too quickly. He just hasn't been here long, that's all, and... Mom stepped in front of me and pried the wooden spoon from my hand. She rested her warm hands on my upper arms and looked down at me. Sweetheart, you can admit that you're afraid he'll leave. His family are all in Maine, and even buying a house isn't putting down roots these days. I can see that you really like him, more than I think you've liked anyone else you've ever brought home. I swallowed because she'd hit the nail on the head. It was a fear I hadn't even recognized, the fear of Noah deciding he didn't like Creek Falls after all, and going home to Maine. He wasn't from here. It wasn't his home. He didn't have anyone here who would give him a reason to stay. It wasn't even like he had a job that was exclusive to the area. There were always stations who needed firefighters, weren't there? Even volunteers? Stop it. You're overthinking. I can see it in your eyes, Reagan. I sighed and picked up the wooden spoon she'd just taken from me. I'm not used to feeling like this, Mom. Have you told him how you feel? About him or this? This. He's here, and he's being nice about your crotchety old aunt, so I'm assuming he knows you like him. I smiled. Yeah, we already discussed that. We're not putting any labels on it until we've spent more time together. Sweetheart, I don't mean to be rude, but you've stayed at his house several times in the last 2 weeks. 3 times, I said. And yes, thank you, your darling son already pointed that out. She laughed, hauling the big casserole dish into the dishwasher. I understand. There's so much pressure now to label things. I like that you're taking your time with it and getting to know each other. That shows real maturity from the both of you. Always a bonus, I guess. What are you doing tonight? I shrugged one shoulder and handed her the cutlery basket. I'm not sure. He's on the early shift tomorrow, so probably just take a walk and chat. Sometimes that's the best thing to do. Mom winked and bumped the dishwasher closed with her hip. Just spend time together. Your heart will tell you everything you already need to know. But by the looks of you, it already did. She stroked my hair and I leaned into her touch. Thank you. You might be right, I don't know. We'll go wherever our road takes us, but I'd really like to see where that is. And you will. She smiled. Why don't you go and get your young man? Your brother can do the rest of the kitchen. I pulled her into a tight hug and kissed her cheek, then went in the direction of the living room. I could hear Dad's deep voice making a joke about the last season of football, followed by the rich sound of Noah's laugh mingling with my brother's deep one. I leaned against the wall out of sight. I wanted to listen, just for a while. My dad and brother had always been protective of me. And as much as I ribbed on my brother and fought with him, his approval mattered to me. Our family gatherings were bad enough with Aunt Bethel around without me marrying someone that nobody liked. Not that I was saying I'd marry Noah. That was way in the future. We weren't even an official couple on paper yet. My point, though, they were friends. I could hear it. They were all genuinely happy in each other's company. And it made my heart swell. I could stand here all night and listen to them talking, but I also knew I needed to grab him and spend time with him before we both worked all weekend. He had overtime and I had an engagement party. I'd be setting up flowers for hours. I pushed myself off the wall and poked my head in the doorway. Hey. All three men turned with a smile. Hey, honey, Dad said. Are you coming to steal Noah from us? You're getting him on Sunday, don't be greedy. Noah laughed and put his beer down. Let me know about Sunday. Preston saluted him. I promise this trip to Lucky's won't end in you feeding raccoons. I'm holding you to that, Noah warned him before he shook my dad's hand. It was a pleasure to meet you, sir. Son, I've told you. If you call me sir one more time, I'm going to forbid you from dating my daughter. Good luck with that, I said wryly. Noah laughed. Noted. And I'll make sure I chase up the fire report tomorrow. They said it would be in the morning. Dad nodded. Good job. You kids have fun and be safe. Thanks, Dad. I waved and led Noah to the front door. He doubled back into the kitchen to bid my mom goodnight before he came back and grinned at me. Let's go. Where are we going? I stepped outside. No idea, but I'll follow you anyway. So cheesy. Like those tater tots your mom served? Can I hire her to cook for me? He closed the door behind him and took my hand, slipping his fingers between mine. I groaned. Don't, she loves cooking. Couldn't you tell by the banquet she served you? You mean your dinners aren't normally like that? Oh no, they are. But there was at least 2 extra casseroles there tonight. I nudged him with my elbow. She likes you. I'm pretty likable. Here we go, I sighed. Mr. I saved your life is back again. Noah laughed, nudging me right back. Stop it. You know I'm messing with you. I know, but I like messing with you too. I grinned. Sorry about Aunt Bethel. She's temperamental. Like I said, it doesn't matter. It was a great dinner and your family is pretty normal compared to when you get all mine together. What's your family like? My family? There was a note of surprise in his voice. Insane. Completely fucking insane. But they're the best at the same time. My parents have been married since they were 19, and that's pretty much the benchmark for most of my family. Except you? Pretty much. I think my parents knew I wasn't the person who'd settle down at home, though. They knew I hated my hometown, and they weren't surprised when I said I was moving here permanently. You hate your hometown? He looked down at me. You sound equal parts relieved and surprised about that. I am surprised. That's all. I shrugged in my attempt to be nonchalant about it. I love my hometown. I love it here, too. So you're not going to leave? Whoa! Noah stopped us on the sidewalk, pulling me to the side beneath some trees so someone walking their dog could go past us. Where did that come from? A lump formed in my throat. Nowhere. Reagan. He dropped my hand and trailed his fingers along the side of my face, pushing my hair away. What do you mean? My stomach was in a knot. My mom said something in the kitchen about me being afraid that you'd leave, and she was right. You think I'd leave Creek Falls? I don't know. You admitted that you don't really know anyone here. I had this, theory inside my head that it was my job to make sure you knew more people, that this felt like home for you. Okay, stop right there. He cupped the side of my face. His eyes were warm on me, but there was a spark of amusement buried there too. Let me tell you this right now. Creek Falls feels like home to me. And you know why? It's because of you. You make this town home, Reagan. Me? Yes, you. My lips parted, but nothing came out. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Home isn't always a place, he said softly. Sometimes, home is a feeling, and that's how you make me feel every single day. Whether you're texting me shit about my favorite TV show, or you're sitting on my counter in one of my old t-shirts with a hangover. Even when you're drunk and trying to dance on a bar, you feel like home to me. I fell into him, wrapping my arms around his waist. Such a stupid thing, validation. But that was how I felt right now. Validated. Like I mattered. Like I was something to him. Really something. Because I knew. I understood. I freaking well got it. I felt the same. Noah felt like home to me too. And I didn't even have one right now. But none of that mattered when I was with him. He was like an alternate universe where everything was okay, just because he'd smiled. And as he hugged me tightly, the thought struck me with the suddenness of a lightning bolt. I was falling in love with Noah. Out of nowhere, I was falling headfirst in love with him. And I didn't want to stop. I wanted to keep falling and spiraling and descending into the chaos of love until I was dizzy and breathless. Noah? I whispered, turning my face so I wasn't smushed into his chest anymore. Yeah? I think I'm falling in love with you. Good, he whispered back, lowering his mouth to my ears. Because I know I'm falling in love with you. Chapter 18. Reagan. Home. 2 weeks later. I looked around the open-plan space of the apartment. It was hell. The cupboards were rotting and the laminate in the living room area was pulling up. I was no builder extraordinaire, but even I could tell this place was falling apart. There was no way this was listed for my budget. It looks nothing like the pictures, I said, looking at the real estate agent. She grimaced. Sometimes they're not accurate. Not accurate? Oh my God, Dana, the pictures show a new apartment. This place looks like it was new 50 years ago. She sighed, tucking her short hair behind her ear. Shall we move on to the next? Yes, please. I followed her out of the apartment and headed downstairs while she locked up. She joined me minutes later and gave me the address for what I knew for a fact was a new building. Thank God. I got into my car and tossed the information packet for that apartment onto the passenger side of the car. I'd had a bad feeling about it before I'd even gotten there. The fire report had come back as being caused from some faulty wiring on the ground floor. It had shocked all of us, but the good news was that my insurance company had finally agreed to pay up. It'd be at a snail's pace, of course, but my dad had talked me into letting him put down my security deposit and I could pay him back. My parents had money, but that didn't mean I'd take it. They'd raised us both to work for what we wanted, and it was hard enough borrowing the money from them. It wouldn't even dent the bank account, but it didn't matter to me. If I wasn't so desperate for my own space again, I'd be waiting until the insurance paid out. I tapped my fingers against my steering wheel as I drove across town. This new building was close to Noah's house, within walking distance, and it was a real contender because of that. As long as the inside matched the pictures. That last place might have scarred me for life, and I'd barely set foot inside it. I pulled up outside the apartment block. Dana was already waiting outside the main door, so I grabbed my purse and got out of my car. "I think this one will be much better, Reagan," she beamed at me, but there was pain in her eyes. She was desperate to lease me an apartment. That much was obvious. "I hope so. I don't think there are many more apartments available, and this is a good location for me." I looked around the lobby. It was already a lot more modern than the other building. It was a good sign. "Oh?" Dana glanced back as she hit the button at the elevator. "Don't you work on Main Street?" She was nosy, this one. "It's close to my boyfriend's house," I replied. "It looks better than the last building." She blinked as if my quick shutdown had shocked her. "Yes, it's very new. Less than a year old. High specifications throughout, and the owner of the building is more than happy for you to decorate throughout, as long as it's returned to the white walls before you leave at the end of the tenancy." Good to know. We stepped into the elevator, and she hit the button for the 4th floor. "It's on the 4th floor with a lovely view out over the park," she went on, still giving me her sales pitch. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and a large open-plan kitchen and living area. There are large windows in the living room and main bedroom, providing a lot of natural light to the apartment. I trailed off as she carried on. It was quite remarkable how much she could talk, but I'd withhold my judgment until I'd been inside. She'd told me the last place was clean, after all. I quietly blew out a long breath as she guided me down a hallway. It was definitely looking clean, and a lot better than the last one. She stopped at apartment 4C and put the key in the door. "Come on in." I stepped into an apartment that was exactly as she described. Sleek, white, glossy cupboards took up one half of the room as the kitchen, with gorgeous black counters and a breakfast bar that jutted out with enough room for 3 stools. To the other side of me was a wall made of windows, letting the sunlight come streaming into the apartment. It glinted off the dark gray laminate floors, and I looked around appreciatively. "Very nice," I said. "Can I see the bedrooms?" "Sure can. Come on through." Dana showed me down a small hallway that led to the bedrooms and the bathroom. The master bedroom had a small walk-in closet and was right next to the bright white bathroom that had the most beautiful corner bath I'd ever seen. The second bedroom was a good enough size, too. Perfect for an office/guest room. There was absolutely nothing wrong with the apartment. Yet, somehow, I still wasn't sold. Maybe it was all the white. I didn't know, but even though I could see myself living here, I wasn't excited about it. It probably didn't help that I didn't have any of my old furniture. I couldn't picture my stuff in this space because I didn't have any. Still, I didn't tell Dana any of that. I gave the appropriate compliments, and when we'd reached the bottom of the building, I told her I'd let her know if I was going to apply for it. With a sigh, I got in my car and headed back to the store to work the rest of my shift. They can't all have been bad. Noah handed me a glass of wine across the island. We were standing in his kitchen, both of us fresh off work, and I was offloading about my morning of apartment hunting while he was a good boyfriend who listened and fed me wine. They weren't! That's the thing! I held out my hands and the wine sloshed in my glass. The last apartment was gorgeous. It was a blank slate and fully up to date with modernization. I'm not even sure anyone's lived there before. Plus, I could pay extra for a pet deposit so that Poosh could come over if you stayed over or had to work extra overtime. So what's the problem? It was cold. His lips quirked to the side. That's what a little thing called the heating is for. I took a big mouthful of wine and swilled it before I swallowed. No, I mean, it's cold. There was no life there. I couldn't picture any furniture there, and I realized it's because I don't have any. His smile turned sympathetic. You can buy some of your old stuff again. You found your sofa and your bed on IKEA, plus your dresser and some other stuff. I slumped onto one of the stools. I know, but it's not mine. The bed won't have a scratch on the side and the sofa won't be a little lumpy in the corner. This is so much harder than I thought it would be. Noah walked around and wrapped me in his arms, holding me against his chest. I turned my head and hugged him back around the waist, letting a deep breath sigh out of me. I didn't just want any apartment. I wanted my apartment. But I couldn't have it, because rumor had it that the building wouldn't be rebuilt. And even if it were built again, it wouldn't be the same. I was being a huge whiny baby about this. And it was a classic case of first world problems, but I wanted my own space again. Somewhere that was really, really my own. You'll find it somewhere, babe. I know you want to get out of your parents', but it's only been a few weeks. You can come here any time you want. I did come home from work at 2 a.m. to find you in my bed the other day. I sniffed. Mom and Aunt Bethel were fighting, and I couldn't sleep. Besides, it's your fault for not asking for your key back. He snorted. What was I going to do, tell you that I'm in love with you and then ask for my key back? Do you want your key back? No. I came home from a 10-hour shift and got to grab your ass while I fell asleep. You can keep the key. I laughed, pulling back a little. True. Okay. I feel better. I guess I'm just fed up. Noah smiled, then dipped his head and kissed me. He pulled back to say something when his newly installed doorbell rang and Poosh went bananas. She had no issues if you knocked, but the doorbell? Nope. Poosh was not a fan. I jumped down to scoop her up. She instantly settled in my arms and snuggled in close to me. Hey, is Reagan here? Came my brother's voice from the doorway. I frowned. What the hell was Preston doing here? Hey, yeah, she's in the kitchen. Come on in. Oh, hey, Hallie, was Noah's reply. I frowned even harder. Seriously? I gave myself a headache. Hey, I said when they all came in. Are you looking for me? Hallie nodded. We need to talk to you about something. Are you pregnant? No, oh my God. I have enough raccoons without having a miniature human, too, she huffed. Not pregnant, Preston repeated. Okay, not even close. Noah laughed. What do you want then? Can't you see I'm snuggling and drowning my sorrows? Preston and Hallie shared a look. Actually, the sorrows are why we're here, Hallie said. You've seen a bunch of apartments now, and none of them work. I know how desperate you are to get out of your parents, so I met Preston for lunch and we had a talk. I eyed them both as Noah came and stood behind me. What are you talking about? Preston glanced at Hallie, who nodded. I'm going to move in with Hallie, he said. I blinked. What? I'm moving in with Hallie? His lips tugged to the side. We've been dating for a few months, and I spend most of my time at her house anyway. It makes sense for both of us. I ran my tongue over my bottom lip. Okay. Reagan, Hallie said, taking a step forward. Preston owns his apartment. He's going to lease it to you. If you want it, he said quickly. We've mentioned living together a couple of times anyway, but now it felt like the right time. It's yours if you want it. You'll just pay the mortgage and that's it. It's less than your old place. I couldn't speak. I didn't know what to say. All that stress I'd felt, the desperation to have my own independence back, and my brother and best friend were the ones who were handing it back to me? You won't need to buy furniture, Preston continued. New mattresses and stuff, but I'll rent it to you fully furnished with all the major appliances. I still couldn't speak. So I did the only thing I could. I shoved Poosh at Noah and threw myself at my brother. Tears stung my eyes as I hugged him tighter than I'd ever hugged anyone in my life. Thank you, I whispered in his ear. Of course. He stroked the back of my head. You're my sister. I want you to be happy. I pressed my face into his shoulder in an attempt to stem the flow of tears. It was a really bad idea because it didn't work. Instead, I cried tears of happiness for a solid minute before I got my shit together and pulled back before I suffocated Preston. Thank you. Hallie smiled. We all win. I get my live-in raccoon feeder and you get some privacy. Noah wrapped an arm around me with a grin. You knew about this! I shoved him. Oh my God! He nodded. He came by the fire station earlier and told me. I didn't know Hallie was coming, but we decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Or 3, in this case. I already ordered pizza for us all. I pursed my lips. You're so sly. Hallie helped herself to my glass of wine. You're welcome, asshole. Oh, shut up. I took the new glass Noah handed me. I won. It had more wine in it than my old one. I can't believe you were all scheming behind my back. Scheming is a strong word, Noah said slowly. I prefer to think of it more as planning. Preston handed Noah a beer and they clinked bottles. Amen to that. They both walked to the living room, leaving me alone with Hallie for a minute. You're really going to live with my brother? She laughed, adjusting her glasses. Yep, he was right. He's always at my house, and you need somewhere comfortable to call home. You're not ready to move in with Noah, and your parents' house isn't it. Plus, he's your brother, so you can do what the hell you like to the place and he won't be mad. Win-win. Thank God, I said, getting up, because his kitchen is old. Yeah, I already told him that. There are links saved on my laptop for you. She grinned. Let's go get the remote or we'll end up watching some kind of sports again. I shuddered. I'll be there in a second. I'm just going to let Poosh out. Okay. I put down my glass and patted my leg for Poosh to follow me. I opened the back door to Noah's spacious yard, and she darted out between my legs. It was a warm evening, so I stepped out after her. The sun was fading, painting the sky in beautiful shades of blue and orange, and the fresh, clear air wrapped around me like a blanket. It had been the craziest several weeks, from the moment Noah texted me that dick pic to right now. I'd lost almost everything in the fire, but ever since then, I'd gained so much more. I couldn't help but think back to lying in the hospital bed. I was lucky to escape the way I had with no injuries. The only loss was financial and material, and both of those things could be replaced. Back then, I had no idea that the tattooed, handsome guy who'd saved my life was the guy I'd been talking to for a week. I'd scoffed at Ava for saying it was all fate and destiny, or whatever else it was she'd said. But if my apartment building hadn't gone up in flames, I may never have met Noah. I'd never have had a reason to. I lost my home, sure, but in losing it, I gained so much more. Noah stepped up behind me and wrapped me in his arms. Thinking? I nodded, leaning back into him, thinking about how much everything has changed. Yeah. He kissed the side of my jaw. Who knew an accidental dick pic would end up like this? Not me. Definitely not me. Epilogue. Reagan. Make way for the drama llama. 1 month later. Ava paced. Over and over and over. She was giving me a goddamn headache. If you don't stop, you're going to slip on the floor, I said. Mind those water patches leaking out from under the flowers. Hallie shook her head as she put a lily into the arrangement she was working on. Leave her be, she might knock herself out and give us a break. A strangled noise left Ava's mouth, and she fisted her dark hair. I'm an idiot. Why did I say yes to this? Because you're hopelessly in love with Ethan and maybe living together will be the key? I asked sarcastically. Funny, she snapped back. This is a nightmare. We don't even get along. We can't live together. But you are, Hallie said. As of next week, he will be your roommate. You will be living with your brother's best friend who you happen to be totally in love with. You say it like it's a fucking fairy tale. I wiggled my fingers at her. Maybe it's destiny, I said in a breathy voice. Ava flipped me the bird. With both hands. This isn't a joke, you guys. This is a real thing. This is terrifying. Why did you let me say yes? There's that little thing of neither of us knowing Leo had asked you if Ethan could take your spare room, I reminded her. You answered before you told us. Hallie nodded. Besides, it's not the end of the world, is it? You said a couple of weeks ago that you needed a roommate because your rent is going up. Even if he's only there through the holidays, it'll help you out some. Ava groaned and slumped over on the counter, finally stopping with her pacing. This is going to go horribly. Maybe. Maybe. I have feelings for this guy. How am I supposed to just switch them off like it doesn't matter? She raised her head and looked at us both. I'm gonna have to tell him I changed my mind. No! Me and Hallie both said together. No, Hallie repeated. Think about it like this. You can live with him for a few months. Ethan and Leo never stay long when they come back to Creek Falls, right? So you know it's not forever. It'll be fine. Right, I said, picking up where she left off. And this might be what you need to finally get over your crush on him. He might have some awful habits and you realize he's not really all that after all. Ava blew out a breath. You really think so? We nodded, maybe a little too enthusiastically. Whatever we did, she bought it. You're right. It's not going to be for long. I can live with Ethan for 3 months or so, right? She looked so desperate for our reassurance that we both nodded some more. What's the worst that can happen? Famous last words. This recording of Kiss Me Tonight was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Text copyright 2019 by Emma Hart. Sound recording copyright 2020, Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapeab.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.